Good morning. I'm sorry. It's a browser issue.
I will now recognize myself for an opening statement.
And here's the idiot that's heading this
Thank our witness for being here today.
today.
The Civil Rights Division is responsible for the enforcement of civil rights statutes enacted by Congress and related constitutional guarantees. This is an issue that is near and dear to my heart. I, too, in a previous life served in the Department of Justice, having served as Special Assistant United States Attorney in the Eastern District of Texas. My job there, as the witness, my colleagues know, was to equally enforce the law.
Okay, we got it.
My grandfather was the chief of police in Sweetwater, Texas. His job was to equally enforce the law. My grandmother was the first woman elected county clerk in Nolan County, Texas, after my grandfather passed away from cancer. My dad was 7 years old. Her job was to equally enforce the law. Justice is blind, and we must follow the facts wherever they may take us. Like all components of the Justice Department, the Civil Rights Division is expected to do the same, equally enforce the law. Unfortunately, under the Biden administration, this has not always been the case. Civil Rights Division has fixed its sight, for example, on those charged with protecting us. Police
I'm
departments.
glad you're back. I'm so
often
sorry.
harassing these
I love you
departments to
guys.
the
I'm
point
so
that they cannot
sorry.
do
Is the
their
other one
jobs.
done? Oh
There
no,
have been
did
a
it not
series of
end?
investigations.
It should
Minneapolis,
have
Louisville, Phoenix, Mount Vernon, New York,
I am not
Louisiana
back.
State Police,
I'm
New
not
York City
back.
Police Department, Special Victims
I was never
Division,
here to
Maryland
begin with.
Department of State Police, Worcester, Massachusetts
No.
Police Department, Memphis Police, Trenton, New Jersey,
I'm still in
Lexington,
bed.
Mississippi. 11 times over the last 2 years.
I mean, I'm sitting
We've
on
seen
my bed.
a significant disparity. There are just a few examples of how the
I woke
DOJ
up quite
Civil
early.
Rights
It
Division
ended?
has
Okay,
targeted
good.
those who protect our communities.
As
It's not to say there are not
really-
circumstances meriting review, but in the
I
midst of
think I
rising
need to get a
crime,
new computer. I
plummeting
think
police
that's what-
recruiting,
I think
open borders, mountains of
Ford
fentanyl,
is telling me.
DOJ is
Get a new
prioritizing
computer,
investigations with small to
Stephen.
mid-sized police departments. Under President Biden, DOJ has opened
Under
11
President
pattern
Biden.
of practice investigations into police departments throughout the country, compared to just one under the previous administration. This combined with fairly radical views that we'll talk about with the witness earlier about defunding the police in the past, which raises concerns about the intent of such investigations, especially at a time when police are
The ghost
demoralized
chat.
following the defund the police movement and crime wave that has
Ghostbusters.
followed. The division's activities have also too often amounted to using the law to advantage or disadvantage certain states and individuals. For example, the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances, or FACE Act, prohibits threats of force, obstruction, or property damage intended to interfere with reproductive health care services. This law protects abortion clinics, pregnancy resource centers, and houses of worship alike. However, the
Going
division's
back.
prosecutions under the FACE Act show a significant bias toward prosecuting FACE Act violations involving abortion clinics, particularly the situation involving Mark Houck, who was charged under the FACE Act for protecting his young son from a belligerent abortion activist. On May 2nd, 2022, a draft copy of the Supreme Court's decision
Hey,
in
everyone. I
Dobbs
missed
v.
you.
Jackson Women's Health Organization was leaked to the press. This leak gave rise to widespread demonstrations and attacks on pro-life facilities. In fact, following the leak, more than 100 pro-life
Did it?
facilities were vandalized or
Did it?
damaged, including by arson. 218 Catholic churches have been attacked since the Dobbs decision was leaked,
218?
according to Catholic Vote. According to the Family Research Council, there were 57 pro-abortion acts of hostility against churches from January
57
22 to September
pro-abortion
22.
acts of
And
hostility.
in the first quarter of 23,
What were those?
fiscal 23, there were 69 incidents of hostility toward churches. In the face of this increase, you would expect Civil Rights Division to step up and protect the civil
What?
rights of these Americans.
No.
But there was not.
Chip,
In 2022,
I
the
mean,
department brought
they
26
stand up for
prosecutions
everybody's
under the
civil
FACE
rights.
All of them involved alleged
I guess
incidents
yours
at
wasn't a
abortion
civil
clinics.
rights attack.
In 23, the department has identified for the committee one
How about you're
prosecution of four
attacking
individuals
my
in Florida who
rights?
spray painted threats
And my
on pregnancy
daughter's
resource
right.
centers in the state.
And your
This marked
daughter's
the first
right
time in American history
to make
that the
decisions
FACE
about
Act
their
was
own
used
body.
against pro-abortion protesters.
How about that?
This questionable use of resources is further illustrated by other
How
activities of
about
the division.
me?
In 2021, the department
What
began a
about
lawsuit
me?
against the state of Georgia alleging a new election law was enacted with the purpose of denying or abridging the right
Oh,
of Black
boy.
Georgians to vote on account of their race or color. Problem is, that's just not true. And the court's decisions in that case to date have borne
I'm gonna
that
try and
out.
make this higher.
Recently, the court refused to block several provisions of the law while the litigation continues. Notably, the court found that the department has not shown that any of the provisions have a disparate impact on Black voters. Quite simply, the facts on the ground do not match the allegations in the department's lawsuit. While the department is devoting resources to this politically motivated lawsuit, is missing in action when constitutional rights are violated.
Hello, dearest
In September of this year, New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham issued a public health order banning the otherwise lawful carrying of firearms in certain jurisdictions in the state.
I don't know.
This order was plainly unconstitutional under the Second and 14th Amendments of the Supreme Court's precedents. Despite this plain violation of American rights, the Civil Rights Division was nowhere to be found. An advocacy group, not the department, had to bring a lawsuit to overturn the order. The division failed to file an amicus brief or even a statement of interest to protect Americans' Second Amendment rights. More recently, the Civil Rights Department appears to be standing idly by while Jewish Americans have their civil rights violated by radical pro-Palestinian protesters. Since Hamas's cowardly October 7th attack in which it murdered innocent Israelis, raped women, and kidnapped babies, rampant anti-Semitism has reared its ugly head on American college campuses and throughout major American cities. Just this weekend, pro-Palestinian protesters in Philadelphia protested outside of Goldie, a Jewish-owned falafel restaurant with a location less than a mile away from Independence Hall, where the Declaration of Independence was signed. The division must return to the nonpartisan work of protecting the rights of all Americans. I would note that there is an ongoing list of anti-Semitic threats and violence throughout the West. Anti-Semites spray Montreal Jewish schools and bullets, attacks on APAC president's home in LA investigated as hate crime. Burbank police searched for a suspect that spray painted swastikas on synagogue. Burn in Hell Jewish Center at University of Florida vandalized with anti-Semitic graffiti. Cornell cancels classes after student arrested for anti-Semitic threats of murder and rape. FBI investigating after synagogue desecrated with anti-Israel, anti-Semitic graffiti. That's 8 of literally pages of examples.
I know, it's terrible.
Of anti-Semitic
do something about
in
it?
the wake of October 7th. And it is notable that there has been basically silence.
Wait till I tell you about this school district in Texas, Chip.
Protecting the rights of all Americans, not just those that it favors. I look forward to hearing this morning.
Talk about favoritism. There's a school district in your state that's quite
Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon,
quite famous or infamous, shall I say.
Thank you. Assistant Attorney General Clark, I want to welcome you to the Judiciary Committee and this very important oversight hearing to help the committee and the American public understand the critical role that the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice plays in protecting the fundamental rights and freedoms of all Americans. This hearing is particularly important since your predecessor refused the committee's request for an oversight hearing amidst the Trump administration's efforts to weaponize the Department of Justice in a way that was unprecedented in the history of this great nation. Under that administration, we saw members of the Department of Justice leadership acting as the president's personal attorneys, repeating election disinformation, withdrawing support for voting rights and other civil rights enforcement, and reversing course on decades of work to ensure that law enforcement agencies protect the rights of all Americans. And of course, under that administration, we saw the normalization of hate speech, chaos, and political violence, which is tearing apart so many of our communities today. That's why it's so important that we understand the critical role of the Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division in combating civil rights violations and securing our fundamental freedoms, and what Congress needs to do to support that mission at this time. It's worth remembering that Congress explicitly created the Civil Rights Division as part of the Civil Rights Act of 1957 to protect the voting rights of Black Americans and other minorities. The very genesis of the Civil Rights Division was rooted in the federal effort to protect voting rights and reflected the belief that in a democracy, the right to vote is the foundation upon which all other rights and freedoms ultimately rest. These core civil rights and freedoms include the right to cast a vote in a free and fair election, regardless of race, the right to be free from discrimination in employment, housing, and education, and the right to be free from violence based on hate. And I look forward to how the Civil Rights Division has renewed its commitment to these principles under its current leadership. Under the Trump administration, we saw the Civil Rights Division abdicate its responsibility to enforce many voting rights and other civil rights protections. So I'm heartened to see a renewed focus by the division on vigorous civil rights enforcement. Understanding that the right to cast a vote in a free and fair election is the foundation of all other rights, I appreciate the division's renewed focus on voting rights, taking action in over 40 voting rights matters since January 2021, ranging from voting-related enforcement actions to filing statements of interest in numerous private enforcement actions, including 2 in Pennsylvania. But we continue to need vigorous enforcement of the Voting Rights Act, as we've seen a tsunami of restrictive voting laws enacted by states over the past 3 years, with the potential to impact the 2024 election. Of course, much of this legislative activity stems from the Supreme Court's erosion of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 through a series of decisions beginning with Shelby County versus Holder and continuing with Brovanovich versus Democratic National Committee. These decisions have made it harder and more resource intensive for both the Civil Rights Division and other Voting Rights Act plaintiffs to prevail in enforcement actions. But there is a solution, of course. That is that Congress must act. Congress must respond to these misguided decisions by reauthorizing the Voting Rights Act and updating the guardrails of our democratic republic to respond to 21st century threats. We must pass the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, which would reinvigorate the Voting Rights Act and ensure full funding for the Civil Rights Division to deploy more resources to enforce voting rights protections.
Yes.
The Civil Rights Division also bears responsibility for enforcing federal hate crime laws at a time when over the past 7 years, we've seen an explosion of hate speech and political violence, whether directed towards racial or ethnic minorities, women and LGBTQ+ persons, or members of religious groups. All across the country, communities have been impacted by hate incidents as they've trended upwards. Statistics compiled by the FBI show that last year, even with imperfect reporting, law enforcement agencies reported over 11,000 hate crime incidents. Over 59% of those victims were targeted because of their race or ethnicity. Another 17.3% were targeted based on their religion, and another 17% were targeted because of their sexual orientation. Of course, in the charged environment surrounding Hamas's terrorist attack on October 7th and Israel's military response to the attack, we've seen increasing reports of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, including incidents of potential hate crimes. Also, for decades, the Civil Rights Division has played an important role in helping law enforcement agencies to keep their communities safe and uphold the rule of law while protecting the civil rights of all citizens. One of the tools for doing this is to work with communities to address patterns and practices of violations in law enforcement, a tool that was abandoned by the Trump Department of Justice, and I look forward to hearing what progress has been made in this area. Again, thank you, Assistant Attorney General Clark, for being with us and updating us on the work of the division and what Congress needs to do to assist the division in that work. Thank you. I yield back.
I now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Nadler, for his opening statement. Should you care to give one?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to begin by thanking Assistant Attorney General Kristen Clark for appearing before the subcommittee today. Unfortunately, it has been several years since we have had the opportunity to question the head of the Department of Civil Rights Division, Department of Justice Civil Rights Division, because General Clark's immediate predecessor during the Trump administration never appeared before us. In a sense, I don't blame the department for its evasion at the time, because back then it had nothing good to report to us, as it practically abdicated its responsibility to vigorously enforce our nation's critical civil rights laws. I'm pleased, however, that under the Biden administration and under Assistant Attorney General Clark's leadership, the division is once again taking its role seriously.
It's terrible.
That means protecting Americans from a nationwide effort to undermine the right to vote,
I wonder how
working with local communities to investigate and resolve patterns and practices of unconstitutional conduct in law enforcement agencies, addressing the disturbing rise in hate crimes across the country, and combating discrimination in all forms, whether it be in employment, housing, education, or elsewhere.
Why is that
all of these critical issues and many others
Why is that
impact millions of Americans?
I don't understand.
Dedicated staff of the Civil Rights Division works tirelessly to ensure that all Americans, regardless of their race, religion, sex, national origin, disability, or sexual orientation, are treated equally under the law.
Is that what happens?
Thank you for your efforts in leading this vital department.
Really? Sweet.
Excuse me. At top of mind for me today is the recent rise in anti-Semitism and the general rise in hate crimes and other forms of illegal discrimination that has transpired over the past several years. According to the most recent data compiled by the FBI for the year 2022, and the testimony of federal law enforcement officials, there's been a significant documented increase in anti-Semitic hate crimes and discrimination. According to FBI data, even before Hamas's brutal terrorist attack on October 7th, anti-Semitism was on the rise. In 2022, there were 2,042 reported incidents based on religion. More than half of these were driven by anti-Jewish bias. During recent testimony before the Senate, FBI Director Christopher Wray stated that the threat of anti-Semitism, quote, is reaching in some way
We got birds. We got
sort
a
of
bird sighting,
historic
everybody.
levels. And that was in part because the Jewish community is targeted by terrorists really across the spectrum, including foreign terrorist organizations and domestic violent terror extremists.
Good.
Director Wray went on to say that the FBI statistics would indicate that for a group that represents only about 2.4% of the American public, Jewish Americans
From the
account for something like
Ghostbusters.
60% of all religious-based hate crimes. But it is not just the Jewish community that is experiencing a rise in hate. In the weeks since the October 7th attacks, there have been tragic incidents of Islamophobia and anti-Arab hate across the country, including the recent shooting of 3 Palestinian American students in Vermont and the murder of a 6-year-old Muslim child in Illinois.
Yep.
Unfortunately, hate crimes rooted in race, ethnicity, or
I did it
ancestry
again.
continue to remain the most
I do
common.
this all the time.
According to that same FBI data, there were 6,557 reported race-motivated incidents in 2022.
I need more coffee. Oh, excuse me, my phone's ringing. Good thing that's the ringtone.
And the number of anti-Black incidents was more than 3 times higher than the next
apple
highest
bottom
racial or
jeans
ethnic
and the
category.
boots with the fur.
Additionally, FBI data
And
also
the
shows
whole
a disturbing
floor was
trend of
looking
increasing
at
instances
her.
of violence against the transgender and gender non-conforming
I
community.
brought my own
As
coffee.
we all know,
I
while
brought my
statistics
coffee
can help us
pot.
quantify and understand the magnitude of the problem, they cannot fully convey the damage that bias-motivated crimes inflict upon our communities. General Clark, I cannot emphasize enough how vulnerable the Jewish
think
community
the
in America is feeling
Allergies are
at this
really
moment,
bad.
especially now that the October 7th attack appears to have led to an explosive rise in anti-Semitism, both at home and abroad. And they know without a doubt
Hi, Rogue.
that every other community I just mentioned shares that same sense of vulnerability following similar hate-motivated crimes. If unaddressed, hate crimes send the message
Hey,
to every
Rogue.
member of a community that you are not a real person and therefore are undeserving of the law's protection. Addressing that feeling of vulnerability is, of course, the point of hate crimes enforcement, to provide not only justice for the victim, but for the entire community. So I'm heartened to hear that under your leadership, the Civil Rights Division has brought over 100 hate crime-related cases and secured numerous convictions, including against the perpetrators.
Yeah, I do
of the attacks
remember
in
that.
Buffalo,
The hate stuff increased during
Pittsburgh,
COVID
and
thanks
El
to Trump.
Paso.
Remember the Chinese elderly people who were attacked and who died.
That is why I also believe it is crucial for Congress to provide sufficient tools and resources to the Civil Rights Division so that it can effectively address this rise in hate, as well as to carry out its mission to remedy illegal discrimination in voting, employment, education, public accommodations, and government-funded programs and services. In that vein, if I may, General Clark, I would offer a few words of advice to you.
Hello? No,
to those members of the
I'm doing it
public
now.
who may be
Yeah,
following today's
literally
hearing.
right now. Yeah. I'll call
Don't
you
be
back.
distracted
No, you
by
hang
the
up.
Republican sideshow fueled by their conspiracy-minded allies and their conservative media echo chamber, of which we have already heard a preview
My
today.
nose is running.
Under your leadership, the Civil Rights
must be
Division is
very
properly
emotional.
focused on the enforcement of rights that are essential to the functioning of our diverse democratic society. After all, if you can be attacked with impunity because of your religion, denied the right to vote because of your race, fired from your job because of your sex, or prohibited from receiving an education because you are transgender, the fundamental rights and values enshrined in the Constitution are not worth the paper they are written on. I look forward to our distinguished witness's testimony, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the ranking member for his statement. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness, the Honorable Kristen Clark. Ms. Clark is the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights. She was sworn in on May 25th, 2021. We welcome our witness and thank her for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony. Ms. Clark, you may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Roy, Ranking Member Scanlon, Ranking Member Nadler, and distinguished members of this subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. Protecting civil rights is essential to the Department of Justice. In fact, the department was created in 1870 in part to confront the Ku Klux Klan and others who used terror and violence to prevent Black people from exercising their civil and constitutional rights. Nearly 100 years later, Congress gave new energy
Assistant
to this
Attorney
work
General Clark.
by
Okay.
enacting legislation that established the Civil Rights Division and empowered it to protect the civil rights of every person in America. Our work remains vital as we continue, sadly, to see acts of bigotry, violence, and discrimination in many aspects of life. The division combats these harms by enforcing the Constitution and the protections enshrined in law by Congress. We work to ensure that every eligible American has voice in our democracy by confronting voting discrimination.
I don't think there's another
We
hearing.
work to advance equal
I think it will get
opportunity
better
in
butterflies.
employment, housing,
I think the younger
education,
generation
and
can
more.
help us.
We safeguard the rights of people
Unfortunately,
with
it falls
disabilities,
on them.
and we
I
defend the
apologize.
civil rights of those who
Welcome,
defend
everyone.
our nation
Here we are
in the
together.
armed forces, both past
More
and
perfect
present.
union.
We work to vindicate the rights of sexual assault survivors and people who experience sexual harassment on campuses, in workplaces, in housing, and in jails and prisons. We work to ensure that law enforcement personnel carry out their jobs lawfully and without bias. This work includes prosecutions of officers who abuse their power, including officers tied to the tragic deaths of George Floyd in Minneapolis, Breonna Taylor in Louisville, and Tyree Nichols in Memphis. Work that has particular urgency today is our response to bias-motivated violence. FBI data show that reported hate crimes are at the highest level in more than a decade.
Can we talk about political violence too?
Frequently
Are they
targeted
talking
by
about all
hate
violence
crimes
today, or is it
and crimes motivated
just
by
hate crimes?
anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and bias against the victim's sexual orientation or gender identity have also climbed in number. In the weeks following the devastating October 7th attacks in Israel and ensuing violence in the Middle East, we've seen an alarming rise in acts of hate in our neighborhoods, on our campuses, and in our streets. We know that too many communities are living in fear.
Oh, violins, yeah.
And we've all seen the horrors that result from hate. The Charleston 9, the El Paso 23, the Tree of Life 11, the Buffalo 10, the Club Q 5, the Jacksonville 3. Each of these tragedies offers a bleak testament to the death, pain, and trauma that can flow from bigotry and hatred. And so the division's top priority is to investigate and prosecute unlawful acts of hate. Since January of 2021, the division has charged more than 105 defendants in more than 95 cases for committing hate crimes. And during that same period, we obtained more than 90 convictions. For example, the division secured a guilty verdict against the man who killed 11 people and critically wounded 7 others at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. The division also secured a conviction of the man who killed 23 and wounded 22 more at a Walmart in El Paso, Texas, victims targeted because of their Hispanic identity. And we secured convictions of the 3 men responsible for the racially motivated killing of Ahmaud Arbery in Georgia. Hate crimes are message crimes. The perpetrators not only target their direct victims, but also seek to instill fear in the victim's community. But our prosecutions send a louder and more powerful message that hate crimes will not be tolerated in our democracy, that perpetrators will be punished and held accountable, and that the communities targeted will be safeguarded by the federal government. As I close, I want to recognize the hundreds of dedicated public servants in the Civil Rights Division who carry out this critical work. Their commitment inspires me each day, and I'm honored to represent them here today. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms.
Do
Clark.
you, though?
We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule. with questions.
Wait, what happened
the
to
chair,
Isn't Chris
will
Wray
recognize
testifying?
Myself for 5 minutes.
Wait,
Ms. Clark, in a June 2020 op-ed, you
Did I
wrote,
miss
quote,
Chris
I
Wray?
advocate for defunding policing operations that have made African Americans more vulnerable to police violence and contributed to mass incarceration while investing more in programs and police policies that address critical community needs. Since that time, in summer of 2020, there have been significant drops in recruiting police nationwide, significant evidence of morale dropping for our police officers
Different
in communities
hearing?
across the country.
Wait, that's what I
Simple
wanted
statement.
that one, not
Do you
this
stand
one.
behind that statement in the op-ed that you wrote in the summer of
Hold on.
2020, advocating, quote, for defunding policing operations?
Fuck.
Microphone, ma'am.
The Justice Department fully supports funding and supporting
What?
our law enforcement.
Well, but my question was different. than
Okay,
that.
no, I'm
You
sorry.
penned it,
We're going
and
to a
you are
different
the
one.
head
I'm
of the
really
Civil Rights
sorry.
Division, and you penned the op-ed in the summer of
Jesus
2020.
Christ on a
in
cracker.
in the midst of
I'm
significant
so
unrest
sorry.
around the country, where our
Millions
law enforcement
of
community
tips we've had
was dealing
historically,
with
about
significant
child
attacks on her.
exploitation.
Real
And the
sorry.
idea
You wrote, I
that we
advocate
Real
go
for
sorry.
into a
defunding
model
policing operations.
where those
Sorry,
tips just
bye.
evaporate.
You're
Let's be
so
clear,
boring.
the tips We would evaporate.
go into a model.
The kids are still
where
out
those
there
tips
getting
just
abused.
evaporate.
Let's
The
be
predators
clear,
are
when
still
the tips evaporate,
Sorry,
the kids
everyone.
are still out there getting abused. The predators are still out there. The only thing's changed is our ability to do anything about it because the way in which the companies would be designing their encryption. So it's a way for them to essentially, and again, I can't speak
Sorry,
to
I
their
had the wrong one.
motivation, but it's a way for them to essentially blind
I'm so
themselves to
sorry.
what's
I'm an
happening
idiot,
on
but,
their
you know.
platforms, and then indirectly then blind us
Let's
to our
just keep it
ability to
tracking.
protect kids and go after predators.
We're going to be bringing some leaders in the industry
Good job.
before this committee next month. I hope we can ask these questions directly. But I will tell you, we passed overwhelmingly, unanimously, 5 different bills related to this issue. And I thought that was going to be an avenue to bring them to the floor. The resistance from big tech to even pursue this issue, despite this overwhelming bipartisan vote, troubles me greatly. I want to believe they want to do the right thing. There's very little evidence of that. Senator Graham.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, let's pick up on that real quickly. Do you agree that social media systems as they're designed today present dangers to American families?
Sure.
Thanks. All right. I don't know where to begin other than, is now a good time to fund the FBI below inflation?
Right.
I think
Just say no.
no. I was about to say hell no.
No. You can say hell no if you want to. I'll say
Leading
for
the
it.
witness.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think that's pretty dumb given what you've told us. How long have you been associated with the FBI?
Well, I've been director a little over 6 years, but I've been working with the FBI my whole career, really.
Let's put a fine point on where we're at today as America. How would you describe the threat matrix against America today from your point of view after having been at the FBI most of your adult life?
So what I would
My
say
voice
that
isn't
is
very good
unique
today.
about the environment
too
that we're
much
in right
yesterday.
now in my career is that while there may have been times over the years where individual threats could have been higher here or there than where they might be right now, I've never seen a time where all the threats or so many of the threats are all elevated all at exactly the same time. That's what makes this environment that we're in now so fraught,
Thank you.
and why funding our men and women who are working shoulder to shoulder with state and local law enforcement and other partners every day makes it even more important, not less.
So, blinking red lights analogy about 9/11, all the lights were blinking red before 9/11. Apparently, obviously, all of us missed
Before
it.
January 6th.
Would you say
too.
that there's multiple blinking red lights out there?
I see blinking lights everywhere I turn.
Okay, all right. Can't say any better than that. Who's driving all
There's a
these
fancy
problems?
man.
Let's start with Iran. What is Iran trying to do to America?
So Iran, which is, of course, the world's biggest state sponsor of terrorism, let's start there. Iran, just in the last couple of years, if you want to bring it home here to the homeland, in the last couple of years, Iran has tried to
bring it back to
assassinate
the
a former U.S. national security advisor on U.S. soil, has tried to kidnap and then try to kill a journalist, American journalist and human rights activist, right smack in the middle of New York City, has conducted a cyber attack on a children's hospital in New England. And for extra credit, as Director Ratcliffe and I announced in the fall of 2020, tried to interfere in the last presidential election. So that's just a start. So if that's not enough to convince people.
You and Ratcliffe? Yeah, really?
Right.
You guys
Okay,
buddies?
let's look at,
Are you?
you said we found enough fentanyl to kill 80% of American people?
And that's just in the last 2 years.
Okay, do you think we missed some
Okay,
fentanyl?
listen.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Ray needs to fucking.
What role does
fucking
China
hate
play
this
in the
guy.
fentanyl problems America has?
I fucking hate this guy.
Well,
Can we
I'd start
not
with
forget
China
is the guy
supplies
under whose
most
watch
of the precursors
girls were
to
continued
the
to
cartels
be
in Mexico,
raped
which
and
then leads to the
molested
fentanyl
by
that comes
Nasser?
here. And that's been talked about a fair
we
amount,
talk
and
about
it's a
that?
huge problem. But in addition to that, China
guy
is
is
also
fucking
responsible for
This
an awful
guy.
lot of the pill presses,
This guy.
manufacturing of the pill
guy.
presses,
He's
which of
corrupt.
course are also used.
Give him the
And
fuck
in
out of here.
addition to that,
Give him the fuck
a
out
lot
of
of
here.
people don't know this, but China is also
He
responsible
sat
for an
there
awful
while
lot of the
Nasser
precursors
continued
for
and
the
let his
meth
agents
that's
fuck with those
manufactured
girls.
south of the border as well.
Give me a
Do you
break.
see that
That
getting
alone
better?
should be enough for people.
I do
Why
not.
did they not remember that?
Let's talk about Russia.
don't they
What are
remember
they
that?
up to?
Well, besides their
Oh my
unconscionable aggression in Ukraine, Russia has one of the most advanced, most widespread cyber
Are you going to go work
offensive
for him after
cyber
you end
programs in the
your
world. They
term
have
here?
invested in it very heavily and have used it in different ways against us and our allies. They have intelligence officers here in the United States, too many by any measure. They also provide safe haven to cyber criminals who, whether they're working for the Russian government or not, are conducting cyber attacks against us and our allies all over the world. So that's just a start.
Okay, let's go to international terrorist organizations. One of my concerns is after Afghanistan, we sort of put international terrorism on steroids.
Really?
Are you
Did
concerned that
I can't believe
international
this.
terrorism
I can't.
threats to the homeland are rising as the border continues to be broken?
I am concerned that we are in an elevated threat environment, a heightened threat environment from foreign terrorist organizations for a whole host of reasons. And obviously their ability to exploit
Are we gonna talk about
any port of
domestic
entry,
terrorists
including
or
our southwest
stochastic
border, is a
terrorism,
source
or
of concern.
Like the guy in
There's a lot of
Arlington, Virginia, whose
discussion
house
about
blew
numbers,
up
and numbers are important.
because he
but let's
shot
not
flares
forget
into his house.
That it didn't take a big number of people on 9/11 to kill 3,000 people. So while numbers are important, numbers don't tell the whole story. And we have seen an increase in so-called
Maybe you should just
KSTs, known
fucking
as
go
suspected
away.
terrorists, attempting to cross, over the last 5 years.
Would
Thank
you
you.
say, kind of putting a fine point on this topic, that right now is the largest threat we face as a nation from international terrorist organizations since 9/11?
No.
Well, it's
No.
certainly higher than it's been in a long, long time. Let me put it that way.
It hasn't,
Because
but
if you just look
there was
post
something
October
about
7th,
his background.
and I thought the threat was elevated
That I saw
before
last
October
night.
7th, but post October 7th, you've seen a veritable
Let me find
rogues
it.
gallery of foreign terrorist
So let's-
organizations
let-
calling for attacks against us.
Okay, so October the 7th was devastating to our friends in Israel. So your testimony before this committee, since
They
October
tried to serve
7th,
a warrant.
the urging a foreign terrorist organization to attack America has gone up. Is that fair to
What
say?
does it say?
Yes, the threat level has gone to a whole nother level since October 7th.
Okay, folks, you're on notice. What are we going to do about it?
Shut up.
Finally,
Shut up.
what should we be doing differently with all these bad actors? I think it's fair to say we've lost deterrence
Thought
Do you have any idea?
Wrong.
quickly of what we could be doing differently.
Let me see if I can find it.
Well, certainly,
A man
deterrence
fired a
requires
bullet against a domestic
consequences.
explosion rocked the thing. Where is it?
And so consequences
Okay,
need to
did
be
a bunch of
imposed
them.
on bad actors in a variety of ways to ensure deterrence. Consequences are also part of disrupting, even without deterrence, disrupting and degrading bad actors' abilities to harm us.
Senator Whitehouse.
Morning, Director Wray. How are you?
I apologize.
Fine, thank you.
I thought I heard
seem,
something related to
often
him.
to have
They're
to
serving a
use
search warrant, but it's
our
only
time
because of the
together to
flares. I apologize.
Go over old business, for which I apologize, but such is the
Everybody's apologizing.
responsiveness of the department. I wanted to
The
talk
exact
to you about
circumstances of the
Charles
explosion are still under
McGonigal
investigation.
today. He's an
Yeah,
FBI
but
agent
minor
who
injuries.
is
How is it
interesting
only
in two
minor
respects.
injuries?
First, he's pleading guilty
How is it only
or has
minor
pled
injuries?
guilty
He wanted a jury
to
divorce?
offenses regarding his
Really?
undisclosed receipt of
Wait, hold on. I'm going to go
$225,000
back because Oomph knows.
from a foreign national.
Oomph knows.
And he awaits sentencing for the
You read one of
crimes
his
to which he
cases?
pled
Okay, wait a minute.
coming up in February.
So he was just very upset.
The second
Okay.
interesting thing is that he led
Sorry,
the New
I
York
apologize.
Counterintelligence
Not the
Division
guy blowing up his house.
during the time that it was widely reported
He wanted
that
jury
New York
divorce.
FBI agents and former New York U.S. Attorney Rudy
He
Giuliani
is. He's a
were
marvel.
pressuring Director Comey to intervene in the Hillary Clinton
And
campaign
by love, I really mean hate.
and do it damage, which,
His
as we
YouTube's not
unfortunately know,
edifying.
Director
Oh.
Comey did with press conferences that
Mr.
violated
Lolo.
DOJ rules and
Doesn't know.
procedures.
Dude disturbed, yeah.
So
There you go.
my
There you go.
experience
Thank you.
is that
That's
when
actually the
somebody is
takeaway.
in the pre-sentencing mode
A
of a
disturbed
criminal
individual
plea,
shooting flares
that's a
into
very
his
good
house.
time to get information from them and cooperation from them. I don't know what
Can we talk
happened
about
in the
the
New York
mind
field
games
office
that are
during that
being
period,
played by
but there's a
foreign
very good
governments?
chance
Can we
that
talk about that form of terrorism?
McGonigal does.
Can we talk about that?
I'll put into the record 3 letters. One is me to Attorney General Garland, February 7th, asking about this. The second is Office of Legislative Affairs at DOJ back to me, giving something of an answer to this.
Yeah.
And the third is a letter
That
off
was an over the
DOJ's website
not an
reflecting the
answer.
plea agreement between the Southern District of New York and the attorneys for Charles McGonigal.
Ooh.
So at this point, what I asked in the letter was that somebody independent of the FBI take a look to see if there were FBI shenanigans during that period in that office. And I've received no confirmation that
good.
anything is going on.
This is good.
The plea
is
agreement
good.
reflects no signal or sign of cooperation, which, as you know, is often a feature in plea agreements and sentencings. So there's no sign that he was asked to cooperate outside of the plea.
This is good.
I have been unable to determine whether or
God,
not
I
the
love
Inspector
him.
General is even eyeballing this to see if somebody independent
I have
from
to
the
make
FBI,
another
somebody in the department, should take a
Thing
look.
of my
What do
thing
you know of
coffee
the
'cause I
status
spilled some of it.
of this? And are you,
I have to make another pot.
would it make sense? Would it not make
But I
sense? Let me
can't
put it
leave
that way.
because it's so.
To have an
That's the
independent
part
set
I
of
like.
eyeballs have a look at what McGonigal knows about what took place in that office at that time, while he is in this helpful position of being subject to sentencing.
Well, Senator, I
can't
appreciate
talk
you
about
raising the topic. So a
investigations
couple
and
things.
doing
First, our counterintelligence division, of course, are the people
I
who
know it is.
identified McGonigal's wrongdoing,
It's the only reason I come
pursued it,
on.
arrested him, and are very focused on trying to determine in all the ways you would imagine what, if anything, he might have impacted through his misconduct.
I know,
That's
right?
one.
It's huge.
Second, there are, I think, 2 U.S. attorneys'
He's
offices
wonderful.
involved, both New York, Southern District of New York, and I think the District of Columbia as well. So 2 cases that are pre-sentencing, and that his cooperation, if you will, could be potentially relevant to. And we are, I can tell you, I want to be a little bit careful how far I can go on this, but I will tell you, we have involved the Inspector General as well. Because we, like you, I want to make sure we understand the full scope of what Mr. McGonigal
Are you kidding me?
did and what he knows.
So the DOJ Inspector
really
General
cool.
is involved.
Is
Or has
involved.
been notified.
It has been
engaged with?
Engaged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's good to hear.
There's the beat.
Let's go back to 702 for a moment. I understand that 702, which was originally designed sort of for a counterterrorism purpose, has also been deployed against the international fentanyl trafficking apparatus.
Fentanyl. Okay, I'm
Is
going to go
that
make another pot of
correct?
coffee. I'll be
And
right back.
has 702 been important in combating the international fentanyl trafficking apparatus?
702 has been important in the fight against the scourge of fentanyl. More so, I would say, by our intelligence community partners, the CIA, for example, in their work overseas to pursue some of the foreign dimensions of the fentanyl crisis, which of course then have massive ramifications for communities all over the United States.
So that's a success of 702.
It is a success of 702.
You also mentioned the role of 702 in reaching out to victims of crime, of potential foreign intelligence operations. Could you elaborate in our last minute together a little bit more on the role of 702 in supporting the government's role in letting Americans and American companies find out that they are the victims or have been the victims of criminal and intelligence attacks, and helping them work through the consequences as victims?
Well, in the short time we have, what I would say is 702, especially the ability to run queries on IP addresses, email addresses, things like that, is statistically right now the biggest place in which it's used is cyber attacks. So victims, overwhelmingly victims of Russian, Iranian, Chinese, others, cyber attacks here in the United States. 702 is what allows us to figure out
I'm out of
which
coffee
company
grounds.
has been targeted, maybe
The
what the
bottom
entry point
coffee.
is, where the bad guys are going, and allows us to then, armed with that information, rush out to those companies and alert them so that they can take steps to mitigate it before it gets potentially exponentially worse. And we find that there are a lot of instances where we're coming to companies who didn't even know they'd been breached yet. And if we hadn't had 702, both they and we would have been unwitting.
If you could share with us some actual instances, make this a question for the record. Obviously, we have to do some scrubbing to make sure that everybody's comfortable with the information being released. But I think the more we can know about actual ways in which actual individuals, even if they have to be anonymized, were helped, and we see the factual circumstances, that would be useful. Thank
I
you.
was even
Thanks,
out
Chairman.
yesterday. I could have
Thanks,
gotten
Senator
more
Whitehouse.
coffee.
Senator
I
Grassley.
didn't even think about it.
You testified before the Senate
My
Intelligence
fault.
Committee that the
I deserve
Richmond
nothing.
Field Office anti-Catholic memo was, quote, a product by one field office, end of quote. You testified before the House Judiciary Committee that the memo was, quote, a single product of a single field office, end quote. But the Richmond memo says two other field offices of the FBI were involved,
Oh, it's
and
been
that
over,
information
Mr.
had been
Grassley.
redacted
Oh, I got a
versions
pigeon
provided
for you
to
up
the
my
Congress.
ass.
Why did the FBI redact
Why
that
is there a
critical
pigeon up my
information?
ass?
And second, did you review the unredacted version before giving your previous testimony?
I don't know.
So, Senator, I think that this notion that other field offices were involved is a garble. And let me explain why I say that. The only involvement of the two other field offices was the Richmond authors of the product included two sentences or something of thereabouts referencing each of these other offices' cases. And they sent those sentences about the other offices' cases to them, not the whole product, and asked them, hey, did we describe your case right? That's all the other offices had. So it was a single field office's product. And I stand by that.
Did you review the unredacted memo before giving your previous testimony?
I have reviewed the unredacted memo. Exactly when I reviewed it, I can't as I sit here right now, tell you.
Okay.
My
In
squirrels
July
are
of this
nuts.
year, I made public what's now known as the Biden family 1023 FBI document. I've also written you several letters that the same, about the same, mostly
My squirrels
recently,
have nuts for
I think
winter now.
October 24th.
That letter of October said in part that the confidential human source in the Biden family, 1023, was not connected to known sources of Russian information. That confidential human source
And I put a
is
gerbil
also
in my ass, and then I was
reportedly a
very
high-paid,
happy.
long-term,
Everyone should
long-running
try
FBI
gerbils in their
source
butts.
that the FBI has used in many investigative matters. According to former Attorney General Bill Barr, Barr said that 1023 was deemed sufficiently credible for further investigation. On May 31st of this year, Chairman Comer and I had a call with you. On that call, you told us that the Biden family 23 is related to an ongoing investigative matter. Now, very clearly, these data points show indicators of credibility. This question for you, this FBI 1023 was serialized on June 30th, 2020, over 3 years ago. When were you first made aware of 1023?
Well, I don't know that I could give you the exact date, but I can tell you that that I learned of the 1023 much more recently than anything around 2020. That's for sure.
What?
This is a public document. You have an obligation to tell this committee what you
Those are
knew about
allegations,
it, when
right?
you knew about it.
1023 are just like the weird reports of
information, I guess I better go on.
Shit.
Are there additional FBI generated
Kathy,
1023s that reference a bribery scheme involving the Biden family? And if so, how many and what are their dates?
I need a garble.
Well, Senator, now you're asking questions that relate directly to Special Counsel Weiss's ongoing investigation. And respectfully, I can't really discuss anything related to that investigation. I would refer you to him for that.
That's cool.
The 1023 references alleged texts,
terrible.
financial records, and audio tapes that prove some sort of scheme involving money with Biden people. These are discrete documents that can be obtained if they exist when a high-paid, long-used federal confidential human source provides the FBI with evidence that different types of records exist that prove a crime involving a political official. Then standard FBI practice is to take steps to obtain that evidence. Would you agree with that, what I've said so far about the FBI policy? And if not, why not?
Well, certainly I would expect people to do appropriate follow-up on anything in a 1023, but obviously every one of those instances is very fact-specific and case-specific, case-dependent.
Okay, that answer is okay. So then, based upon what you just told me, did the FBI seek these records in this matter?
Well, let me separate into two different things here. When it comes to the investigation being led by Special Counsel Weiss, which is being supported by our Baltimore field office, that one I'm not going to be able to discuss because it's an ongoing investigation. When it comes to the assessment that occurred in being run out of the office of our field office in Pittsburgh, and the U.S. Attorney, Mr. Brady, as selected by Attorney General Barr to look at all of this back in the earlier period you're talking about. My understanding is that there was agreement among the team about what steps needed to be taken, and with the closing of that assessment.
Have you communicated with White House officials or used a third party to do so about anything relating to the 1023 as it involves people in the Biden family? And if so, who and when?
No.
I was thinking that I was singing that one line. When I go up at the end, I should go down at the end based on what you sent me last night.
On October the 5th, 2022, I sent you a letter and later made FBI records public that showed widespread sexual misconduct in FBI against female
The data also showed that hundreds of FBI personnel retired to avoid discipline, and that senior high-level officials received reduced punishment, if any at all. On October the 6th, the FBI told the Associated Press that it intended to respond to me first and declined to provide sexual misconduct
which way
data
am I
to the
supposed to
press at
end
that
this
time.
line?
It's over 1 year later, and the FBI has failed to provide this data to me. The FBI's blatant lack of action indicates it isn't taking misconduct against women in the workplace seriously. Why has the FBI failed to provide that very important data to this committee?
Okay, I will.
And when will it finally be produced, as you told the FBI told the Associated Press?
I can't figure out if I'm supposed to go up.
Well, first, let me say I could not disagree more strongly that we don't take it seriously. I can tell you, I take misconduct, sexual misconduct against our own employees extremely seriously, and we've put in place all sorts of new procedures and policies to deal with that and to communicate in no uncertain terms how strongly I feel about that.
That's what I've been
As to the responsiveness to your letter, let me follow up with my team and find out where that stands. But I do want to make sure that there's not any confusion, none, about how seriously I take this topic.
Okay, then where's
Thank
the data?
you. Well,
That's
college degree with a
what
B
you're going to be
average.
willing to take it so seriously.
I will follow up. I will follow up with you
Well, I graduated
about
with
your letter.
honors, but
Thank you,
I
Senator
got some
Grassley. Senator
Cs.
Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank
First
you
one.
so much, Director Wray,
How
for
about
being
FBI
here.
Director Comey?
I want to start
that?
out with
Hi, Max.
hate crimes.
Morning.
You and I have talked about them before.
Swells into the
I
bridge,
know,
yes.
thanked you and your agents in Minnesota for their work in solving what was a clear hate crime, with prison sentence of a bombing of Dar al Farouk Islamic Center in my home state back in 2017. And we know that since that time, we've seen increases in hate crimes. Reports show a 216% increase since October 7 in requests for help and reported bias incidents against Muslims. Another report showed a 388% rise in anti-Semitic incidents since this time last year. We know the facts. We know what happened in front of that restaurant in Philadelphia. We know that in Illinois, a 6-year-old Muslim boy was targeted and fatally stabbed for being Palestinian American. In Los Angeles, a criminal broke into the home of a Jewish family, threatened them, and screamed about killing Jews. In Vermont, a Palestinian student from Brown University, whose parents had him stay in the U.S. rather than returning home for safety reasons, was shot along with two of his friends. In New York, a woman was assaulted at Grand Central Terminal, and when confronted, the assailant said it was because you are Jewish. In Brooklyn, a father and his 18-year-old son were allegedly assaulted by another parent for being Palestinian. And last week, 3 suspects were arrested for a 40-minute spree of attacks on Philadelphia, on Jewish New Yorkers. This is concerning for everyone, Democrat, Republican, Jewish, Muslim, Christian, anyone in this country. I know that you care about this very much because I saw the work that your agents did in Minnesota. And I want to get more details on what the FBI is doing and what the Justice Department is doing to detect, deter, and investigate these crimes. And then also the effect of social media. And I know there are limitations on what we can do. I have some strong views on this. But could you also talk about that?
She is a good spokeswoman.
Well, I appreciate your longstanding interest in this topic. And I know how important it is to you, not the least of which because of the attacks that have occurred in your home state. Certainly, we have seen an increase in hate crimes. And there are lots of different numbers out there, but I'll just give 2 for this purpose. One is in 2022, we saw the highest increase, I think, in hate crimes reported that we'd seen since maybe 2008. And we don't have full data for 2023 yet, but we expect it to keep going up.
I go for the
second data point, post October 7th,
I don't want to listen to it.
Just since October 7th, we of opening, I think 60% more hate crimes investigations post October 7th than compared to the comparable period pre-October 7th. And that's on top of that already escalating increase that I mentioned. As I testified in my opening statement, the biggest chunk of those are threats against the Jewish community, but there are, of course, attacks, and you mentioned several of them, against others as well. What are we doing about it? A few different things. We've elevated civil rights, especially hate crimes, to national threat priority, and that's been true for the last couple of years. And so that brings with it more investigative resources of all shapes and sizes. Second, we're trying to do a lot to engage in outreach, both to law enforcement and the communities. Because the one thing we know about hate crimes is that they're chronically underreported. And there are lots of reasons for that. But so trying to get better data, better fidelity of the data allows us to track the trend better, but also to ensure that we're finding the cases that need to be pursued.
Yeah, that's a great song.
Even when a hate crimes charge, a federal hate crimes charge is not available, the FBI doesn't just walk away from the case. We provide forensic support.
It's really
in
more
some cases,
about
even testimony and other things in
just turn it
state
down a little bit.
prosecutions.
It's really about the fact that the act of violence against a person sends a message into the community of that person that they are not safe because of who they are. So fundamentally, the hate crime difference is that the message that is sent into the community is much more terroristic than a traditional
and Hebrew
murder or other. So there is a distinction between a hate crime and another murder. If that makes sense.
Wanted to turn to fentanyl. We all know that there is so much work that has to be done at the border, and so much work that has to be done in
hello, David.
ports of
How are you
entry.
doing? The right wing
Mail,
Shabbat
a bill
MO
that Senator Portman and I
NIK Mafia
passed a
Asset
while
Squad is
back.
linked to
But we also know that one-third of
CIA,
drug
Meyer
cases
Kahana.
have direct ties
Yeah,
to
so
social
Spot
media.
Man David
And,
Benjamin
we
knows
had a
a
kid in
lot
Minnesota
about
who died
what's
after
happening
taking
in
fentanyl
the
laced
mafia
pill,
kind of
that he
connections to
thought
all
was
of this and
Percocet,
Israelis,
to help his
etc.
migraines,
So
purchased on
his work on
and the
Spot
Judiciary
Man, if you could
Committee
put your
actually
handle
voted
down,
with the
that would be
chairman's
great,
leadership
because
to
then people
advance
can go to
a
your Twitter,
bipartisan bill with
because you have a lot of
Senator
background. I've
Shaheen
got
and
3
Marshall
tubes.
to require
Oh, the
social media
Education Committee
companies
re
to report
anti-Semitism for my
fentanyl
work. But
and other
good
dangerous
morning,
drug
gal.
sales on their platforms.
Oh, good. I'm
It's
glad.
called the Cooper Davis Act. And
And for
could
the
you
beeps.
talk about how this
Turn it
could
up a little
be
bit now.
helpful in taking on these cases?
Well, I think what you've put your finger on is the degree to which online activity is inextricably intertwined with the
How about
fentanyl epidemic.
Nazis?
And that's in a variety of ways. And I know Administrator Milgram at DEA, for example, has a number of initiatives focused on this as well. Certainly, we, on the FBI's end, are focused on, for example, darknet marketplaces, and we have a whole something called J-Code, which is focused on dismantling darknet marketplaces of fentanyl and other dangerous narcotics.
Okay, thank you. And one other
SCOTUS
kids
man one
issue,
is
you
you,
noted
Spot
the
Man.
importance of
Okay.
protecting kids. You noted
problem.
in your written testimony that the FBI has
This
recently
is
reported a
David's
massive
Twitter handle
increase in
at
sextortion
SCOTUSman1.
cases where kids and teens are being
So follow him
coerced
on Twitter,
into
on Shitter.
sending explicit photos and
He's got
videos
good
only to be
threads.
blackmailed or threatened for financial gain. In 2022 alone, these scams resulted in at least 20 victims committing suicide. And my bill with Senator Cornyn, the SHIELD Act, includes a threat provision and other things that would update and modernize our laws when it comes to revenge porn and sextortion cases involving kids. While we are advancing this bill, sadly, we have been opposed by some members of this committee. And I found it incredibly frustrating because they won't meet with me to try to make any changes to it. And I'm trying to change that.
Oh my God.
What threats do young people receive?
I have
How do you think we could make the tools that you have to take on this crime better, because I'm going to just start going to the floor and taking this on. Our colleagues can object if they would
I
like.
gotta sneeze for a minute. Hold on.
And I know Senator Cornyn has been very helpful, but I think it's just absolutely ridiculous when you look at these numbers.
You don't need to watch.
Please answer. Thank you.
Oh my
Well,
goodness
I can't speak to specific legislative proposals, but what I can tell you is that sextortion is a rapidly escalating threat. And as you say, there have been way too many teenagers
people on the
victimized and they
internet
don't
don't
know where to turn.
understand how often they're sharing revenge porn.
Having this discussion in a forum like this,
I'm sorry, it's
people
just
like you
kind of
and
odd.
Senator Cornyn raising awareness about it, that by itself is hugely valuable. As to what we need, I will tell you, I come back to the answer I gave earlier to Chairman Durbin about the
All right, hold
the
on. I just
threat,
have to
if
blow
you
my
will,
nose and I won't do it
the
in here.
proliferation of warrant-proof encryption. If companies are going to take responsibility for what happens on their platforms, then part of taking responsibility includes the ability to, when presented with a warrant, following all the due process that entails, they will provide the information so that law enforcement, not just FBI, but other agencies, can take action to rescue the kids and take down the predators.
Thank you very much. I'll ask my remaining questions on carjacking and 702, which I thank you for your work on that. We can't let it lapse in writing. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar. Senator Cornyn.
Director Wray, let me start with some basic concepts. If you walk into the Supreme Court of the United States, over the arches in the entryway, there are inscribed the words "equal justice under law." I think there's a perception, unfortunately, that we are not living up to that ideal in a number of respects. Senator Whitehouse mentioned the shameful treatment of Hillary Clinton, somebody who I do not support from a political standpoint, but who was subjected to the release of derogatory information of an investigation that Director Comey and the FBI conducted involving her.
What?
And the fact that he usurped the authority of the Attorney General when it comes to charging decisions and made the statement he did. I think there's also a perception that President Trump was not treated fairly during his time of office, particularly because of the opposition research, things like the Steele dossier, the Russiagate investigation, all of which ended up in basically amounting to no charges being filed.
Just wait.
I want to just say,
Don't
personally,
worry.
I
We got
appreciate
you.
your willingness to take on the important task of restoring and
Corny Cornyn.
rebuilding the reputation
Corny
of the
Cornyn.
FBI. I believe the FBI is
He's
a
the corny.
indispensable institution in our government, but it's also a big, unwieldy institution. I think you have about 35,000 people who work at the FBI,
Thank you.
somewhere like that, right?
Thank you.
It's actually closer to 38,000.
I think there's
38,000.
a lot of scrotum.
And I'm personally convinced that overwhelmingly, these are
I have
good,
no idea.
patriotic,
I have
hardworking
no idea.
people sacrificing, putting themselves
Yes,
in
penny
harm's
stock
way in order
clown.
to protect
Yes.
the rest of America. But
He's got
like
some
any other
good,
large
deep
organization,
cuts.
there are going to be some bad apples, people who abuse trust and who misbehave. Can
Yeah.
you just take a minute and describe what steps that you have undertaken at the FBI to try to restore the
I'm almost at
FBI's
the end.
reputation as an institution that the American people can
Little
trust
close.
to pursue equal justice under the law?
Well, I appreciate the question. Let me start with a statement of principle that I hold near and dear, and
Can you
then
back it
explain
from
a
the
little bit more
microphone, sir?
concretely what that means. My message from day one, and probably said every day since I've been in the job, is that we need to make sure that we're doing the right thing in the right way in everything we do. And that means the importance of process and following our rules. That does not mean, and sometimes this is frustrating to people of all shapes and stripes, that does not mean we can guarantee the result or the outcome that somebody would like in a case. So how do I implement that principle? I have directed all sorts of changes in the relation to the Crossfire Hurricane matter, for example. In that one matter alone, I directed over 40 corrective measures, went above and beyond anything the Inspector General recommended, and have implemented dozens of changes since then.
Really?
You mentioned the Hillary Clinton email matter. There too, I accepted every recommendation by the Inspector General, then went above and beyond. In terms of personnel, I've installed an entirely new leadership team from when I started.
How about you go?
As far as accountability, which is a topic that, of course, is important to a lot of people, within the tools that we have available to us and the circumstances that are available to us, I have taken action. What can I do?
Yeah,
I can,
right?
in the right circumstances, remove somebody from the chain of command, and I have. I can, when the circumstances support it, have somebody's security clearance revoked, and I have. I can, when the circumstances warrant it, refer somebody to the Inspector General or the Hatch Act Office of Special Counsel or others like that, and I have. What I can't do is prosecute people, and that gets to the heart of what you referenced at the very beginning in terms of my predecessor's handling of the Hillary Clinton matter. I'm very sensitive to the fact that part of the reason I'm in this job is because of the distinction between the FBI director's role and a prosecutor's role. And a lot of the criticism that the FBI has endured over the last few years has, if you look closely, revolved around frustrations about whether this person was prosecuted or not and what they were prosecuted for. And that ultimately is not the FBI director's or the FBI's choice.
If I can ask you about 702, already been some discussion about that. I've referred to Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act as perhaps one of the most important laws that the American people have never heard of. And I know we have talked a lot about it, but there is a concern that the tools, including FISA, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act 702, can be abused, and that it can be used to target U.S. citizens. Let me just ask you directly, is it possible to lawfully target an American citizen under Section 702?
I like his glasses, Corny Cornyn's glasses.
Well, I think so-called reverse targeting, targeting of Americans through the end run of 702 is expressly prohibited.
That's my understanding of the law as well. As a matter of fact, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act is exactly that. It targets foreigners, correct? Outside of the United States.
Yes.
But if a would-be terrorist calls an American citizen in the United States, then you necessarily will know who's on both ends of that conversation, correct?
Well, whether it's telephony or even just electronic communication, but which is more often where we see it.
It can be an email, it can be a text, it can be
correct.
And then if for example you want to investigate that American citizen, isn't it true that you have to go to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court?
No, it's helpful.
And demonstrate
to hear
probable cause to conduct a further investigation of that American citizen as a target?
Yes, at that point, then that's of course the route that we pursue, which is part of why, to your comment at the beginning about
I won't
how little
include that.
people
And then
have heard of 702 is because
other lyrics.
unlike the warrant stage, when you're actually pursuing somebody for prosecution, for example, 702 is most used and most useful at the stage when you're at the very beginning trying to figure out what the heck do we have here? What direction does this need to go? Is this something we need to pursue? And so that's why people, including prosecutors, don't even hear about it that much, because when it's most useful to protect Americans from threats.
I think you've called it the crown jewels, or perhaps words to that effect. How would you describe the importance of Section 702? And what would be the consequences of willfully blinding ourselves to the threats of foreign actors?
I think blinding ourselves through either allowing 702 to lapse or amending it in a way that guts its effectiveness would be reckless at best and dangerous and irresponsible at worst.
Oh, dear.
The reality is the whole reason we have 702 focused on foreign threats from overseas
I have,
is to protect America
constantly in my eyes
from those threats. It's not to admire foreign threats from afar and study them and think about them. It's to know what they are and to make sure they don't hurt Americans here. American businesses targeted with cyber attacks, American victims targeted for assassination or terrorist attacks. That's why we have it. The FBI's piece of 702. We are the only intelligence agency with the authority to operate domestically. And so where the rubber really meets the road, even though our slice of 702
I have to make another
as a
pot of coffee
percentage is
then.
quite narrow.
So I'm going to be a minute
That
when I go
narrow
pick up
slice,
coffee.
in some ways, is the most
'Cause I gotta
important
make a
slice
pot
because
of
that's
coffee.
what protects people here that all of us are sworn to protect.
Thank you. Thanks, Senator Cornyn. Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman Durbin, and thank you, Director Wray. I look forward to continuing that conversation about Section 702, a topic on which I have not firmly made up my mind how to vote, so I am open to your input. I just wanted to start by thanking you and the men and women of the FBI for your service to our nation and the protection of the rule of law, and specifically thank the FBI for your work in my community the past year. You've worked with state and local prosecutors on civil rights violations, on robbery, on cyber stalking, on kidnapping cases. And as someone who had a decade responsible for a local law enforcement entity before coming here to the Senate, I greatly respect and appreciate the role the FBI plays, the academy, the resources you provide, the professionalism in Wilmington, Delaware, and throughout our whole country. Let me go to that 702
You guys win all the
conversation.
sack races.
The proposal put forward by Senators Warner and Rubio would prohibit the running of U.S. person queries designed to find evidence of a crime without first obtaining a court order, but could still perform warrantless queries where the search is reasonably likely to retrieve foreign intelligence information. What do you think of that compromise? Would it head off the significantly negative consequences you've laid out if we failed to reauthorize Section 702?
I think the bill put forward by Senators Warner and Rubio provides a path that we can work together on. The reality is that pursuing 702 information for evidence of a crime, as has been demonstrated, or evidence of a crime only, is extremely rare because that's not the main purpose for which we use it. And many of the instances, the very few instances in which that has been implicated, are actually instances where it was used to find Brady information, exculpatory information to turn over
this morning
to the defense.
I haven't seen her yet.
So it is a path that I think merits further exploration.
I'm aware of specific examples in my home community where FBI agents came and visited a significant company that was unaware that they had been hacked and was able to take prompt action because of that. And I'm familiar with the unique ways in which your domestic authorities complement.
I feel like we knew that the FBI and the CIA were
we need as a nation to defend against
involved in a lot of
threats.
Covert shit.
You also highlighted in your testimony that there were significant past FISA compliance violations at the Bureau that you've been dedicated to taking action to clean house and to address those. Talk to me briefly, if you would, about holding personnel accountable.
I cannot.
Past misuse of FISA data and how that has folded.
Are literally so
unfolded.
confusing to me, Spotman. I can't.
Well, in addition to a whole host of other reforms we've put in place,
I don't know who
we
you guys
rolled
are
out
like
new accountability measures designed to make sure that we are capturing not just intentional or reckless compliance violations, of which there have been very, very few and none since 2018. But even, which has been the vast majority of the compliance incidents we've had, even negligent or careless errors. We want to make sure that we have accountability for that too. Now that's a different kind of accountability just because the state of mind of the employee is different. And that's somebody who is coachable, but we have procedures now that even for
condoned activities,
much more good faith non-compliance, they temporarily at least lose access to FISA information. And there's a whole host of remedial training and so forth that goes. And then there's escalating consequences if they don't learn their lesson, then it builds from there. That's a short oversimplification, but that gives you a flavor of the measures that we put in place.
A core concern I have, frankly, is that a future administration or director might still be able to misuse authorities in this section. I have not previously voted to extend the authorization to Section 702.
Thank you, Art Music.
But the reforms proposed in this legislation, the actions you've taken, have me weighing. What, if any, assurances could you provide that the rules and the system will hold if we reauthorize 702, even if the Bureau happened to be led by an appointee who doesn't share your commitment?
It's time for me to go, I think, and go get the yes.
Well, we've put in place a number of things that would be extremely challenging to unwind. For one, I created a whole new Office of Internal Auditing, for example, and brought in a former agent who had gone on to be a Big Four accounting firm partner to try to work with yet another Big Four accounting firm to help us build what I expect to be a world-class internal auditing program focused specifically on FISA compliance. In addition, there are external looks and oversights. Most of the problems that have been identified over the years have been identified by things like the Department of Justice's reviews. Of course, there's been Inspector General reviews. The court takes a look, and that's part of why I understand why people might say, well, gee, Director, you talk a good game, but we've had problems in the past, and why should we think it's different this time? And what I would say to you is, don't just take my word for it. Look at what the same court that's rightly taken us to task in the past has said. That court, the same judge, in fact, that's been perhaps most scathing, is the one that found 98% compliance and has all sorts of language in the opinion about the reforms actually having the impact that we're looking for. So why is this time different? Because the court, the department, others taking a look at this and who have been not shy about citing problems in the past, they've found this progress.
Thank you. Two other issues I'm going to raise briefly. First, the importance, the urgency of the nonprofit security grant program. As your testimony highlights, anti-Semitic and anti-Muslim hate crimes have risen sharply in the United States following Hamas October 7th attacks in Israel. And I think it's urgent that we add several $100 million to the nonprofit security grant program, whether in the supplemental or in our regular appropriations process. And I'm hoping that my colleagues, many of whom co-sponsor the Platform Accountability and Transparency Act, will recognize that the huge wave globally of views of Hamas circulated social media content in the wake of October 7th deserves a tough look about whether the algorithms used by social media platforms promoted this content, whether it was targeted to certain groups. A last point I'll make in closing, Director, is that your written testimony says that economic espionage and foreign intelligence gathering by the PRC present, and I think I'm quoting, the greatest long-term threat to our nation's ideas, innovation, and economic security. I couldn't agree more. I think it's critical that our response to IP theft by the PRC and other players be coordinated. I'm glad to learn the FBI is leading investigations for the DOJ and the Commerce Disruptive Technology Strike Force in collaboration. And I am urging our caucus leader to take up and confirm the nominee for the Intellectual Property Enforcement Coordinator, Deborah Robinson, a position that has been vacant for far too long. Director, thank you for your testimony today and for your service.
Thanks, Senator Coons. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Wray, for being here. In a report issued declassified in August of 2021, the Director of National Intelligence stated, quote, FBI personnel conducted multiple queries of an individual who had the same last name as the FBI personnel conducting the query. And on further investigation, what they learned was that this query was made after this analyst at the FBI had a conversation with his own mother, and his mother expressed suspicions about his father having an affair, cheating on her, having an affair with another woman. And so as a result of that, they looked into it, and this particular analyst admitted that he ran the queries because of this tip from his mother that his dad was having an affair. Because I've got a lot of material to cover, I'd appreciate if you could give me a yes or no answer to this. Was that analyst terminated?
I'm not sure that I can recall the specific instance that you're talking about, so I'll have to go look at that and follow back up with you on that.
And do you know whether the analyst's security clearance would have been revoked?
Again, same answer, but let me check into that and we'll circle back to whatever we can share.
Let me ask it to you this way, yes or no? Would abuse of Section 702 by an FBI employee, would that be something that would warrant the revocation of security clearance?
Well, certainly abuse. I think we'd have to know what the circumstances were. Sometimes people have used terms like abuse in this discussion when it's been something other than what I would call abuse, but that's why we have this accountability procedures that have cascading.
This example that I've given you is abuse. I assume you would not disagree with that. Now, the September 2023 PCLOB report disclosed two additional intentional incidents. Intentional wrong searches from 2022. One instance from 2022 in which two analysts conducted queries seeking information about a person who was a potential tenant of a rental property owned by one of the analysts. And another instance from 2022 in which an NSA analyst conducted queries on two occasions seeking information about two individuals that the analyst himself had met through an online dating service. Were the FBI employees who conducted those two illegal searches, were they terminated?
I'm excited.
Well, you lost me there for a minute. You referred to an NSA analyst?
Yeah. So NSA analyst, do you know whether anyone at the NSA was disciplined for that? And if they worked at the FBI, would they be subject to discipline?
Well, I don't want to get into hypotheticals, but as far as NSA analysts, I think that would be a question for NSA.
Hi, Lee. I like how Lee defines
FBI
abuse,
employees
assumes Wray agrees and moves on. They
in
do
those,
that.
And if they had been,
I know, right?
would their security clearances have been terminated?
Again, I don't want to get into hypotheticals, but we have
why not?
we have both the disciplinary process, which is separate from the security clearance process, and somebody who who engages in a compliance violation related to 702 could be relevant to both.
I will definitely do that.
I would hope that the default
no, I
answer
don't
would
mean
be
I'm not
yes, they'd be
dismissing it. I
subject
just
to
don't.
having
I
their
can't keep
security
up with
clearance stripped
the
and be
that
subject
stuff.
to dismissal. Now, in an April
get confused by it.
2022 opinion, the Foreign Intelligence
I also
Surveillance
recommend
Court
The World Beneath,
noted the following
which is
searches
the
of
podcast
American
by
communication.
Lincoln's Bible.
19,000
Stephanie Kopp.
donors to a particular
Highly
congressional
recommend
campaign,
The World
133 Americans participating in civil unrest.
It's a great
and protests,
podcast. It's like a finite amount of
in the summer of
episodes. You can
2020,
listen to the whole thing.
and
It's really
Americans
good.
who were in the vicinity of the Capitol, not
Let me get
necessarily
the,
inside the Capitol, but in the vicinity
let
of
me
the
get the,
Capitol on January 6, 2021.
Yeah, weren't totally
The
prepared.
DNI's semi-annual assessment
Let me
of
get
Section
the
702
podcast
disclosed
for that.
illegal
Hold
queries
on.
conducted in
I'll
2019 to
get the Rob
2020,
Reiner podcast.
quote, using
too.
only the name of a U.S. congressman. The FISA court disclosed two particularly egregious searches from 2022. In June of 2022, an analyst conducted 4 queries of 702 information using the last names of a U.S. senator and of a state senator without
and
further
Soledad
limitation.
O'Brien.
On October 25th, 2022, a staff's operations specialist ran a query using the social security number of a state judge who had, quote, complained to FBI about alleged civil rights violations perpetrated by a municipal chief of police, close quote. Were the FBI employees who conducted those illegal searches terminated, or did they have their security clearances stripped?
Bye,
Yes or no?
Easley. See you later.
Again, I don't know that I can speak to specific instances,
Kathy
but what I
prepared,
can
like,
tell you,
listeners.
and that this is important to this exchange,
Casey
is
and
that
May
all of the
later.
instances you
Here's
just
the Rob
listed
Reiner
off
podcast.
all involve conduct that occurred before the reforms that we put in place.
There's the Rob
Before the
Reiner.
reforms you
Looks
put in
like
place,
totally
reforms,
spelled that
the
wrong,
text of
but
which
that's
we don't
okay.
even have access to.
Who cares?
Reforms that you've put in place. I've been on this committee for 13 years. During the entirety of those 13 years, I've expressed concerns to FBI directors appointed by
So,
presidents of both political parties
is
and
the
3
Rob
different
Reiner.
presidential
It's
administrations.
totally spelled wrong.
Every
Todd,
darn one of
because
them
my
has
nails
told
are
me
too
the same
long.
thing. Don't worry about it.
And
We've
then
got
I'll
this
get
taken care
the-
of. We've got new procedures. It's going to be different now. It's
whatchamacallit?
never different. You
Propane.
haven't changed. And you keep referring to these policies, these new procedures. We haven't seen that.
Get
We're
these
not even
wherever your
allowed to have
podcasts
access
are
to
sold.
it.
I don't
And
care where
we
you
have
get 'em.
absolutely no reason to trust you because you haven't behaved in a manner that's trustworthy. You can't even, as we sit here, tell me that people who intentionally, knowingly, deliberately violated the civil rights of American citizens, that they were fired or that they had their security clearance stripped. Now, in 2022, FBI and other agencies searched Americans' communications over 200,000 times, only 16 of which were evidence of a crime-only searches that returned information. I'd like to ask you to give a yes or a no answer to these questions.
This is a great
With the
podcast.
three related batch queries
by
consisting
Lincoln's
of over
Bible. It's
23,000 separate queries
to listen to.
relating
It's
to the
so
events of
great.
January 6th, were those
Please,
evidence
we're
of a
open
crime
meeting.
only
Get it wherever
queries,
you
yes
get
or
your
no?
podcast. I don't care.
I don't know the answer to that.
The
What
answer,
I
is,
can't-
Take a bite
the
of
answer is no. I
what I-
do know the answer. The answer is no. With 141 queries for the activists arrested in connection with the George
hot
Floyd
sauce.
protests here in Washington, D.C., evidence of a crime only queries?
Those were non-compliant queries. And again, they all predate the reforms that we've put in place, which,
Oh my God.
Which
before we,
echo other reforms that other FBI directors
Which
have told me about
to-
every darn year.
if
How
I
about
may-
the 19,000 donors to a political campaign? The answer there is no. What about the query for a sitting member of Congress? The answer there is no. What about the query involving a U.S. senator, which for all we know could be any one of us? The answer is no.
Oh, you're
And so
nervous.
what does that tell me? Well,
it tells me you're nervous.
What I'm hearing and what these data points all point to is that a warrant requirement or prohibition relating to quote unquote evidence of a crime only queries would not have been something that would have prevented
makes
any
a
of the
lot of
most
sense.
egregious examples of the abuse that we've seen under Section 702.
Oh, totally not disappointed. It's so good.
The
Very
FBI is
entertaining.
already required to obtain a court order in some circumstances before accessing the contents of Americans' communications in the context of 702. They're already required for that in some
I
circumstances.
think based is a
Since
bad word.
2018, how many times
Those
has that
guys can't
requirement
possibly
been
think that's
triggered
cool.
according to government reporting? Do you know?
Spoiler.
you talk about
It
the
was
so-called
him.
F2?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's you.
How many
It's
times has it been
you, Senator
triggered?
Lee.
Yes.
It's you.
I think there've been 2 instances where I think is maybe the number.
Just
103.
Are we a
103 times
democracy
it's
or a
been triggered.
constitutional
And out of those
republic?
103 identified
Good
times,
question.
the FBI should have obtained a court order. How many times did the FBI
Yeah, he's
actually
worked
obtain
out.
one? Do you know?
He's getting
That, I think
nervous.
the
It's
answer
getting
is no.
closer.
0. So you're telling me that the FBI has completely ignored
Mm.
the limited court order requirement
Oh,
that
the
it's already
burrito is
subjected
so
to.
much.
You have the audacity to come here and you told us that adding a warrant requirement to 702, even for queries involving U.S. persons on U.S. soil, that would amount to some sort of unilateral disarmament. You have a lot of gall, sir. This is disgraceful.
What the
The
fuck
Fourth
are you
Amendment
talking
requires
about?
more
You know
than
what
that,
else
and
is
you know it.
disgraceful? Let me tell you what else is
I know
disgraceful.
every single time
Trying to
for
stop the peaceful
centuries,
transfer of
even
power.
prior to the founding of this
That's
country, there were similar
disgraceful.
protections built
Want to talk about that, bitch?
into the laws
Let's
of the
talk about
United
that.
Kingdom before we became a country. Even then,
Hi,
the government was
Paul. I
making the
know.
same
I'm
darn
sorry.
argument you're making today,
I'm sorry.
which is it's too hard. This would
Which
make it
one?
hard for the government. It's why we have a
Yeah,
constitution,
I
sir,
know.
and you must comply with it.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond briefly?
Yeah, please.
When you ask why are things different this time, I would point you again to the findings of the court and the department themselves, both of which have not been shy about identifying some of the same instances that you cited in our
these
colloquy.
You better go
They
see the
themselves
bishop.
have observed the effectiveness of the reform, which is why the pre versus post data of the
Hey
reforms
man, I
becomes
have a
very
problem with this
significant.
po-
So that's
politics.
number one.
I don't care
Second,
about anybody's
second,
sexuality.
as
I
to
don't
your
care.
claims about
But don't be an
constitutionality, I
asshole
would
and
point
don't
you
try and-
back to what the
and
case law
stop
actually shows
the
on this
peaceful transfer of
subject,
power. Who
which
is
is
sitting
that no
behind in the
court
Ashley
has
Babbitt
found
t-shirts?
702 in its current form to
I know
be
that's Mickey in the white sweater.
unconstitutional, and every court
But
to have
who's the
looked at
person
it has
sitting
found
right
it to be
behind-
constitutional.
Well,
And last point,
How lucky
last
for you,
point.
because no one has standing to
gray
do that.
suit.
No one knows when they're being surveilled. That is not an argument, sir.
last point, Mr. Chairman, is that in some of the
No, but
instances,
who's
and you
the
went
one
through a number in your
Without the
questions,
sweater.
in some of the
Who's this one? Wait, let
instances
me go
in
to the thing and
particular
I'll
that I
point
know
to them.
about,
Who's this one?
those are instances
Who's that
where the
chin?
queries were run in order to
Who's
get
that
to
chin?
a public official member of
Who's that
Congress to
tit?
warn them about
J6.
foreign influences
Wow, they got
targeting
some
them, and it
real-
would not have enabled that.
We call those consent searches. And consent searches do not require a warrant, sir. And you know that. There is nothing that
Why
you have
are
done
being so
that is not
weird?
entirely within the FBI's control and supervision.
Man.
You're asking me to believe
Oh,
something
Nicole?
that is
Okay.
not believable because your
Mhm.
agency has made it unbelievable. And I refuse to accept it.
Oh, rando. It looks like, well, I think it's Nicole. I know, he's such a jerk.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Like, I hope he
thank you for
just,
being
it could
here
be
today, and
Tammy.
thank you to
Yeah,
you
it could be
and
Tammy.
the
You can't tell.
thousands of FBI
Nicole?
agents who are right now out there trying to keep us safe.
Whatever.
I think we've often failed to express our gratitude to law enforcement, and I know how dedicated and hardworking they are. So
You've got a lot of gals, sir.
that is something that should go without saying, but it's worth saying. Mr. Director,
Right?
I want to focus on election interference,
It's Pete Santilli.
which is, in my view, one of the most pressing and important threats to
Where's
our
Ivan?
democracy. That election interference
Where's the
threatens
gremlin?
particularly
Is he in
the
another
presidential
hearing?
election
Maybe
in
they're spreading
2024.
out.
There's a lot of talk about
They might be spreading
the
out.
dire effects potentially of the outcome in 2024 and the
We need more ghost buses.
countries
So
of China, Russia, other foreign adversaries. We're not talking here about Hamas or a terrorist organization. Nation
I
states.
love that the
interfering
green eye is right
in our
above
election
me. I
process
love that.
to
It's
pick
just
winners
looking, watching.
that are more favorable to them. There's no secret here, no mystery about who would be more favorable to Vladimir Putin.
Yep, I agree.
Or
Penny.
to Xi in Ukraine or Taiwan.
Son got staples out of his head tomorrow.
I'd like to
God,
know from
congratulations,
you whether
easily.
you view election
I'm
interference
so happy
by these
about
nations
that.
as a potential
I
threat
hope he continues to
in
heal.
the coming presidential election.
You're in my thoughts.
We're keenly focused
So
on
sorry.
the risk that foreign adversaries,
Yeah.
whether it's Russia, whether
on
it's China,
what?
whether it's
I'm
Iran
on
or others, would seek to interfere
Ivan is into
in
the
our
picture.
elections.
You said that all threats are elevated at exactly the same time. This one seems to
Winner,
be
Penny.
much
Winner.
more elevated than
A
we've
winner.
seen in any
Winner.
recent election. Am I right?
I know.
I think it's fair to say that they
Is
are
Betancourt the
elevated
one who destroyed
from
his
where they were
house?
before.
No,
And
it's,
just to elaborate just slightly on that
That was
point,
Gary.
obviously we saw,
That was
and it's
Gary.
not
What's his
disputed,
name?
that the Russians tried to interfere
Brian
in the
Betancourt is
2016
the
election.
young guy who
And then
is
continued.
very violent.
But what we've seen since then is other adversaries attempting to take a page out of the Russians' playbook, which is why, for example, I point to
how about
the,
that recall
press
of
conference that
the
Director Ratcliffe
the
and I did in
ambassador?
the fall of 2020 about the Iranians'
No, he was
efforts
Betancourt
to
is the other.
interfere
Yeah,
in that
was
election.
Gary.
More recently, we've had an
Send Ivan
indictment
money
involving
now.
the Chinese
I need
government
a gig where someone will pay me to
attempting
call
in a
hearings, right?
very aggressive way
See,
to
there you
interfere in
go,
a
Lee.
particular congressional
We could get
candidacy.
T-shirts.
First
It would
trying
be
to
great.
dig up dirt on the candidate, then when they couldn't find it, to make
Yeah,
up dirt on the candidate,
agree.
and then when they couldn't find that,
Yeah.
openly talking about
That's a different
how to
scumbag.
inflict physical violence on the
It is
candidate.
a
That's a
Christmas
pretty stark
miracle.
form of
I'm
election
so happy
interference.
for you.
You are
Easily.
focused
I'm so sorry
rightly
about that
on this
situation.
problem as
Yeah,
an
I hate that
urgent
I know
and
it
exigent
too,
one
Max.
for the United States of America, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what can
Yeah,
we
that
do
house
in
destruction.
Congress to support this effort? What
Yeah,
additional
dude.
powers do you need?
Oh my God, she's still around.
Do you need more resources?
Weird.
Seems to me that our democracy
Thought you
is
meant last night.
on the line here.
Oh no.
And all of the speech making,
Yeah,
all of
the
the rhetoric
ambassador
that we're
spy.
expressing today
Right.
go for naught if we lose our democracy, because China, Russia, Iran, these nation states have a free
I know,
field
that was terrible.
to interfere with our
I'm
election.
so amazed no one was really
Well,
hurt.
I think there's a couple things. There's
'Cause I
on the
thought
money
two
side,
houses blew up,
in terms of
basically.
appropriations, we are not in an environment where any of the threats that we're seeing as part of my exchange with Senator Graham are going backwards. They're all elevated and increasing. So now is not a time to go backwards in terms of the funding
Right.
of the FBI across cyber, counterintelligence, and a whole host of other issues.
But there is
But
time.
second, we've talked
to
about
bring in a
702.
new
702 is, of
FBI
course,
director.
focused on foreign adversaries, many of these same intelligence services, and their ability to engage in malicious foreign intelligence
Oh, yeah, Cuban
operations.
discovery,
And
that's
that's
gonna be
why
good.
reauthorizing
This is
702 in
gonna
a
be
form where it
good.
can be used is important to that threat, among a whole host
This is
of
gonna
other
be good.
foreign threats.
There are now
my
Fifth
goodness.
Circuit decisions. The courts are making decisions
Yeah, minimally
that,
hurt.
if upheld, would
Oh, really?
create
Had not been
additional
found?
obstacles to your enforcement against
Well,
foreign interference. Are you concerned
that's not
about
exactly
the
no
Fifth
one
Circuit
hurt.
saying, in effect, that you can't
He's
communicate
probably
with
blown up.
social media to alert them to threats?
Well, of course, as you know, this is the subject of ongoing litigation. The findings of the lower courts in that litigation are things that are hotly contested through the department's filings.
And the house next to them,
as you know, the department has asked the Supreme Court to not only stay that injunction, but to grant cert, and it has done both. I will say, and I think this is important for people to know, it is not seriously disputed that our foreign adversaries have tried and are continuing to try to interfere in our elections. And it is not seriously disputed that those foreign adversaries are using social media, including U.S. social media platforms, as part of that effort. And historically, our work in this space has enjoyed widespread bipartisan support. In fact, President Trump himself, rightly, in 2018 or 19, issued an executive order on this very subject, calling it a national emergency. SISI, the Senate Intelligence Committee, on an overwhelmingly bipartisan basis, identified much the same and called for more engagement, more engagement with social media companies, not less. The key is making sure that it's done in the right way, and that's what we're committed to do. Focus on the hidden hand of the foreign actor, not on the content itself posted.
But just so everyone is aware, Director Wray, Facebook announced, and I'm quoting, that
Iran
the threat sharing by the federal government in the U.S. related to foreign election interference has been paused since July, end quote. That is a profoundly troubling change that threatens our national security. The FBI and other law enforcement and intelligence agencies are in effect handicapped. They are straitjacketed by this ruling. And on that score and on so many other areas where election interference is not just imminent, it's ongoing. It's real and urgent, a clear and present ongoing threat to our democracy. I hope that my colleagues will heed your warning. It's expressed in
hate to say his name, but how about looking at the influence of people like Mike Flynn?
But I think it is a profoundly important warning
and the danger that they are
and to the country. Let me ask you about
never mind foreign agents, which
hate crimes, the rising incidents.
But I'm telling you right now, you've got a problem right here.
Deeply disturbed, as are many of my colleagues, about what's happening on college campuses.
Mike Flynn
free speech
et al. And Steve Bannon
has a place, obviously, on campuses. Intimidation, physical threats, violence.
So when are you going to do something about that?
Are you satisfied that the leadership of our colleges and universities are doing enough to stop violence and physical intimidation?
Because when I hear the chuds talk
well,
about
it's hard to paint with a broad brush. I know that we are working more closely than ever with leadership of universities to try to increase their awareness and their resolve on this subject. And we now have campus liaison responsibilities assigned to a specific agent in every field office to try to, as part of that effort.
Seeing it is confused. That's a
and
good
certainly
point.
We have seen
really good. Trump is
transnational repression, for example, from some of the same foreign adversaries we were just talking about, occurring
both should be in jail
on campuses and not just in other parts of America.
That's okay, Penny. That's a really good question.
I'd have to think about that one.
CNN is just Fox Light. Yeah, it really is. Like they're really Alex Jones. Yeah.
Thanks, Senator Blumenthal, Senator Cruz.
But I mean, I think this is the thing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What about the people who are
Director Wray,
actively
welcome.
radicalizing
As you
via
know,
social
I'm
media
deeply concerned
and via
about the conduct of both the
online
Department of
content.
Justice and the FBI, particularly in the last 3 years during the Biden administration.
I don't know.
I think the Department of Justice has been profoundly politicized.
Walmart Wolverine
under
is
Attorney
here.
General Merrick Garland.
Jesus
And I
Christ.
think the FBI has as well. And
Look how
unfortunately,
serious they all are. Does
I
he
think
have a
you've
mullet
been
still?
unwilling to stand up to senior career officials in the FBI who's
Does he have a
allowed
mullet?
the FBI to be politicized. I'll tell you, I regularly speak with FBI agents across the country who are unhappy about the
But there are
integrity of the
architects,
institution
right?
being
There are
weakened
people like
because DOJ is being treated as a
What
political
about
weapon.
the-
I want to talk in particular about
What
the
about the
investigation
Claremont
into multiple
Institute? What
allegations
about
of corruption
the-
concerning Hunter Biden and Joe Biden.
What about the
Because
CNP? Like,
the
why don't we
Department
talk
of
about all
Justice has, I
that
think, from the
in
outset,
relation to?
tried at every step to stop investigation into corruption from Joe Biden. As you're aware,
Raphael. Even my dog hates.
a WhatsApp text message was sent to Henry Zhao, a senior Chinese
Really?
communist, from Hunter Biden that reads as follows.
Oh, dear.
I'm sitting here with my father, and we would like to understand why the commitment made has not been fulfilled. Tell the director that I would like to resolve this now before it gets out of hand. And now means tonight. And Z, if I get a call or text from anyone involved in this other than you, Zhang, or the chairman, I will make certain that between the man sitting next to me and every person he knows, and my ability to hold a grudge, that you will regret not following my direction. I am sitting here waiting for the call with my father. Now, Democrats and those in the media trying to defend the White House repeatedly say there is no direct evidence of Joe Biden's involvement in his son's corruption. Well,
what year was that?
This is a text that is direct evidence.
What year?
That is stating that it is his father that is going to retaliate.
What year? What year?
Now, an IRS whistleblower, Gary Shapley, testified before the House of Representatives.
Wait, you didn't answer the question,
that the natural step he wanted to follow was to determine whether Joe Biden was in fact sitting next to his father when this threat was made to extort millions of dollars from a Chinese communist.
Oh, do I have a glitch?
What the IRS whistleblower testified
no,
is
I'm
that
actually
when he
just sitting there.
tried to find out whether Joe Biden was sitting next to Hunter, that the DOJ blocked getting the GPS data on Joe Biden's phone.
Listen.
Did the FBI try to ascertain where Hunter Biden was and where Joe Biden was when this text was sent?
It probably, I think it wasn't.
Well, I think the questions you're asking go to the ongoing investigation being led by Special Counsel Weiss. And so I'm not going to be able to discuss what is or isn't in scope.
So look, there's been testimony under oath from the IRS whistleblower that you did not seek the GPS data.
Who's a loser.
And you're right. David Weiss, the special prosecutor, is in charge of it. And it is David Weiss and his underlings who, according to the IRS whistleblowers, have alleged that they're the ones trying to stop the investigation. They allow the statute of limitations to run on many of the most serious violations. Not only
the
that,
bottom line is he can
IRS
make this
whistleblower
speech and
Shapley testified that on
all of the
September
little
3rd,
pieces that he thinks support
Assistant
his
U.S.
speech,
Attorney
but it
Leslie
doesn't
Wolf
change the
explicitly
facts.
told
And
investigators
when
that
the
despite
facts are
having
coming
probable cause
out,
to search, quote,
these guys are
there
gonna
is
be
no way a
embarrassed
search
because
warrant
this
would
is
be
just a
approved
way for them
when the
to
evidence in question was
distract
located inside of Vice President
from
Biden's
the
guest house.
tower
Wolf
of
stated that,
shit
quote, the optics
that is about to flow
prevented
down
such a
that
search.
man's throat.
Is the FBI, do they make a routine
From the
practice
human
of allowing
centipede
partisan
he
political
formed
optics to prevent investigating
with
serious evidence
Trump
of corruption?
and the rest of the GOP.
My instructions to our people
So,
on this and on every other investigation
Ted the human
are that we are to
centipede
follow the facts
can
wherever
sit
they
the
lead, no
fuck
matter
down
who likes
and
it,
shut
no
the
matter
fuck
what
up.
political influence
Then why did
may
you
be
get
out
the
there.
GPS data on
Because
where
here
Hunter
comes
Biden
the
and Joe
shit.
Biden work?
Again, Senator, with respect, I can't
But it's
discuss an
not with
ongoing
respect.
investigation.
And Director Wray, you and I have gone round
Chad
and round on
Cruz.
this because I understand. Anytime you're asked about this, the answer is it's an ongoing investigation. Of course, the investigation isn't ongoing. You're not
Shapley,
doing the work.
yeah.
You got whistleblowers
I wouldn't
pointing
let
out that you're
Shapley
not doing the work. And you are
investigate,
hiding
find my
behind the
keys.
skirts of the
I wouldn't
Attorney
let
General.
Shapley find my keys.
Look, the whistleblower also testified
He's the
that
Walmart
the Attorney
Wolverine.
General, when he came before Congress,
Come
go to
on,
the next
Kathy.
chart, came
Walmart
before
Wolverine.
Congress, lied under oath to
Tell
this
me I'm
committee.
wrong.
The Attorney
David Weiss
General
used to be a
testified to
department
this
store.
committee in response to my
Come
questioning.
down to
I have pledged
David
not to
Weiss
interfere with the Hunter Biden
today
investigation. I have carried through
and
on that
look
pledge.
your best. Yeah,
The IRS whistleblowers have alleged
That's
the
right. I
Attorney
remember
General
that story.
lied under oath a felony.
come down to
Was the Attorney
David
General
Weiss
telling the
today
truth when he said this?
and look your best. Yeah. Wait,
don't
get
have
that
the
other
chart.
thing.
Was the Attorney General
I don't
telling
have
the
it.
truth when he said, I have pledged not
Oops.
to interfere with the Hunter
Oh,
Biden investigation,
shit.
and I have carried through on my pledge?
Again,
Oh,
I can't speak to the Attorney General's testimony. I can only
shit.
tell you what my instructions have been to our people,
Has,
and I
has
expect
there
those
been
to be
political
followed.
interference in the investigation into Hunter Biden
Has there
and Joe
been
Biden?
political interference
I
in
have
me getting my
experienced.
prints from Kinko's?
Were the investigators allowed to investigate
Were my interns
whether
allowed
Joe
to go
Biden
to
was
Kinko's?
complicit in the corruption?
Again, there is an ongoing
I'm
investigation.
asking you about
being led.
corruption from DOJ.
No.
Were they allowed to investigate
What?
Joe Biden, or Is the whistleblower telling the truth that DOJ said Joe Biden's off limits, no questions about the big guy?
And
That's
as
not
to
what they
is in scope
said.
or not in scope of the ongoing investigation, I would refer you to special counsel
Yeah.
Royce. That is not me hiding behind anything, Senator.
Go to
That
the
is
right
a longstanding
agency.
policy that has been in place
Director
through
Wray,
multiple
you
administrations
have a
going back
responsibility.
years and years
have a
and years.
responsibility to the FBI, not to allow it to be a partisan tool and a partisan weapon. The testimony, and by the way, the FBI has done nothing.
And I have not, and I will not.
Have you opened an investigation into whether the Attorney General lied under oath to Congress and whether the Attorney General obstructed justice?
I'm not going to go down
I
that
do.
road.
I know you're not.
Interruptions
That's the
of
point.
the Walmart
Nobody thinks
Wolverine.
you've opened an
Cruz is a
investigation
headache.
because you're not willing to. And the amazing thing is, Director
French
Ray, I've known you
Intelligence
30 years. You're
Tool.
not a partisan Democrat. You're
Penny.
simply sitting blithely by while career partisans
Is
in your
responsible for
agency
the tunnels
allow
under
it
the
to
Walmart
be
where the children are
weaponized.
being trafficked?
And
I
you
think
are
so.
damaging the FBI and you are damaging the Department of
Snowflake
Justice.
is the dog's name.
Let me ask
Can
you also,
Can you believe that?
The
Partisan
whistleblower
tool says
testified
partisan tool.
that investigators wanted to
Takes
execute
one
a
to
search
know
warrant
one.
on a storage unit used by Hunter Biden, and instead they tipped
one
off
to
Hunter
know
Biden's
one.
lawyer before the search warrant was carried out.
And
Is
then
it
you
typical
go and do
FBI
the
practice to tip off the subject of a search warrant before the
What?
search warrant so they can remove any evidence that's incriminating?
What?
What is typical is that when you're dealing with an individual who has a protective detail, it is typical for agents to be in contact with the
Does the
subject's
protective
protective
detail, does the protective detail guard the storage unit?
Again, I can't speak to the storage unit specifically, but I can tell you is that
Why,
when it comes to
why would the FBI
We are
tip
offering a
off
coupon at the Institute.
subject of a
iPatch
search
is
warrant
$11. This
about the
includes
storage unit that
installation,
was going to be
holiday
searched
specials,
beforehand? Does
store
that
for
not
details.
undermine
Free
the very
tactical
essence
vest.
of an
Shit getting
investigation that
beat.
DOJ is purporting
Yeah.
to undertake?
again, I'm not going to be able to discuss.
Well,
specific
okay, I'm
investigative
not
steps that
Who
we're
Merrick
is?
taking.
If
Garland.
you're not, nobody
So-
answers these questions, and it's why people are furious with the cover-up because
I'm
you
not
don't
furious.
believe the FBI
You're furious
is accountable
with
to
you
Congress or to the American
facing
people.
Your time is up.
the end
Director Wray
of
has
your
requested a
legislative
5-minute
career
recess.
and maybe your
5
freedom.
minutes.
Let me just.
And that's what I
Senator, might
think's
just
happening here,
quickly respond
personally.
Respond.
and Go to the break. Thank you.
Sorry.
I understand why this is frustrating. I do. But it is also the case that these policies that I am referring to about my inability to discuss ongoing investigations and certainly internal deliberations related to ongoing investigations are policies that have not only been in place for many, many years through multiple administrations of both parties, but in fact, these were policies that were actually strengthened under the last administration and that my predecessor was faulted in a fairly scathing Inspector General report for not following. And so
When
I
you
keep
see
that in my
corruption,
mind
you have an obligation
when
to call it out.
I engage in this job. Thank
You
you.
have an obligation to call out corruption.
I'm on the Roku. Oh, wait, what happened? Wait, what happened? Oh, it's in a short recess. Did they have to poop? They had to poop now. Ellebrecht Institute for all your etiquette instruction needs. Now offering local rendition services. Ellebrecht Institute, making friends and influencing people since 1966. Wait, where's Ted? Oh, Ted Cruz. Did he have to poop? I guess he did. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I didn't realize everybody was pooping right now. Well, then I guess I'll sing a song. I don't want to sing the Christmas song right now because I've been singing it a lot and I need to kind of like focus my energy and record it. So yeah, I won't be doing that. But anyway, he's full of poop. Exactly. So it's going to take a minute. It's going to take a minute. I mean, why does it always come down to poop? I don't know. It just does. I'm saying, the only reason I talk about them pooping is because they do it. And frankly, I think this is the reason they take breaks a lot. Walmart Wolverine? Absolutely. I mean, he really got his morning coffee in gear there. You know what I'm saying? That Dunkin' Donuts is running right through him. Yep, it sure is. Oh boy. Oh boy, don't go in the Senate bathrooms for a minute. Oh, you know what? I've been in the Senate bathrooms. Can we just say, if you've been, I'm sure a lot of you have been in the Senate bathrooms. They are amazing. They're beautiful. Like they're old and they're marble. They're really gorgeous. And the ceilings are really high. I love it. Shit happens. And it happens a lot with the Congress. Do you notice that? Do you notice we talk a lot about pooping when it comes to the Congress? It's a thing. Do I know ACD? Do I know? Oh, wait. Rolling Thunder, Pouring Rain, Coming On Like a Hurricane, Trying to Buy the Rights for a New Jingle, a new vest jingle. Do I know any ACDC? I don't know. Let me tell you what my top songs on Spotify were. Did you guys do your yearly Spotify thing? Your Wrapped or whatever it is? I don't want it to I don't want it to. Okay. So here's my top songs. Actually, AC/DC is in my top songs. Did you know that? Let me tell you. Here we go. The top songs that I had for 2023 that I listened to the most. The Night Is Still Young by Nicki Minaj. Fire by Jimi Hendrix. It's a Long Way to the Top by AC/DC. To Sir with Love by Lulu. And then I think I listened to this a lot. Someone Saved My Life Tonight by Elton John. And then the rest of them are like Sergio Mendes and Brazil 66 and Faces and Doja Cat. Oh, and Blackpink. I have a lot of Blackpink in my listen. I have the weirdest Wrapped. Spotify Room is anyway. Well, I mean, it just tracks what I listen to. That's what it's telling me. It tells me what I'm listening to. That's all. It's not telling me. Well, I mean, I guess it's not telling me. You have never been in a Senate bathroom? Well, Badger, I think you checked my spot. I know. I love that song. I love that song. That's like one of the most perfect songs ever. And the To Sir With Love is one of my favorite songs. I love Lulu, and I just found myself singing it a lot in the car. Yes, quite eclectic. It's really about singing, I'll be honest with you. Except for Jimi Hendrix. Now that song's playing, yeah. Pandora, they do the same? Oh, okay. 2,000 personalized data points. Woo! You know, but it's what they do with the data that matters. Okay? It's one thing. Most state capitals are really beautiful. That's true. That's true. And like, I think I've been to, well, no, I don't think. I have been to, but I haven't been inside. Maybe I have been inside. Isn't Ottawa the capital of Canada? Isn't it? Yeah. I think I've been there. I'm really sorry. That made me feel really stupid. I love karaoke. I think I would love to do like karaoke with people. It would be so fun. Yes. Yeah, Ottawa. Okay, good. I think it is, Lolo. Thank you, Siegfried. You always make me feel better about myself. Anyway, I've been there. And that's a beautiful capital too. Like, that's beautiful. I love architecture though. I gotta be honest. I'm a real architecture nerd. I really like architecture. I really like old architecture. I really like ornate architecture. And I like rundown buildings. I really love rundown buildings. Isn't that weird? Like, I absolutely love industrial. I don't know. Like, one of my favorite, Where Angels Go. That is such a good one. Oh my God, that's a great movie. NSO is how IDF targets Palestinians in Gaza. Oh, really? That software? Let's do karaoke after we all meet. Yes. Yeah, now I got my sea legs when it comes to Comic-Con. Like, this first year I've ever gone. And so it was really good to just get my sea legs and understand like the flow of the event. So I think next year, well, first of all, my daughter's going to go with me next year because she had to work. She was actually on set this weekend doing some filming. And so she couldn't go with me, but she really wants to go too. And actually, she knows a lot more about the anime and all that than I do. So it would be really helpful for her to be there. Plus, she could hold the camera. But I want to go like understand, like, first of all, the costume worked. Okay. The costume was great. Everybody loved it. It was totally different than any other costumes. And it wasn't like, even when it was crowded, it wasn't so awkward that it was annoying, right? Like it's soft and it kind of like was able to squish in. So the costume, although I didn't do it as cleanly as I would have liked, it worked. So all I have to do is do a better job on it next time. So that's fine. But I think, and then I would like to like do some photo ops with people. There wasn't really people, although my daughter was really mad that all the hobbits were there. So she was really mad that she didn't get to see the hobbits on their panel. But but nonetheless, I didn't stick around for the hobbits. So I would like to figure that out, because it would be fun to do that. And it would be fun to like interview people. I was a little shy about interviewing people. So I feel like I have to get a little bit better at that, because I would have liked to have interacted with people a lot more. Don't ask Doug Ford. Who's Doug Ford? I want to go as the Statue of Liberty. That's a great idea. Art music. That is a great idea. Hi. Ooh, I haven't been to Watts Towers, Max. I should go. Yeah. There's so many parts of Los Angeles that I haven't seen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's crazy. I know. Hobbit withdrawal. She really likes the hobbits. She's a real nerd.
Good to have you back.
My daughter is a nerd.
So, Director Wray, you testified that no court has held that the Fourth Amendment applies to 702 searches, but in 2019, the Second Circuit explained that 702 U.S. person inquiries, quote, does have important Fourth Amendment implications, end quote, and it remanded that case for further review.
Yes.
I know that you testified that you have put in place various protections and accountability features to prevent the misuse or abuse of 702. But my understanding is that prior to your putting in place these kinds of protections, there was something in the order of 2 million U.S. citizen inquiries under 702, and then that has gone down to some 200,000. That's still a lot of queries. So my colleague, Chris Coons, asked, while you have these protocols in place and courts have said you're doing a good job with regard to
that's a fucking great
abuse
idea.
of 702, but
That's
really
brilliant.
what is to prevent another administration from removing
People got
these
really
protocols?
nostalgic
And
with
in
mine.
fact, I note
It made
that
people
during
really
the
like,
Trump years, his
So that was
administration,
cute. So it's good to do something that's nostalgic.
they
'cause
interpreted
there's not a lot
the
of
words
nostalgic
derived
costumes. There's a lot of
from
newer
in a very broad way under
franchises and
FISA.
characters
So
and stuff.
I do think that there are a number of us who are concerned about another administration not paying as much attention
That's cool.
to abuses as you have testified. And even now, I also have some concerns relating
kind
to
of cart?
the U.S. citizen queries under
What do you mean
702.
cart?
But let me turn to another matter. You did
More
note
covfefe.
that
I gotta make my
there is a
covfefe.
heightened environment for foreign terrorism.
didn't
In your
actually make the
testimony, though,
coffee.
you note that the top domestic terrorism threat
Oh,
we
yeah, you need
face
a cart,
continues to be
right.
from
Oh,
racially motivated
this-
violent extremists and anti-government or
This
anti-authority
is-
violent extremists. Can you explain how the tech companies, and a lot of this is of people who have been typically radicalized online, can you explain how the tech companies could be better partners in rooting out domestic violent extremism?
This is what I'm smoking, and I can't read it. So
Well,
I'll show you.
some of
Whoops.
this goes to the exchanges that we've already had about the encryption issue.
Do you know what that is? What does
And
it
when
say?
individuals we have found
I can't
historically
even read what that says.
move to discussing
Do you know what it says?
truly operational, actual violent activity, they tend to move to
What is that?
encrypted
Coffee,
platforms,
I know.
which
I
if those
know.
encrypted platforms are not designed in a way to be responsive to a warrant, then that activity, just like
Yeah,
the child
it's this-
exploitation
they're
we talked about
disposables.
earlier,
Oops, I'm
would be
frozen.
beyond reach. So we need companies to work
I
with
got
us
frozen
on
for a
that.
minute.
So that's one.
Oh, he doesn't know where Ottawa is
Second,
either.
the companies have their own
Sorry, that's funny.
terms of service.
There you go.
And actions that
Perfect.
they
Go as an
can
immigrant. Oh my
take
gosh,
and,
it's great.
on their own platforms are actions that they could take to help
You sound really clear
reduce
today.
abuse.
I
But
have
most
it
importantly, I
lifted.
think on social
I have
media
it lifted.
platforms, we need
Thank you for
people
noticing that,
who
Siegfried.
are on
I
those
need to work
platforms
on
who
that.
are Americans who see threats of violence.
Watchtower's
Again, that's what
narratives
this is
for people.
about, threats of violence,
Wow.
to
That is
alert
so cool,
law
Max.
enforcement
I'm
if
going
they
to check
see
it
them.
out. I have so many
Well,
things to do,
certainly we
Max.
can do
Go
that,
ahead.
but as you say, just as with the reporting of hate crimes, etc., these are all very underreported, and I think
Okay,
that
I'm
there
gonna make a
are
pot of
concerns
coffee.
about possibly limiting the liability protections under Section 230. Would that be another way to get these platforms to pay attention to content on their platforms?
Well, without weighing on specific legislative proposal, what I would say is that these are gigantic companies now with all kinds of activities, some very positive, some very negative that happens on their platforms. And just like any industry, it makes sense to me that they should take responsibility for what happens on their platforms. Their duties, unlike ours, unlike this committee's, their duties are to maximize profit for the shareholders. And nothing wrong with that being their duties, but that's a very different responsibility than all of us have to protect the American people.
It does sound as though that we need to make some changes to Section 230 liability protections, and I think we need to go there. Let me turn to another important issue. Sex trafficking remains a real issue in Hawaii and to other Native peoples. And in Hawaii, for example, the sex trafficking disproportionately impacts the Native Hawaiian community to the point where Native Hawaiian women and girls represent 67 to 77% of sex trafficking victims and 37% of child trafficking cases in Hawaii. And earlier this year, the FBI launched Operation Not Forgotten to help solve cases of missing and murdered Indigenous people. I think that is a really important step for the FBI to take. And prior to that, you also have in place Operation Cross Country, which is a 13-year program highlighting some of these issues. Can you tell us a bit more about what these programs do and what what you hope to accomplish through these programs?
Well, so these programs are designed to both rescue victims of human trafficking and to take down the predators who engage in the human trafficking. And we take a very victim-centered, victim-focused approach. So in addition to rescuing the victims and arresting the predators, our victim services personnel try to engage with the victims to connect them up to social services and things like that, so that we recognize that it's a long road of recovery for them, even after they're rescued from the trafficking itself. And we're trying to help get them on the right path that way. Part of the reason things like Operation Cross Country are kind of combined the way they are is to raise awareness for victims and witnesses and deterrence for predators.
I know that Operation Cross Country resulted in the finding of some 6 missing children in Hawaii. I've asked you this before regarding focusing on Native Hawaiian women and girls who are trafficked. And is Operation Not Forgotten in Hawaii?
Is it in Hawaii?
In Hawaii, does it?
I think Operation Not
Presence in
Forgotten is a Operation Not Forgotten is a, if I recall the name
So what was
correctly, there
this?
is
What
very
was this?
specific operations in Hawaii that our Honolulu field office and division are conducting, and they do some great
It's
work in the
disposable.
human
I know
trafficking
that.
space, and I'm proud of the work they've done
Oh,
for your
no,
community,
girl.
your citizens, in fact, the
But it
citizens, your
says it's,
constituents
oh, Jesus
of
Christ.
the state of Hawaii.
Thank you. I appreciate the effort, and I'm glad
cannot
that
read
some of my
that. It's like
colleagues
on-
have
it's
asked you
in
about what more
green.
we can do regarding the rise in
It's the stuff
anti-Semitism
in
in our
green. What does it
country,
say?
especially on our college campuses. Thank you for
I
whatever
can't
you
even
can
do
do to
anything.
assist in that
Let me
regard.
see.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You are never late.
Thanks, Senator Rono, Senator Holy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Wray, thank you for being here. I noticed with interest in your written testimony that you said, and I'm quoting you now, the FBI uses all tools available at its disposal to combat domestic terrorism, which now apparently includes the crime of being Catholic. Let's talk a little bit about the FBI's egregious targeting of Catholic Americans. You have repeatedly been asked about the memo generated by the Richmond field office. We now know in collaboration with multiple other field offices about recruiting sources in Catholic churches. You have repeatedly said that no human sources were approached.
It doesn't say.
This is you on July the 12th in the House.
But it's
you were asked directly by Jim Jordan, do you think that priests ought to be approached to give information on parishioners? You said, no, sir. No, sir. You went on to say, we do not recruit, open, or operate human sources. We do not report on religious organizations. You went on to say, this product, meaning the Richmond memo, has not resulted in any investigative action. But now we know that, in fact, FBI agents did approach a priest and a choir director to ask them to inform on parishioners. So were you lied to when you gave this testimony, or were you
Never have
lying
the
to
Catholics
Congress?
been so important.
Neither. So your question conflates two different things.
Yep.
There's the intelligence product itself, which the Richmond field office created. It was written by, as our inspection found, by analysts in Richmond, reviewed by people in Richmond, and captioned Richmond field office product.
Right.
Separately from that, there was an investigation of a specific individual who was amassing Molotov cocktails and posting about killing people. And it does not surprise me that there were people who knew that subject in that investigation, that is the guy building the Molotov cocktails and trying to kill people, that people talked to the witnesses who knew that person. And I think the product, the Richmond intelligence product, which cites that investigation, is actually pretty transparent about exactly what I just said.
No, I don't think so at all. In fact, the only reason we know this is a whistleblower has come forward and told the House under oath that the FBI went and interviewed priests and choir directors in the Richmond area. The House goes on to say that the FBI has repeatedly refused to disclose this information. The only reason we know it is because a whistleblower came forward with it. Just like the only reason we know about this memo is because a whistleblower came forward with it. How many other parishes around the country have priests or choir directors been approached?
I think my coffee's ready.
Choirs now are they breeding grounds for domestic terrorism? Is this your latest theory? How many other parishes have FBI agents approached priests and choir directors to ask about parishioners?
Look, Senator, we do not and will not conduct investigations based on anybody's exercise of their constitutionally
You
protected
have
religion.
done so, and your memo explicitly asks for it. Your memo labels traditional Catholics as racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists in need of investigation. You have a list of churches, a list in the memo. You've repeatedly said we don't target churches, we don't list churches. They're listed in the memo. So how many other parishes have you gone to talk to choir directors, for heaven's sake?
As I've
know the answer to that question.
No, I don't know the answer to that question, but I can tell you that we don't investigate people for their exercise of their constitutionally protected religious expression. That particular intelligence product is something that as soon as I saw it, I was aghast. I had it withdrawn.
Really, you were aghast?
I was.
Oh, really?
Yes,
and what
sir.
have you done about it? Did you fire the people who wrote it?
No, I had it withdrawn.
Have you fired anybody involved in it?
Senator, if you would give me a chance to answer
That's a
your
yes
question.
or a no. It's not hard. Have you fired anyone involved in the writing of that outrageous memo, about which, frankly, you've repeatedly misled the public? Yes or no?
The individuals involved in that
Have you
product
fired
were not-
anyone?
just a minute, were not found to have engaged in any intentional or bad faith conduct. And in fact, Senator, a number of the individuals involved in writing that product in the Richmond office were themselves Catholic. So the notion
Oh, I see.
that
So
they were
therefore
targeting their own faith
so they
is
had a get out of
nonsense.
jail free card. I see. I
They-
see. So
I
you're
did
immune
not
and
say
they're
that.
immune. So we shouldn't ask questions about it. You haven't done a darn thing. You haven't fired anybody. In fact, what the House found is, what is it? You admonished them. They were admonished and their respective supervisors were told to engage with the Human Resources Division to ensure that deficiencies are addressed. Oh, I feel much better. They've been sent to bed without food. Good heavens, Director. This is one of the most outrageous targetings. You have mobilized your division, the most powerful law enforcement division in the world, against traditionalist Catholics, whatever the heck that means. And you just told us you have not fired a single person. I mean, here, it gets worse.
Oh my God.
Your Richmond field office,
God.
they thought there was nothing wrong with this. The House interviewed the head of the
And then
Richmond
it
field
got
office.
worse.
He testified. It's all here in the public report. I refer you to it, pages 12, 13, 14.
Let's make
He
fun of him.
testified he saw no problem with this. He said he thought it was fine.
You know what, Mike?
In fact,
Mike,
we have
Mike
internal
Hawley's in
memoranda
a
of the
loveless
members of the
marriage.
field office high-fiving. One peer
Shut up,
reviewer,
Hawley.
another member of the field office wrote, I think this is a great product. I really enjoyed the read. Do you have a problem with systemic bigotry against Catholics in the FBI?
There we go.
No.
Yeah, they sure can. Right,
What are you
Penny?
going to do about this? Are
All
you
day
going to fire
long
these
and
people or
twice
not?
on Tuesdays.
Those individuals have
I
all been
know.
admonished,
I
and
feel
it
you,
is all
Badger.
going into their,
Admonished.
if you would let me finish my answer.
Holly isn't
it is all
important
going
enough
into
to go
their
to jail.
annual performance
He's not
reviews,
even
which has
important
direct
enough to go to
impact
jail.
on their compensation, among other things.
Oh,
Yep.
I see. Oh, I see. I see. So the 60 million
Why does
American
everyone get to be a
Catholics
fucking asshole?
who now learn that your FBI has recommended that priests be recruiters,
I know.
informants.
You're
Your
right,
FBI
Kathy.
has gone to priests, choir directors, but we're to feel better because you've admonished them for their wrongdoing.
You again are conflating two different
Why
things.
not?
When
I am
we are,
taking your
You are.
testimony where you said you do not. You said categorically.
Whoa,
Categorically,
calm
you said we
down.
do not.
Slow
We do not go to priests
down.
and
Are
ask them
you a
about their
Catholic?
parishioners. You said we do not. You didn't say we
Is he a
haven't. You didn't say
Catholic?
we won't. You said we don't. As it turns out, you do. And you kept it from the public.
This is
You
so
deliberately misled
dumb.
Congress about it. And the only reason we know about it is because a whistleblower came forward.
I just
That's the truth.
fundamentally
You're so
disagree with your
dumb.
characterization.
Yeah,
There's no
you're
characterization. The
lying.
facts are the facts. And I
You're
fundamentally
lying,
resent the
you
fact
bitch.
that you have violated, if not the spirit, if not the letter,
Oh, well,
certainly
get
the
what?
spirit of
Guess
the First
what?
Amendment.
Yeah, performative
And
outrage.
use your law enforcement agency against Catholics in this nation. Let me ask you about one other thing. Last time you were here, you had to leave early to
Crawley
take a
is
jet
so
to your
fake.
vacation in the Adirondacks. Now,
Sprinting tape.
let me just ask you this. The whistleblower tells us that you also maintain a home in Atlanta to which you fly on a regular basis.
Oh.
I'm told by this whistleblower from the FBI that you use the FBI jet to make that travel. Is that correct?
All of my travel, personal or work-related, is required to be done on FBI
Yes.
planes. That is longstanding
required.
policy, goes back well over a decade.
I'll take that as a yes. The whistleblower also says that you regularly require the jet, which is based in Manassas, to be flown to DC because, and I quote now, Wray doesn't like to sit in traffic. Is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate.
He also says that you pay only the lowest cost commercial ticket for that Atlanta to DC trip, which is, I don't know, what, $200 or something? When, of course, it costs $20,000, $30,000 to operate the jet. Is that correct?
What?
The reimbursement that I provide is reimbursement that is set by OMB policy, and I follow
Oh
that
my
policy, which
God,
goes back
yes.
over a decade, and I think has been chronicled in a GSA report from back in like 2013.
You provide
these
all the
issues.
records to this committee of your travel and relevant use
I'll
of the
provide
FBI
whatever
jet.
information is appropriate. Absolutely.
But,
Who
well,
like-
appropriate. I mean,
Thank
everything
you.
that we asked for.
That's what I would say. Who likes to sit
We
in
will follow
traffic?
up with you about providing information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Butler?
Why isn't
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you,
Durbin
Director Wray,
stopping these
for
guys?
returning. I associate myself with the comments of my colleagues in appreciating you for your service and those who serve under your leadership for doing the work to protect the country. I have a couple different topics I'd like to talk with you a little bit about. One is concerning what it is that your team might be learning and or seeing as trends now post the Dobbs decision, where after 50 years of precedent set by Roe versus Wade, we got a Dobbs decision where the preliminary data has been showing that there's been an increase in attacks against medical clinics that provide abortion-related health care. In my own state of California, this dangerous behavior has reared its head as of late, where there are 3 men who were involved in conspiring to firebomb reproductive health clinic.
Really? It was
Talk
quite
to me a
the
little
turn.
bit, Director Wray, and sort of share with the American public what the FBI and your agencies have been doing post Dobbs' decision. What trends are you seeing relative to the
Big
threats
dig.
facing reproductive
That's right,
health clinics?
motherfucker. You don't know nothing until
Sure,
you
happy
sat
to
in the
take that
big
on.
dig traffic.
Some things
Let me
you
tell you about
probably
the big dig
expect,
traffic
some
around
things you might
Boston.
not expect.
Now that's some traffic.
In the category of things that you might
I did
expect,
drive through the big dig
certainly
traffic
we
in
continue to
Boston.
see
So there.
violence against a variety of establishments motivated by views on abortion. And you've mentioned a few cases in your question. And we pursue those cases through, on the criminal side, through the FACE
who
Act.
didn't get their new
And in some
Ashley Babbitt
instances,
shirt? Someone's
if
still
there's
wearing the old white
more of
one.
a terrorism angle, we might be pursuing
401,
explosive charges or what have
Or
you
the
through our Joint
405.
Terrorism Task Force. That part you would probably expect, and that continues apace. What you might not expect, though, is that
I've driven in all the
of
big
the
major
investigations
cities. I love it.
that have been opened based on tips
I
and
keep
leads and activity that
freezing.
we've seen since the leak of the Dobbs decision, is that actually we've seen a huge uptick in violence against pro-life facilities, not just abortion clinics and so forth. And we just recently had a case where we had an individual who had tried to firebomb a pro-life facility in Madison, Wisconsin. And our folks did some great work with DNA off of a burrito to be able to apprehend the suspect. And so we've seen violence on both sides of the issue. And the reason I bring that up is because it's important for Americans to understand that I don't care, we don't care what side of the abortion issue you're on. You don't get to engage in violence to express your views. That's where we get involved, and that's where the line gets crossed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Are there,
Yep.
let me move to a different topic. There has been a lot of conversation, a lot of questions asked of you today that you've responded to relative to the increase in hate crimes directed towards the Jewish community, directed towards the Muslim community. And I too join my colleagues in the concern and appreciate the work of the FBI in those areas. And the last time you were before this committee, I asked you specifically about hate crimes directed towards the LGBT plus community. There's continued data that continues to illuminate the fact that there's increased hate crimes directed towards the AAPI community in the country. And it has continues to be noted and documented the rise in hate crimes directed toward Black Americans in the country. Here's my question. What is the work the FBI is doing directed towards hate crimes generally? What are you doing? What can you do? And what can we do as a Congress, as a committee, to better equip you to help to increase both the reporting as well as the prevention of these crimes motivated by hate?
Well, I can speak more to what we can do and what we are doing, both on the investigative side. We're making a conscious point of trying to work with our law enforcement partners to find the cases, to pursue them, even if federal charges, because of the particularities of what the federal statute requires, even if federal charges are not easily prosecutable. If state charges are brought, then we don't just check out. We, FBI, continue to help our state and local partners to ensure that there's accountability and justice brought through state charges. We have elevated civil rights crimes, including specifically hate crimes, as the highest priority within those to a national threat priority over the last couple of years, and that has increased the amount of resources we can devote to it.
2 hours and 20 minutes.
In addition,
there is no
you
mention
mentioned reporting and prevention. One of the things we know about hate crimes really across the whole spectrum of victims is that they're underreported.
There's no talk
and
about
so one of the things that we're doing and other public figures could do is to try to reach out to individual communities to educate them about hate crimes and where they can go to report it. So if they're a witness, a victim, they know
State and local partners.
where to go and what to do about it. We also engage with local law enforcement because
Stop and frisk
sometimes they
everyone
don't
with a burrito.
necessarily recognize what to do with individual fact patterns that might become a hate crime.
Sorry, keep
So those are
freezing.
some of the
Really
things
sorry.
that we're doing to try to increase the fidelity of the statistics on this, because
Nice
that helps us identify trends and figure out how to allocate resources and investigative priority. So it's investigative.
Yeah, that's the
it's
thing.
Support. It's outreach. It's education, raising awareness.
Who would handle the mind fucking?
The last question that I have, Director Wray, thank you for that.
But fentanyl's been brought up.
Since I've
Crazy
been
Ivan
a
is
member of this body,
with us in
this
spirit.
is the second time that I've got the opportunity to talk with you. And each time, each instance, you have raised your concern and heightened awareness about the potential threat of violence directed towards this country from other nation states. I want to talk a little bit about attacks on our electric grid. Particularly in the past few years, the U.S. has seen a record surge in the number of attacks on the electric grid and physical attacks, including 2 bombings in my state, in San Jose, California last winter that left thousands of residents without power. I know you know the details, and so I'll skip the storytelling. But Director Wray, what updates can you share about the FBI's investigation into the recent string of physical attacks on our electric grid, and what steps have you taken to improve and coordinate the data collection relative to protecting our physical infrastructure?
Good question.
Well, of course, you're asking about the physical attacks on the electric grid. Obviously, there are also a whole range of cyber attacks on the electric grid as well. But just focusing on the physical attacks, we have seen an increasing number of attacks on substations and things like that for a variety of motivations. So, for example, in Baltimore, we had a fairly well-known case not that long ago of a couple of individuals who were attempting to cause chaos. These were racially motivated violent extremists who wanted to essentially cause this cascading power failure, attacking 5 substations in the Baltimore area. And thankfully, we were able to disrupt that attack. But we've also seen people attacking substations for non-ideological reasons, including, I think, out in the Pacific Northwest somewhere, there was a case that individuals were trying to facilitate a robbery, and they wanted to bring down the power grid to essentially enhance their ability to conduct a robbery. So there was a financial motive in that instance. And we've also had just straight out vandalism. So there's a bunch of different motivations, but what they have in common is a targeting of the electric grid, of the substations. And so we are working more and more closely, not just with DHS, but Department of Energy and other regulatory partners to try to give them better information so that they can figure out how to better harden
we've got a commission.
Their infrastructure.
We've got a task force.
Thank you,
We're
Senator
collabing.
Senator Cotton.
Director Wray, in your written statement,
that's so
you
great,
mentioned
Paul. Sounds good to
anti-Semitic
me.
attacks, and in your opening
Ready.
statement this morning, you said that the FBI seeks to
Oh
mitigate
God,
them
it's Tom Cotton.
quickly.
It's
Has there been
the
an increase
Walmart
in anti-Semitic
Holly,
attacks
which is
since
really
the
scary.
October 7th atrocity?
This is Big Lots.
against
I call
Israel?
him Big Lots.
Yes, and what's
He's not a
striking about
Walmart,
that
he's Big Lots.
is that that's
He's worse
coming
than a
on the
Walmart.
heels of what we were already seeing even before October 7th as a significant uptick, not just of hate-fueled attacks, but specifically anti-Semitic hate-fueled attacks as a portion of those. And by far and away, the biggest chunk of the tips and leads, which are coming in fast and constantly to us post-October 7th, the biggest chunk by far involve threats to the Jewish community. We've seen bomb threats to synagogues, threats to attack the Jewish community on campuses and other places. We've had multiple arrests.
To that cotton.
So it is a real problem.
Ninny
And as I
muggin.
think I
Wait,
testified
what
maybe
is it?
recently,
Cotton-headed ninny
what's
muggin.
so
That's what he
jarring
calls
about
Bell.
those attacks is that the Jewish community in this
Everybody
country
goes,
is
"Ooh."
like 2.5% of the American public. And yet they represent something close to 60% of all religiously based hate crimes. And they have the unique distinction of being targeted by
I'm gonna eat more of this
Sunni
burrito.
terrorists, Shia
I'm
terrorists,
gonna eat more of this
domestic
burrito.
terrorists. And
Sorry,
so
hit the
we
wrong button.
are acutely focused on the threats to the Jewish community, which very much needs our help.
Thank you. I share your concerns about those threats and the disproportionate nature of the threats to Jews in America. Federal civil rights laws do protect Jews from these anti-Semitic hate crimes and racist acts of violence to include their criminal provisions. Is that right?
But the Catholics, it doesn't.
Yes.
I want to focus on one particularly egregious incident of such anti-Semitism. On Thanksgiving Day, a pro-Palestinian mob showed up at the home of Michael Tushin in Los Angeles. Mr. Tushin is no random private citizen. He is the president of the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, also known as AIPAC, one of the strongest supporters of the American Israel Alliance and an organization with broad bipartisan support in Congress. This mob was there for no other reason than Mr. Tushin is Jewish and that he is the president of AIPAC and a supporter of Israel. The mob set off smoke bombs with dense black smoke to make him and his family think their house was on fire. They blared sirens. They dumped fake blood in infant-sized body bags in his driveway. They vandalized cars that were parked in the driveway. They distributed flyers around the neighborhood with Mr. Tushin's photo and a message that there would be, quote, no peace, end quote, for him as long as AIPAC supports Israel.
Well,
when a neighbor tried to intervene during a lengthy wait for the police to arrive, one member of this mob attacked the neighbor with a metal pole. Director Wray, has the FBI made any arrests in these hate crimes in Los Angeles that have been so widely publicized in the media?
I'd like to.
Well, I don't know if it's part of the
like
same
Tiny Town.
investigation, but I know, for example, post-October 7th, we have had arrests of individuals in LA, in the LA area, specifically individuals who were threatening, for example, the ADL CEO and a number of people in ADL leadership. And a lot of the cases that we've been advancing post-October 7th involve threats
Oh my God,
that sound very
burrito, so
similar
good.
to the one you're describing.
These
As I
go
s-
beyond threats. They showed up at his home on Thanksgiving Day and vandalized his home and attacked a neighbor. The organization is known as the
Oh,
People's
that's
City
too bad.
Council of Los Angeles, who post videos and photos up on their account along with the message,
yeah,
quote,
that-
no
I could see
peace
that,
for these
Siegfried.
baby killers, F AIPAC, hashtag Free Palestine. And to be clear, they didn't use the PG version of the four-letter expletive starting with F in their social media post.
Oh, my
So are you
Lord.
aware of the FBI either
Oh, my
conducting
Lord.
arrests in this against this mob at Mr. Tushin's house or even investigating?
As I sit here right now, I don't know specifically. We've had
I know,
so
right?
many
I
investigations, as I said in our earlier exchange,
I'm back.
that are focused
I
on
ate
threats
too
or
much of it
more
too
than
fast.
threats against the Jewish community all around the country. Let me follow up and see if we can get more
But it
information
was
on that specific case.
I would very much appreciate that because it is the case that the history of our federal civil rights laws, especially the criminal provisions of them, go back to a time when local authorities refused to protect the civil rights of their people. This is paradigmatically in the post-Civil War era
Oh.
when local Democratic
Are you
officials in the
concerned
South
about
would
that
protect the
now?
rights of freed Black slaves.
Ooh, a
Um,
Safeway.
but
That's cool.
Color me very skeptical that notorious
Yes, I
Democrat
think
George
that's a great
Gascon, the
idea.
prosecuting
I think they
attorney
should.
for the County of Los Angeles, is going to
They should do
zealously
that, or
pursue
just join the
criminal
Operation
charges
Underground Railroad,
against this
the
mob that showed up at
vigilantes.
Mr. Tushin's
Why don't
home
they
and
just be
assaulted
vigilantes?
one of his neighbors.
Rented a cabin
So
outside
I would
town
very
like
much
Paul's the one
appreciate
we were
you
there.
following
Oh,
up with
that makes
me
sense.
personally to know that the FBI is at a minimum investigating
Everybody's got their
this
little pet
mob
project.
and the violent attack on one of Mr. Tushin's neighbors. And I hope they'll do so zealously,
I'm sure
using
they
some of the many
will.
techniques that have been used. And for
I have no
example,
doubt.
the prosecutions of Donald Trump,
Rich
where
people
the
get their
Department of Justice has gone so
crimes
far as to
investigated in
subpoena
Los Angeles
people
a
who
lot.
retweeted or liked Donald Trump's social media posts,
I mean,
or
anybody,
the investigations into the January 6 rioters, where facial recognition technology and cell phone location data has been used. If these are good enough for
All
those
on top of it.
investigations, I think they should be good enough for this investigation as well, which again, I don't think that George Gascon is going to zealously pursue.
Well, as I said, we will follow up with you directly about this particular matter. I will tell you in the meantime that my instructions to our people are very much along the lines of my comments here today, which is the Jewish community needs us and we need to be leaning forward.
Well, thank you for that. And as I said, citing their social media accounts where they post photos and videos of it, these are not criminal masterminds.
Oh, I love.
This should not be a
I
tough
like
case
rapes
for
and
anyone to
bombs
crack.
and stuff.
I'm sure the LAPD would be happy to investigate and arrest if they thought Mr. Gascon would actually pursue charges. Absent that, I hope that the FBI and the Department of Justice uses the full extent of federal criminal civil rights laws to make sure that this pro-Hamas mob faces legal consequences. Thank you.
Senator Ossoff.
No one should be terrorized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Director Wray, good to see you again. And I never
There are
fail
several U.S. small towns.
to mention
Really?
that Georgia is proud
I
of.
might do that.
And we love seeing you when you come back home. Hope you will again soon. You and I have spoken before about the dangerous increase
Yeah,
in the
Gascon
frequency
is
of
not
sextortion
popular.
crimes targeting children.
I don't know.
Young
I
children
didn't
who
vote for
are
him.
lured or targeted to share
I don't think.
compromising or explicit photos and then blackmailed or
Let
bullied
me
or
get the
worse
Gascon.
on the basis of that content. Senator Blackburn and Senator Grassley and I have together moved legislation through this committee aimed at helping prevent the sexual abuse of children online. Your field office in Atlanta recently again highlighted sextortion as a particular concern in Georgia. The Atlanta field office said that these schemes have increased in frequency by 700% since 2021. Can you please provide an update on the FBI's overall efforts to investigate and prevent these crimes targeting children online?
So this is a rapidly
I know.
emerging.
Thank you, Siegfried. There you go. Anywhere that
threat
isn't freezing cold
to
in
the
the
youth
winter,
of
because that's
America.
me.
It's not, when I say
I can
rapidly emerging, it's
relocate.
not that it's brand
I don't
new.
need to be
As you
here.
and I've discussed, it's been emerging for some time, but what's newer is that it's really bursting into prominence
I'm ready. I'm ready to get my van
in
and
the
get
last,
in it
let's
and
say, year
go.
and a half in particular. And that's mostly a bad thing because of how prevalent it is, but it is also a reflection
Although
of
I kind of need water.
potentially a little bit of a good thing, which is growing
really need
awareness. And we need more awareness
We're in
of this.
the
What is the FBI
Northeast,
doing? We're aggressively investigating these cases. We just recently had a case, for
there's some
example,
pretty parts of
where
West Virginia,
a
like the
very
mountains
tragic
and
case
stuff,
in
that's
Michigan
pretty-
where a young teenager male
you still have
committed
snow and
suicide
shit.
because he was basically in one of these kinds of cases,
It's leaving.
was
Okay, bye.
essentially egged on when he couldn't pay the money and he was explaining he didn't have the money.
Siegfried,
Egged on
let's
to
move
kill
to West
himself, and he
Virginia.
did. And we pursued,
We could start
in
a
that
commune.
case,
We'll start
the
the
wrongdoers who
the
were all the
thing
way
we wanna
over
do.
in Nigeria. We worked with our Nigerian partners,
Let's do it.
got the individuals involved arrested, had them brought back, extradited back to the U.S. to face trial here as a way of demonstrating that you are never beyond our reach, and that we're going to pursue these cases really to the far corners of the globe. But the second thing, and part of the reason I bring up that case as an example, is that it's very important to raise awareness, because I think a lot of the
Patrick
kids who are
McHenry
falling
is
victim
not
to
gonna
this,
seek
when they get
re-election.
targeted, they don't think they have a choice.
we
They feel
can-
like
we
they're
can
trapped
handle it,
and
though.
stuck,
We can
and
handle
then
it.
turn to tragic consequences like
I think we can
suicide.
handle it, Siegfried.
So raising awareness
Maybe
is not just raising awareness for parents, but it's
I'll
raising
send the
awareness
12,000 in cash and
for
free person remote
teenagers so that
workers
they
who
know
live
there's
there.
something they can do.
Oh,
So
but
we're
I'm not
working
a
with
worker.
NCMEC, for
I'm
example,
not-
but in
I
that
don't
Michigan
think I'm
case, to their great credit,
Georgia is the sunspot.
the young man's
Ooh,
parents
Okay. Savannah?
sort of embraced the idea of
12K isn't
using
that
his
bad.
case, his tragic
It's not really enough
death,
when you move.
as a way to try to prevent other kids from
I mean, it
falling
is,
victim
but
to the same thing.
about.
And it's really deeply moving that they would try to find some good that they can achieve through the just heartbreaking loss of their son.
Thank you, Director Wray, and that is obviously a top concern for parents in Georgia, and so is the opioid crisis and how it impacts high school students. Several news outlets reported recently that multiple students overdosed on fentanyl in one Gwinnett County high school, that none of the students knew they were consuming fentanyl. One was reportedly using a vape pen. Earlier this year, students in Lee County in southwest
from
Georgia
not the street.
reportedly hospitalized, again after using a vape that was reportedly laced
What
not
the
just
hell?
with
Where are these
THC,
kids
but
getting
also
this
with
shit?
fentanyl. Thankfully,
God
all
damn
of
it.
the students survived. Can you lay out
Oh,
for my
Lee.
constituents back in Georgia what the
not
FBI is
kidding.
doing to protect children
I might
and
follow you.
adolescents
Oil
from
City,
opioids,
Pennsylvania
from
has a program
fentanyl,
for
and
artists.
increasingly as we see
Huh.
the inadvertent
Pennsylvania?
overdose by students who
There's a
are
lot
either
of interesting
vaping
people in
or perhaps think they're
Pennsylvania.
taking some other drug or a counterfeit prescription drug.
Well, of
Wouldn't
course,
that be
you're rightly flagging that one of the really pernicious parts of the
No, there's too many idiots that live there.
crisis, the fentanyl scourge that we're dealing with right now, is that it's
all the
getting
names are coming to my
pressed
mind. and I'm
into
like,
or
Jesus
incorporated
Christ.
into all sorts of other things. So it's bad enough for the people taking it intentionally
state.
because they're addicted, but the people who are unwittingly taking it,
there's
whether
nice
it's in their
people.
prescriptions or something else, is
I
a
just
huge
happen to know
problem.
quite a few
So what is the
assholes
FBI
from
doing? Well, I'd start with what I said in my opening, which is just in the last 2 years, the FBI has seized enough fentanyl to kill 270 million Americans. That's essentially 80% of the American public. That's just our work. Obviously, we have lots of partners doing great work too. And just the last 2 years, that's a start. A few other things we're doing. We are targeting the cartels. We have over 300 investigations focused on the cartel leadership and them as the source of supply. We are focusing on the distribution side of it here in the U.S. Violent gangs, our Safe Streets task forces are focused on those.
I know that's not
We
your
are
job,
targeting
Chris.
the professionals, in effect, the
maybe we could do
healthcare
that.
profession, where they become part of it, pill mills and things like that are also part of the problem through our prescription drug initiative. We are also targeting
Maybe
the
not letting Purdue Pharma
darknet
off
marketplaces where an awful lot of this stuff is being trafficked. We have a whole thing called J-Code with lots of other agencies that we lead that is dismantling
Anybody
darknet
listen to the
marketplaces
Purdue
of
Pharma arguments yesterday
of
in the Supreme
opioids.
Court?
And then from an awareness perspective, we are
Arguing for
doing
their
things like we
protection?
worked with DEA to create a movie called Chasing the Dragon that was shown in schools. And we've got other sort of outreach awareness raising
to
that's
be in a
focused
city
on
with artists,
schools
though. That'd be
and
fun.
youth and
That's really
educators to try to get
Search
at it
this article,
in
Why Live
on
in
the
a-
demand
oh,
side
okay,
too.
cool.
Thank you, Director Wray. And
I will.
With my remaining time, you've touched on this in response to a number of members, but Georgia's Jewish community, Georgia's Muslim community, both expressing to me their deep anxiety at this moment, the increased level of threat, the increased explicit threats, the increased perception of threat and fear. Can you please provide some reassurance to my Jewish and Muslim constituents about how seriously the FBI is taking community protection? And by the way, thank you to your field office in Atlanta and Special Agent Farley for the work that they've done to help reassure my constituents as well.
So we are working those cases both through our joint terrorism task forces, but also through on the criminal side through our civil rights program as hate crimes. So we've got sort of both engines, if you will, in the FBI focused on it. We also have created in 2019 a domestic terrorism hate crimes fusion cell, which brings together expertise to try to anticipate where the threats are going. We have opened, I think, 60% more hate crimes investigations post October 7th than we had before October 7th. And it was escalating pretty fast before October 7th, too. And we've got all of our field offices, as you mentioned, with SAC Farley in Atlanta, not just pushing the investigations, but engaging in a lot of outreach to affected communities in their areas. Both to reassure them, as you say, but also to kind of raise awareness like, hey, we're here. If you see something, we want to know about it because there are things we can do to help.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ossoff. Senator
Arts
Kennedy.
Oil City artist relocation. Okay, I'll take a look at that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It is pretty.
Mr. Director, it seems to me
That's the Pennsylvania article. That's pretty.
Some people should not have power. I don't care how smart they are. I don't care how experienced
Oh my
they
God,
are.
Foghorn
They
Leghorn.
just
Are you
don't
going to talk
have
about dildos and
enough maturity or
anal again?
morality or ethics to exercise power.
Can you say the word anal?
And I am talking, of course, about your predecessor.
Oh, cool, Siegfried.
You have been
Hi,
a
Val.
significant improvement.
I think
Unlike my
he's-
experience
I don't
with
know.
you. And what I've observed is that unlike your predecessor, you're not maniacal, and you're not egocentric, and you're not a self-aggrandizer. You don't run around like your predecessor going, look at me, look at me. You don't leak to the press like the Titanic. And I know that's a low bar, but I appreciate it. You talk a lot about 38,000 women and men in the FBI, the vast majority of whom do an extraordinary job, and I agree with that. Most of those women and men that you're talking about are in your field offices. I'm not saying there aren't some in the Washington office.
Oh my God, yes.
But the problems
Gabe Sanchez
we've
is
had with the
hilarious.
FBI
Oh
over
my
the
God,
past decade,
I love Gabe Sanchez.
you've alluded to them, have come primarily out of the Washington
Foghorn
office.
Leghorn. Sure.
Who
put
I
the-
listened carefully to
How
your
many licks does
recitation
it
of
take
your
to get
efforts
to the center
clean
of the
that up.
Tootsie Roll?
But I think most fair-minded Americans still
Sir,
wonder
what?
if there has been real accountability
Who was the mass singer on September
in all
23rd?
cases. And that's the spirit in which I'm going to ask you these questions.
Oh dear, here we go. Rapid fire.
Who made the decision at the FBI to raid Mar-a-Lago?
Spoiler
for
alert,
those
the person who moved to
documents?
Keene didn't like it. Oh, okay. Well, he certainly is.
I'm not sure there's a specific
ineffective.
person that made the decision. It was the
fell
investigative
asleep over your
team
question.
that was on that investigation, working with the prosecutors on the case.
Why didn't
Oh,
you
you
just
can
do
go.
a
You
consent
can go to
search
Tony's. He's great. I
and
love
avoid
Tony.
all the drama?
Well,
But whoever made the decision.
yeah. Well, let me try it this way, because obviously we are talking now about not just an ongoing investigation. That's not just an ongoing investigation that's being led by a special counsel, but an ongoing investigation being led by a special counsel that's in front of a court with likely very strong views about what it is I can say publicly, which gets at some of your gracious comments about public commentary about cases. But I think in that particular instance, if you look at the affidavit in support of the search warrant, and more importantly, the pleadings that were filed by the prosecutors in the case, they lay out in a very detailed way all the efforts that were made
absolutely. Jen
to
Griffin
ensure
says, think about it.
compliance
Any threat
short of
goes through
proceeding
him.
to a search, as well as now has
And
been
not
charged,
one
actual
time
obstruction of justice. And so
has
in my
mind
experience,
manipulation
again, speaking more
by
generally now,
right-wing
both
extremists
as a
here in
line prosecutor
America,
and now
not
as
once
FBI
has
director,
that come up in this
when it
fucking hearing
comes to
in
obtaining
2 hours and
classified
43
information,
minutes.
retrieving it, we typically pursue the least intrusive means possible. But if those don't work, and certainly if there's obstruction of
Gracious
justice,
comments. Really vomit.
which in this case, as found
I do like
by a probable cause standard by the judge, then it's pretty typical to resort to a search warrant.
Of course, as you
Well,
know as
now
well
I
as I
lost
do,
my. I
the
forgot what my
FBI
question
cannot
was, sir.
censor American speech. Talks about abridging speech, that our First Amendment does.
Oh yeah,
At
Randy
one
Rhodes.
time, I
I
think
always
it was
miss
during
her
your
show.
tenure, the
I
FBI
gotta
had
catch
80
her.
FBI agents
God, she's
working
been
with
around so
social
long.
media,
So great.
encouraging social media to take down accounts and remove
Whose administration was
quote
that, sir?
disinformation and
Sir?
election interference.
Whose administration was that?
A district court found that the FBI and other agencies asked social media platforms to remove content and to change their moderation policies in a way that violated the First Amendment.
Really? Who said that?
And it went up to the Fifth Circuit. Fifth Circuit limited the injunction, but here's what the Fifth Circuit said. The FBI, quote, likely coerced the platforms into moderating content and encouraged them to do so by effecting changes in their moderation policies, end quote, in violation of the First Amendment.
I think it was under Grandpa Poopy Pants.
The
I mean,
FBI agreed with the plaintiffs that, quote, I'm quoting the Fifth Circuit, federal agencies federal agents ran afoul of the First Amendment by coercing and significantly encouraging social media platforms to censor disfavored speech, including by threats of adverse government action, like antitrust enforcement and legal reforms.
Okay.
That's serious.
What?
Is the Fifth Circuit wrong?
Well, as you may know, first off, let me just say the opinions talk about a whole bunch of other executive agencies besides the FBI, and I'm not going to speak to what the other agencies did or didn't do. But
you weren't the only one. It was the White House. It was Homeland Security. But your folks were there too. All 80 of them, 80 agents.
Well, but
combing social media every day, calling Twitter, calling Facebook. Take that down. Get rid of that account. And it wasn't just on election interference.
What was it on?
It was on COVID vaccines. It was on lockdown.
So it was lying.
So a couple things, and I appreciate the opportunity to clarify this. So first, on things like COVID vaccines and stuff like that, the FBI had no role in telling anybody to take anything down. In fact, as you may know, the FBI was the only agency.
Oh, why am I frozen?
Back at that time, and the only agency in the entire intelligence community to reach the conclusion to moderate confidence that the origins of the pandemic were most likely a lab leak in China. We were the only agency, so we most certainly were not encouraging anybody to communicate differently on that.
According to
Second,
them, it is.
Even on the topics we did communicate with social media companies about, from everything I've seen, we in fact did not instruct anybody to take that information down. As to the Fifth Circuit's opinion, as you may also know, we actually hotly contest a lot of the findings, and not just the legal conclusions, but the actual factual findings. And the department has sought
Where's that?
Supreme Court review, asked them to vacate the injunction. Supreme Court's not only vacated the injunction, but granted cert. So I probably should leave it at that.
Let me stop you a second. I've gone way over. I want to ask you one last question.
Well, you're over. Then we're done.
We had a controversy during the election about Mr. Hunter Biden's laptop.
Oh my fucking God.
And at that time, you had 80
Hunter
agents interfacing with social media, doing whatever they were.
All of these guys want as many opportunities as possible to look at Hunter Biden's dick. That's it.
The FBI had the Hunter Biden laptop.
It was not a laptop.
Got it on December 9th, 2019.
It was not a laptop.
The New York Post story.
Get Lev Parnas in there. Let's talk to Lev.
Which a lot of the social media companies
at
the suggestion of government
Let's talk to Lev.
took down.
Let's talk to Lev.
The story came out on 10/14/2020.
No, Tom.
Why didn't the FBI just say, "Hey"?
In front of the dinosaur van.
The laptop's real.
Yeah. What is Durbin asleep?
Why didn't you just tell everybody the laptop's real? We're not vouching for what's on it, but it's real. This isn't a fiction.
Oh my God, I'm frozen again.
Well, I as you might imagine, the FBI
freezing.
cannot, especially in a time like that, be talking about an ongoing investigation. Second, I would tell you that at least my understanding is that both the FBI folks involved in the conversations and the Twitter folks involved in the conversations both say that the FBI did not direct Twitter to suppress.
But others were in government.
Well,
So
I can't speak to others in government. Now, that's part of the point that I was trying to make, because the Fifth Circuit's
But
opinion.
you're the FBI. You're not part of the White House and part of Homeland Security.
So
You're not
what?
supposed to be political. You see all this controversy going on. Why didn't the
You can't
FBI
speak.
say, "Time out, folks. We're not getting in the middle of this, but the laptop's
God.
real."
The laptop is not real.
Again, we have to be very careful about what we can say, especially in the middle of an election season, because that's precisely some of the problems that led to my predecessors' negative findings from the Inspector General.
Did you hear a gavel?
Thank you,
I
Senator
heard a
Kennedy.
gavel.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Senator Booker.
Whoa,
Chairman, I just want
whoa.
to say
What
that
happened?
Senator Kennedy is Santa Claus of spirit, but he is the Grinch when it comes to stealing my time. But it's good to see him as always.
I'm sorry.
Director Wray, it's good to see you again.
Why are you so gracious
I just
to
want to say
these
the top is
motherfuckers?
often.
What's your
I don't get
problem,
often enough to
Corey?
say
Why
it
don't
to
you
you,
grow
but,
a fucking spine?
Having years and years of working with FBI
I am
agents,
so
especially in
done.
New Jersey, I just know that you represent an organization of
so
extraordinarily
done.
noble people who do things on a daily basis to protect us and to keep us safe that most Americans don't know about. And in this time of year, especially just that heroism, I just want to recognize it.
Can you just talk about, ask him
I
something
listened
about fucking
in my office to a lot of
threats
the
to
earlier
Americans.
questioning, and I'm just really grateful for how much of
Sometimes
an
I hate
emphasis you're
Cory
putting
Booker,
on
okay?
the safety and security of Americans to racist and religious hate. It was literally hours after the October 7th attacks. I was in Israel that I reached out to my colleagues in the Democratic caucus and said that we have to get more money for the nonprofit security grants. And I'm glad that there seems to be bipartisan movement to that.
Baltimore, Detroit,
I appreciate the comments of a lot of my
State of
colleagues,
Alaska,
especially
Baltimore,
Tom
Detroit,
Cotton,
New Haven, and Niagara Falls
Michael
offer,
Tuchin. I know him well, and
incentives
what
to
happened in his
relocate.
house is galling. But as you said, it's indicative of
Retired.
a
I
lot
don't
of the
think they
violence.
want retired
And when it comes to
They
anti-Semitism,
want,
it's the
like,
top form of
tax-generating
religious hate violence we
I am-
see.
Lots of free
I
codes on
want to drill
Twitter's
down a
Bill from
little
House.
bit
I have
about
one. I have them.
the violence that we're seeing and the threats on the Muslim
It's
community.
tradition. They always want to. Yeah,
Because
I
there's a
know.
lot of issues
You're
with
right,
trust
you're
when it comes
right,
to the
you're
FBI and the Muslim
I
community.
don't know.
And having seen when I was mayor of the city of Newark, unjust surveillance and the erosion of a lot of that trust, not of the FBI in particular, but of law enforcement
I
in general.
know. I haven't.
I'm just
I don't
want to know
check
from
Blue
you,
Sky
what are you doing?
as
What
much
steps
as I
are you
wish I
taking
did.
to try to be
We're gonna get
restorative
there.
of trust, to make
Twitter's
sure
about
at
to
a
die.
time of vulnerability where Muslims are being targeted with hate, an Arab community in larger context is, what are you doing to especially build that trust to know that you as an agency can be relied upon for their safety?
Well, I appreciate your comments
very
and
good
your focus on the
questions,
issue.
and I really
Certainly,
appreciate him
we,
asking
through
that.
every
I'm
one of our
just
field
saying.
offices,
Oh,
as a
Jen,
point of
thank
emphasis,
you. You became a member
community
for
outreach,
4
and
months.
within community outreach, there are specific communities that they make a conscious
the
point of trying to
membership
build bridges
dance.
with.
Thanks for being a
The
member,
Muslim
Jen. I
community,
really
the Arab
appreciate
American
you.
community
Thank you.
are specific parts of that. The good news
Feature, not a bug.
is that it didn't take October 7th and the aftermath for us to start doing that.
I hope so.
I've been
I
to
hope
all
it does.
56 field offices
Try to
twice,
do my
each of them,
part.
many of them 3 times. And I've seen with my own 2 eyes the relationships that they've built with the Muslim and Arab American communities in their areas. And so we've just continued to sort of double down on that post October 7th to make sure that they know we're there for them if they experience threats or violence. There have been tips and leads, reports of threats that have come in. The chairman mentioned the attack against the unconscionable
There's gotta
attack
be a
against the
reason, right?
6-year-old
I don't know.
boy
I'm starting not to
in
believe
his
it,
area.
Jen.
But we've had other
Thanks,
attacks
bud.
as well. So we're trying to make sure that they know we're there for them.
Trivia this
I
Friday
will tell you
and
on
a
a personal
movie.
level, I've
Trivia and
as
a
somebody
movie.
who was in FBI headquarters on
Extra
9/11,
Lounge this Friday.
I have never forgotten as a young leader in the Justice Department at the time.
I just want to know
Couldn't
why.
have been more than 4 days maybe after 9/11.
hope
President
so.
Bush,
Wonder why he has
in the
it to
middle
date,
of all
though. That's
the
what I don't
tension
get.
that
What would he
existed
have
at
to
the time,
lose?
making a conscious point of speaking, I believe it was at a mosque, and making clear that we're at war with terrorism. We're not at war with Islam.
Thank you.
And that really always kind of moved me that he had made that step at that time, because it would have been the easy thing to do, not to do that.
No, I'm grateful for that as well, and grateful for your visits. I imagine Newark was a 3-visit place, not a 2-visit place.
I see what you're saying.
I
Thank you,
think
Tom.
my
I
third visit
totally
is
forgot
imminent.
about that.
Okay, that's good to know.
Totally forgot.
The executive
Thanks,
order
Tom.
14110 directed federal law enforcement
Although he's
agencies
finishing
to
out
produce
Comey's,
a
right?
report on the use of AI in the criminal justice system and recommend best practices for law enforcement. The report builds on Executive
Does he
Order
have a pencil?
14074, which directed
Okay,
the Attorney
I'm liking
General
the
to
pencil.
issue best practices, policy changes,
Pencils are fun.
and procurement guidelines for advanced law enforcement technologies,
Pencils
including
are fun.
facial
Yeah, thanks,
recognition, other biometric technology, and predictive algorithms. Can you provide the
You know
committee
what,
with an update
Siegfried,
on
you're
the
right. And I
reporting
totally forgot
requirements,
about the
including
years
an
of
estimate for when
appointment
you
that is
expect
you
to
know,
release the
traditional.
guidance on advanced law
So Tom
enforcement
brings up a really
technologies
good
in
point
light
that Biden
of
would
the
want to
fact that
appear
the deadline
political
set
by
in the
making
EO
by
has passed.
deviating from that. I
Let
can
me
see
circle
that.
back with you on that. I know we have an entire team of people working very closely with the department and others on this issue. And I wasn't aware that there was a deadline that we'd missed. So let me see if there's some garble in the process. But I will make sure we circle back to you.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and finally,
Didn't we
I
talk
found every
about
interaction
that?
I've had with you directly or your office on 702 really compelling.
So I think
From
I'm like
sitting
in a
in
dream
classified
state.
briefings to talking to administration
still asleep.
officials, and
What
your
time is
comments at the top of the
Nine?
hearing were
It's
again very, very compelling. I think you heard
I did not know
this
that.
is an
I did
issue
not know
that
that.
is in both parties. There are a lot of concerns, and
Well, is he finishing out?
when
Oh,
Mike Lee
yeah.
was
Right.
speaking, he talked about a lot of the
2017.
violations of of
2017.
what we would both agree
He might have
is
been,
just egregious violations of
but
what
I think
702
he was the first,
should
wasn't
be
he?
about. The
Oh my
reforms that have
God, am
been
I wrong?
put
Wasn't
forward
he the
and the
first?
work that's been done to correct for them.
Yeah, Tom, there you
But
go.
I'm
Get
concerned.
yourself in there, babe.
I trust
Come on.
you, but I learned when it comes to leadership, there's a difference between time tellers and clock builders. Time tellers are those people that their leadership
Oh,
is so
that's cute.
powerful. Everybody knows the time and goes
That's cute.
accordingly. But the best leaders are those that help to build mechanisms that no matter who's the leader, the protections, the security, the knowledge is there. And so when
So what
you
kind of
hear
clock
some
are
of
you,
these
babes?
egregious mistakes, can you tell us in testimony now that you're pretty confident that the abuses that
Mueller
were
was telling
talked
me
about
as
so
well.
openly here in this hearing, that those
you
abuses cannot
apply?
and will not happen going forward?
Tom, did you apply?
I can pledge to you and to this committee that we have put in place new measures that exceed anything that's ever been in place before, that we are focused on a goal of getting to 100% compliance. But I can also tell you,
you
that,
did?
and I understand why
There you go.
we've brought this
That's
on
fucking
ourselves
cool.
to some extent. And I hear that. I hear that in Senator Lee's comments.
That's
I understand why that is there. But that's why I point to the court itself and the department itself looking hard at our compliance post all these reforms, because these are the same people and the same
No.
kinds of documents that have
Oh, whoops.
discussed
Oh,
all
was
these
that
problems
last
of the
night?
past. They're the
Look at
ones
that
now
this morning.
saying they're seeing 98% compliance. And these are reforms that we've had in place since really only just the middle of 2021. So it's not just take my word for it. I get that. It's, trust but verify. And there's a verification piece that's occurred here. And we think that to the extent that there's a desire to cement those reforms for the long run, that's what legislation could do. Yeah.
My time has expired, and I'll just say in conclusion, and I know you know this intellectually, but I actually know you feel this in your heart.
Just missing
My lived tradition is the
Oh
African
man, that's
American
so good,
experience,
Tom.
and clearly
I'm so
the
glad.
FBI has a very
That's so
bad
cool.
history with the Black community in the 50s, 60s. Before that,
Oh my God.
the assurances are critical, and I still have, like the chairman said in his opening remarks, some
so
concerns
sorry.
about how do we ensure that the most sacred ideals of our country aren't violated
Yep.
by law enforcement, especially for communities that have seen historic targeting. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Booker. Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here. The last few weeks, I've been demanding
Wait a
some
minute.
answers on
I
Jeffrey
recognize that
Epstein's
screech.
crimes and trying to
I
get these
recognize
flight
that
records. I've
screech
offered
anywhere.
amendments to a subpoena, trying to get that, and kind of been stonewalled on it. But I think having transparency around Jeffrey Epstein's conduct and this massive sex trafficking ring that he built is important. And of course, you've had the chairman, Senator Hirano, Senator Ossoff, all who have mentioned our concerns with what is happening with CSAM, what is happening with sex trafficking. But in light of this, in looking at some of the survivors from the Epstein issues, there are disturbing allegations that the FBI failed to investigate the sex trafficking allegations.
and
indeed, one survivor
in the
says that the
Epstein
FBI,
case.
even after she brought forward repeatedly
Let's talk about
content
that. Let's talk about
his
West Palm Beach.
conduct,
Let's talk about
that
all
the
of that.
FBI refused to
I think it's a great
investigate her
idea.
claims, even though she
Was he in
said
charge of the
the
was he in charge
allegations
of
were
the
there on both the sex
FBI?
trafficking and the child sexual abuse material. And I want to know why, or what awareness you have of the FBI's failure to investigate these claims. And I want to get you on the record, since numerous survivors have said the FBI did not show up to help them.
Oh, I would hope so. But
what specifically has the FBI done to investigate the claims that Epstein's and others participated in, produced, possessed, and distributed CSAM?
Yes. What is that? Where
Well,
are
first,
we
let me
with
say,
that?
I
Oh my God.
recall very well that you have a very specific and longstanding interest, not just in child sexual exploitation, but in human trafficking as a cousin of that. And we appreciate your focus on it and your support of the importance of that part of our mission. As to the Epstein case specifically, I will tell you it's been a while since I looked at that case. Obviously, we worked together with prosecutors to bring charges before he.
I realize that.
Yeah.
But what we need from you is a complete investigation of why the FBI did not take this up, and then getting to the bottom of what is appearing to be an enormous sex trafficking ring, and listening to these survivors, and as I said, I've tried to get a subpoena on the flight logs, which I think is important to this. I think people need to know who was on those planes and how often they were on those planes. I think people who invest in companies would want to know if there are people from their C-suite. And as we go through this, should those logs be made public? They've been heavily redacted.
Well, as I said, it's been a while since I looked at the specific case. I can tell you that we've been increasing year over year, both the number of agents focused on these kinds of cases, the number of victims we've rescued, and so on to the specific case.
That's the thing. Does she not know who actually was on those planes?
Let me get with my team and figure out if there's more information we can provide to you.
That would be great. We have never, even through the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, we never got to the bottom of this. And we have these survivors who say, oh, there is so much more. They swept it under the rug, and that is wrong. And you need to right that wrong. Let me ask you about some of the disturbing allegations that have come out of Special Counsel Jack Smith's political crusade against President Trump. And we've seen a heavily redacted search warrant. Here you go with the first page.
She is a sexy beast, isn't
Here
she?
you've got a page that's in print, another in print, another in print. Attachment B in print, all about the subject account.
Okay.
Page 3 that I'm going to come back to in a minute, and then look at the rest.
Oh my God.
Redactions, redacted,
Oh my God.
fully redacted, fully redacted.
Guess what? I got another
redacted.
one. Oh, here we go.
There,
Here's my
and
SAT
there.
scores. Yeah.
So that's very helpful. When things are so heavily redacted, you can't get to the information. Now, Tennesseans are very concerned about two tiers of justice
I would
and
like to,
weaponizing of the government.
But
what we see from this search warrant, and here it is on page, let me go to page 2 first. That gives you what they're getting from the subject account, which is Trump's account. You're going to see that on page 1 and page 2.
Watch the mic. How long
and
you
the
been in
information that is there. They're wanting to get at his Twitter account, everybody that had access to it and all the information. Well, then when you go to page 3,
let's ask
they are going to subpoena all data and information that is associated with this, and anybody that reposted information on this that favorited or retweeted posts
I'm actually really excited about
by
this,
the account, as well as all tweets that include the username associated, all synced, all contacts. And this covers October 2020 to January 2021. Are you aware of this?
I've seen some of the media reporting about it, but obviously this is a matter that's being led by this. Well, again, this is an ongoing investigation being led by a special counsel, and there are all kinds of court restrictions that apply.
Somebody approved a search warrant for everybody that was retweeting or reposting from the Ayatollah's account? Have they gone to his account prior to October 7th?
Did he try and overthrow the government?
And looked at that? This is such an invasion of free speech. And as we talk with you about social media and what is going on with social media, we're concerned about this.
You know,
if I liked a tweet from President Trump, if anybody on this side of the dais
every day, all day long,
retweeted a tweet from President Trump, according to this, Jack Smith could go pull everything affiliated with our Twitter account.
Oh yeah, does he have
If
the
anything
DOJ?
that came from that,
Does
real
Chris Wray have
Donald
jurisdiction
Trump
over the Texas
showed
Rangers? I
up
wonder if he pulls rank
in
over
our
Texas
feed.
Rangers.
Do you
that
think
work for the
that this is
Crows?
an infringement of
Right?
my free
Good point.
speech?
Well, let me say this. I certainly
Good
understand the concern, but what I would tell you
Is he part of the
But what
Department
I
of
would tell you
Justice?
is that this investigation being led by the special counsel. It's
Yeah.
not appropriate for me to
It's not the
comment
FBI.
on that ongoing investigation. It's also under the supervision of a court, which includes
Ongoing
the search
investigation
warrant. Yes.
is code word for we are stonewalling. And
No,
we
it
hear
means
this
they
from
can't
you all
discuss that.
repeatedly, and it's really quite frustrating.
No, ma'am,
Really?
and I
You know what's
understand why it's frustrating, but
People who
that
wanna
policy
overturn the
about
peaceful
not
transfer
commenting
of
on ongoing
power.
investigations is one
That's
that goes
frustrating.
back decades.
That's frustrating.
Republican and Democratic administrations. It's
Yeah.
not something
These
that's just invented.
investigations are not coming to completion. Thank you, Ms.
Damn it.
Senator Blackburn, before you leave, I want to make a point for the record, since I understand you made some statements about the Jeffrey Epstein flight logs. There's a Fox reporter in the hallway who asked me about this, and I said I had not spoken to you one time about this issue. I think you'll back me up on that. I'm not mistaken. I didn't know that this was even a subject of your amendments, which, if you'll recall, you were the first on the list until the 2-hour rule was invoked. I don't know anything about this request on your part. I'll be happy to discuss it with you. But I haven't done any discussion with you to this point, correct?
Mr. Chairman, I know, and I think you're fully aware that I had two amendments,
I
one
wasn't.
dealing with Epstein and Sotomayor. I brought it up previously.
You
We
did.
have such an issue in this nation with the sex trafficking, human trafficking
No,
rings
I mean,
that have
come on.
proliferated
Really?
across this country,
Really?
and it is damaging the lives
Where's the
of
proof?
women and girls.
I
We
don't.
have got to step
If
up
you really
and
want to
help them
did she
get
help
into the bottom
reauthorize the
of
Trafficking
what
in
happened with
Persons
this
Act?
Jeffrey Epstein
Has she
case.
voted to
is going to
reauthorize
be
the
an
Trafficking in
important
Persons
thing to
Office
do.
to
And
fund them every
it
year?
should be
Because
at
I'd like
the
to see your
top
voting record on that,
of this
Senator
committee's
Blackburn.
to-do list
I'd like
as
to
we
get your voting
fight
record on that.
some of this proliferation of CSAM.
There were 122 amendments, I believe, filed. I did not know that you would have
177.
177 amendments filed. So I have to confess, I didn't know that you'd offer that amendment. Happy to discuss it with you, but I want to point on the record. You and I have never personally discussed this, have we?
We talked briefly on the floor at the
You never mentioned
conclusion.
what the subject matter of your amendment was. You said you wanted to offer your
In
amendment.
committee, I brought up the subject matter of my amendments
Not in my
3
presence.
weeks prior. Yes, sir. It was, I'll pull the transcript for you.
I wish you would.
Thank you.
I wish you would. Thank you, Mr. Wray, for being with us today.
Oh,
And
I'm so glad.
you have perhaps some questions in writing coming your way very shortly. Hope you can respond to them promptly.
There you
Thank
go.
you again.
Whoa. All right. Boom, ba boom, ba boom, boom, ba boom, 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 ba boom, ba boom, boom, ba boom, 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 bump, bump, bump. Wow. Well, isn't that fun? Isn't it fun? Isn't that fun? Okay. Well, I'm not letting you go yet. No, 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 no. You don't get to go anywhere. I bet he's glad that's over. So first, I'm going to pee. And then, sorry, that's too much information. I know, but let's be real. And then I'm going to read you an amazing, I call it a column, but it's a sub snack. You know, let's be whatever. Yeah, what are the takeaways from that? I did not hear once substantive conversation about the way social media is being used. It's an intermission. Oh. In financial news, the 10-year note was down to what? Sorry. The 10-year note was down to 4.174 today at one point. Ooh. I haven't been tracking the bond market. So I don't really know. Oh, it's just an intermission? Oh, okay. I thought there was yet another. Well, there was that hearing that we were on with Chip Roy. I don't know. I could always see if that one's happening too. Man, my internet is not doing well, is it? Or something. This world has gone crazy, Madam Mike. Oh my God. The world has gone crazy. Madam Mike blurring the faces of the insurrectionists to keep them from being arrested in a connection between Menendez and Epstein Island. Well, okay. You know, I right? Thank you, Jen. Jesus, I know. I need a minute. I need to take a couple hits. Another day was Wray spent not directing the FBI. That's actually the takeaway. That's it. Oomph, you win. Another day, Chris Wray spent not directing the FBI. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Good news for housing interest rates. Oh, yeah, that's good. Good. That's cool. All right, Brother Sam. My intermission when I pee. Yeah. Sorry. Man, I'm really just not the sub stank. Okay. I like sub snack. It's a little friendlier. Come on now. All right. I should put on some music. Did you see the gold bar? I did see that, Tom. I did see that. What was the deal? Like, why is he not anywhere? Like, why is he not anywhere? What's going on with that? I don't get it. Okay, wait, I really do. I'm going to go pee and then we're going to do this, but hold on. Let me do a little nice music for you while you're waiting. I like this one. This one. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. All right, let's get this goddamn motherfucking thing built up. Mama. All right, here we go. Present. Bloop. All right. Okay, transitioning into the second part of our programming today. I think this is big enough for me to read. Yes, it is. Okay. All right, darlings. Here we go. So what I'm going to be reading, whoops, let me come back to the commentary. Let me see. It's the Axel Supernova. Wait, what? Supernova? Wait, takeaways. Ongoing investigations, emotional male senators. Ted Cruz is still a dick. That's my takeaway. The actual supernova. Like a legitimate one. Put your vest on. You should now don your tactical vest. Oh, Menendez, yeah. Oh, gold bars. Yeah. I thought the FBI has done one thing, and that's teaching the importance for all of us to reboot our routers. Sarah, that's a good one. We are all the Mendez dust. Menendez dust. Oh, God. Okay. That's funny. All right. Oh my God, I had the developer's fingerprints. That's right. That's what it was. That's right. Oh my God. Hi, Jim. Oh shit, man. This fucking thing. Ah. God, I'm sorry, you guys. My thing keeps freezing. Why would they blur? And there's a right. Why would they blur them? Oh my God, it's just too much. I know, Greg. Why reboot? You can't be too careful. You can't do that. Okay, let's read this. This is the amazing Greg Oliar. I really adore him. I asked him, I'm like, Greg, can you mind if I read your Substack? He's like, that's great. I don't mind at all. And I went, thanks. Okay. All right, I can put my glasses on because you can't see me. Okay, here we go. Dark Enlightenment, Part 1, The Cathedral and the Red Caesar. So I'm going to have to wait, let me move you guys over here. And then let me move this over here. I'm going to make this just a little bit smaller. There we go. So I can see you guys. Okay, here we go. The first of a two-part series on the neo-reactionary fringe, the dissidents of the new right, America's ascendant anti-democratic political movement. This is Greg's Substack from November 28th, 2023. Conservative politics is not just for evangelical Christians, anti-abortion crusaders, tax-averse libertarians, Q-crazy, and MAGA cultists. There has emerged a new right, young, smart, edgy, urbane, even hip. Its political philosophy is coherent and compelling. Its religion of choice, if it has one, is Catholicism. It operates in large cities like Washington, Miami, and New York. Its thought leaders are high-minded, well-read intellectuals. Known as the neo-reactionary fringe, NRX for short, its radical anti-democratic ideas have seeped into the Republican mainstream. Welcome to the Dark Enlightenment. Part 1, The Cathedral and the Red Caesar. 1. Wherefore woke? Woke has become a right-wing watchword. First used as an adjective by the blues musician Leadbelly, the word was lifted from African-American vernacular English by well-meaning white leftists and almost immediately appropriated by conservatives, who use it as an umbrella term for all the progressive, do-gooder, social justice-y things they despise. For Republican politicians, woke has been a particularly useful coinage because, among other things, it serves as a euphemism for black, and running on racist dog whistles is a time-honored and effective GOP electoral strategy. But the term does not confine itself to racial justice. Woke is expansive and includes feminism, gay rights, trans rights, animal rights, environmentalism, whatever liberal cause célèbre the stereotypical curmudgeonly uncle might deride during an awkward Thanksgiving dinner table discussion. When Ron DeSantis promises that Florida is where woke goes to die, when Nikki Haley declares that wokeness is a virus more dangerous than any pandemic, when Elon Musk denounces the woke mind virus, when Leonard Leo decries wokeism is the corporate environment in the corporate environment, in the educational environment, and in entertainment that is really corrupting our youth, they are sending a message that registers with their acolytes, even as the rest of us, myself very much included, misconstrue the underlying meaning. For a long time, this over-reliance on the word woke, little more than a monosyllabic soundbite, overused to the point of parody, struck me as both lazy and dumb. This was red meat for the MAGA base, I figured, which made sense because that audience is also lazy and dumb. But I underestimated the anti-woke movement. There is an intellectual underpinning to it. Its tenets do cohere, even if its adherents arrive at it from different entryways. It is nihilistic but purposeful, anti-democratic if not un-American, seductive, subversive, and at times extremely persuasive, and it has been with us for decades. Section 2, Industrial Society and its Future. One of the seminal works of anti-woke literature, Industrial Society and its Future, was published in 1995 as a supplement to the Washington Post. If the title is dull, the manuscript makes for fascinating if disturbing reading. The 35,000-word polemic is an overt call for revolution against the industrial system. Here is an excerpt from its first section, The Psychology of Modern Wokeism. Sorry, I don't say that right. Almost everyone will agree that we live in a deeply troubled society. One of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world is wokeism. So a discussion of the psychology of wokeism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problems of modern society in general. But what is wokeism? During the first half of the 20th century, wokeism could have been practically identified with socialism. Today, the movement is fragmented and it is not clear who can probably be called woke. When we speak of woke in this article, we have in mind mainly socialists, collectivists, politically correct types, feminists, gay and disability activists, animal rights activists, and the like. Wow, that sound like great people. Wokes. Nice. Dehumanization. Wokes tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America. They hate Western civilization. They hate white males. They hate rationality. Well, never mind. The reasons that woke give for hating the West, etc., clearly do not correspond with their real motives. They say that they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric, and so forth. But where these same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive cultures, wow, these guys are terrible. I'm sorry. The woke man finds excuses for them, or at best he grudgingly admits that they exist, whereas he enthusiastically points out and often greatly exaggerates these faults where they appear in Western civilization. Thus it is clear that these faults are not the woke man's real motive for hating America and the West. He hates America and the West because they are strong and successful. Yikes. Words like self-confidence, self-reliance, initiative, enterprise, optimism, etc. play little role in the woke vocabulary. Wow, they really don't know anything. The woke man is anti-individualistic, pro-collectivist. He wants society to solve everyone's problems for them, satisfy everyone's needs for them, take care of them. He is not the sort of person who has an inner sense of confidence in his ability to solve his own problems and satisfy his own needs. The woke man is antagonistic to the concept of competition because deep inside he feels like a loser. This is some projection going on, babes. And from its penultimate section, The Danger of Wokeism, we have this. Our discussion of wokeism has a serious weakness. It is still far from clear what we mean by the word woke. There doesn't seem to be much we can do about this. Today, wokeism is fragmented into a whole spectrum of activist movements. Yet not all activist movements are woke, and some activist movements, e.g. radical environmentalism, seem to include both personalities of the woke type and personalities of the thoroughly unwoke types, who ought to know better than to collaborate with woke individuals. Yikes. The woke man is oriented toward... Wait, what happened, Sarah? 3 occasions where the friendship was... Oh, wow. Interesting. Hold on. The woke man is oriented towards large-scale collectivism. He emphasizes the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. He has a negative attitude towards individualism. He often takes a moralistic tone. He tends to be for gun control, for sex education, and other psychologically, quote, enlightened educational methods, for social planning, for affirmative action, for multiculturalism. He tends to identify with victims. He tends to be against competition and against violence, but he often finds excuses for those wokes who do commit violence. He is fond of using the common woke catchphrases like racism, sexism, homophobia, social justice, social responsibility. Maybe the best diagnostic trait of the woke man is his tendency to sympathize with the following movements: feminism, gay rights, ethnic rights, disability rights, animal rights, political correctness. All sound great to me. Anyone who strongly sympathizes with all of these movements is most certainly woke. So guess what, kids? You've been found. You've been found out, darlings. You're a bunch of woke kids. In the great many pages between these two passages, there is much more in this vein. TLDR, too long, don't read. Or didn't read, I don't know. The country is in trouble because individualistic values are not as highly regarded as they were back in the day. All this tree hugging and social justice warring has made us effete. And since technology only accelerates our decline into fatal effeteness, we must make war on technology. Ned Ludd for the win. Luddites. These are unorthodox ideas, to be sure, but then, despite his fancy Harvard education, the author of Industrial Society and Its Future was an unorthodox guy. He died this past year at FMC Butner, a federal correctional medical facility in North Carolina. His name is Ted Kaczynski. We know him as the Unabomber. The neo-reactionaries refer to him as Uncle Ted. To understand the tenets, such as they are, of the anti-woke movement, we have to understand Kaczynski's manifesto. Oh, and if you're wondering how the Unabomber was using the word woke in 1995, mea culpa, I cheated a little bit to make my point. In the above excerpts, I swapped out the word leftist, which is what appears in the original text, for variations of woke. But make no mistake, woke in the current sense of the word is exactly what Uncle Ted had in mind. Section 3, the cathedral. Sorry about that. Curtis Yarvin is arguably the most influential NRX thought leader, the alt-right's favorite philosophy instructor, as a BBC journalist once called him. The grandson of Jewish American communists, the son of a U.S. diplomat, and himself, like Kaczynski, a math prodigy, Yarvin graduated from Brown University in 1992, just 2 semesters after most kids his year, myself included, graduated from high school, and was at UC Berkeley when he dropped out to work as a programmer. With funding from Peter Thiel, who is a piece of garbage, the Frankfurt-born billionaire who hovers Sauron-like above the Dark Enlightenment universe, Yarvin formed his own startup, Tlon Corp. Oh boy, I'm so sorry. To expand upon Urbit. Oh, okay, I'm familiar with that. Okay. To expand upon Urbit, the decentralized computer network system of his invention. To my tech-ignorant ears, Urbit sounds a lot like Pied Piper from HBO's Silicon Valley, and Yarvin bears enough resemblance to Martin Starr's inspired character on the show Guilfoyle to make me wonder if he was one of its inspirations. From 2007 to 2013, Yarvin wrote right-wing political commentary at Blogger under the rather unappealing pseudonym Mencius Moldbug. He now produces a Substack called Gray Mirror. The New Right magazine, IM-1776, describes him as a, quote, self-described monarchist, often credited as the founder of neo-reaction, who has long been one of the leading writers and intellectual figures on the dissident right. He's a good writer, well-read, persuasive, and often funny. As an intellectual exercise, I enjoyed engaging with his ideas, as off-putting as I often found them, because they made me question my own. I get why he is held in high regard by the neo-reactionary fringe. One of NRX's foundational concepts is the cathedral, a term Yarvin coined a long, long time ago, and about which he harbors ambivalent aesthetic feelings. I rather like it. Rather than put words in his mouth, I'll let him describe the concept himself. Quote, the cathedral is just a short way to say journalism plus academia. In other words, the intellectual institutions at the center of modern society, just as the church was the intellectual institution at the center of medieval society. But the label is making a point. The Catholic Church is one institution. The cathedral is many institutions, yet the label is singular. This transformation from many to one, literally e pluribus unum, is the heart of the mystery at the heart of the modern world. The mystery of the cathedral is that all the modern world's legitimate and prestigious intellectual institutions, even though they have no central organizational connection, behave in many ways as if they were a single organizational structure. Most notably, this pseudostructure is synoptic. It has one clear doctrine or perspective. It always agrees with itself. Still, more puzzlingly, its doctrine is not static. It evolves. This doctrine has a predictable direction of evolution, and the whole structure moves together. And the professors and journalists have sovereignty because final decisions are entrusted to them and there is no power above them. Only professors can formulate policy, that is, set government strategy. Only journalists can hold government accountable, that is, manage government tactics. Strategy plus tactics equals control. Having dabbled in both academia and journalism, I can say with some assurance that, while both undoubtedly have influence over key decisions, especially collectively in the way Yarvin is talking about, neither professors nor journalists are the final arbiters of anything. Nevertheless, I think I understand what he means. In 1922, Walter Lippmann, in his groundbreaking book, Public Opinion, suggested that intellectuals and experts in various fields, collectively a specialized class whose interests reach beyond the locality, are necessary for democracies to function, as the bewildered herd of popular voters cannot be relied upon to know anything about anything, much less everything about everything. 100 years later, that specialized class has prevailed and expanded, and, per Yarvin and per Lippmann, accrued power. The cathedral, as I understand it, is Mencius Moldbug's poetical name for Lippmann's class of experts. Another new right thought leader, former private equity guy and Trump's deputy assistant to the president for strategic communications, Michael Anton, also recognizes and despises the cathedral, which in his view isn't limited to academics and reporters. The people we nominally elect don't hold real power, he writes in an essay from Up From Conservatism, Revitalizing the Right After Generation of Decay, a new anthology edited by the head of the Claremont Institute Center for the American Way of Life. Quote, and when they do, they often use it for unconstitutional ends. America's real rulers are not the constitutional officers we vote for, and certainly not the American people, whom our understanding of political legitimacy asserts to be sovereign. They are, rather, a network of unelected bureaucrats, revolving door cabinet and sub-cabinet officials, corporate tech finance senior management, experts who set the boundaries of acceptable opinion, and media figures who police those boundaries. Wow. The Hillsdale College professor, Kevin Slack, expands the cathedral even wider. In an influential, oh God, Craig, come on. Cri de coeur, titled War on the American Republic, How Liberalism Became Despotism. Slack rails against an entire cosmopolitan class that includes much of the entrenched bureaucracy, the military, the media, and government-sponsored corporations. That's a fancy way of saying the deep state. Lippmann holds that the cathedral is necessary for a democracy to properly function. Yarvin, Anton, Slack, and their fellow neo-reactionaries want it eradicated. As best I can tell, Trump's ominous campaign promise to immediately fire a vast segment of the civil service has its roots in an acronym Yarvin made up, RAGE, or Retire All Government Employees. This notion of specialized class is not particularly a controversial idea. They are not wrong. In the aggregate, the cathedral, or whatever name you wish to assign to it, really does hold enormous power over governmental policy, artistic taste, societal mores, public opinion, and so forth. And the NRX guys should know, as all three of them are members in good standing of the cosmopolitan class they revile. Slack is a college professor, Anton a revolving door official and corporate tech finance executive, and Yarvin an influential member of the media, if not, to be accurate, what he calls the legitimate press. So the million-dollar question is not whether the cathedral exists, but whether it should. Red Caesar, Section 4. One of the main drawbacks of the U.S. government is that because power is diffuse, change cannot happen quickly. This is by design. The checks and balances we learned about in elementary school. The two chambers of commerce seldom march in lockstep. The president has veto power over bills sent to his desk. The Supreme Court can toss out on a whim any law it doesn't like. The last time that Capitol Hill got legislation passed lickety-split was during FDR's 100 days. Roosevelt was creative, fast, and efficient. He threw a shit ton of legislative spaghetti at the wall. He had healthy majorities in both House and Senate. And even then, the Supreme Court shot down some of his more grandiose agenda items. A small R Republican system of government does not lend itself well to fast, radical change. A democracy, even less so. What does is a dictatorship. And when the changes you want to make are deeply unpopular with the voting public, think eradication of abortion, privatization of Social Security, elimination of gay rights, or deregulation of firearms, the surest way to ensure their implementation is if a dictator, a Red Caesar, imposes them on an unwilling citizenry. To be fair, this is also true of the more radical changes the woke left would like to see implemented. Therein lies the appeal of autocracy to the NRX set. As Slack, the Hillsdale professor, writes, small Republican communities may have little power against an insulated national bureaucracy, but perhaps the new right's own cultural revolution is the fertile soil for political revolution, either as autonomous islands of Republican civilization in an increasingly fragmenting order or the bulwark for a Caesar. At some point in the decline of every empire, even with its dissolute senators, it finally dawns on a truly great leader, one born of the family of the lion or the tribe of the eagle. Hey, I could run this thing. The new right often discusses a Red Caesar, by which is meant a leader whose post-constitutional rule will restore the strength of his people? Okay. Yarvin sees our existing government as a bureaucracy, which is one kind of oligarchy, deep state if you absolutely must. He argues that the cathedral is beyond repair, and he may well be right on that point because power leaks all over the place. But his solution is extreme. An organization which focuses responsibility toward the top without leaking is an organization structured like an army or a corporation. In this form of organization, used by almost everything that isn't a government, your manager actually is your boss. Final authority and responsibility lands on one person. This form of, he writes, this form of government, the form that doesn't leak power, has a name. It's called a monarchy. As Americans, our first instinct is to reject monarchy wholesale, just as the founding fathers did 250 years ago. Didn't the Sons of Liberty skunk an entire shipload of tea to thwart a king? Wasn't there not long ago a right-wing political movement called the Tea Party? Why should we even consider such a drastic step? Well, monarchy does have certain advantages. In the interview with IM 1776, Yarvin cites the work of UNLV Professor Emeritus Hans Hermann Hoppe, another cathedral member, the author of Democracy, the God That Failed, and a vociferous opponent of democracy. Quote, Hoppe points out that a hereditary monarchy in the classic European style, far from being a barbaric relic, is simply a sovereign corporation that's a family business, Yarvin explains. Because the time horizon of a family is indefinite, like the time horizon of a state. The hereditary monarch exhibits the least tension between personal and national interests. Well, sure, but that doesn't mean living under a monarchy, or more likely a soft dictatorship, would be a walk in the park for the poor or for the rich. Traditionally, kings have a way of extracting tribute from their wealthy subjects in amounts that would give Grover Norquist the vapors. Oh, that's a good one. There's a reason why Thomas Jefferson et al. Ixnayed George III. For the rest of us, meanwhile, autocracy seems antithetical to liberty, although Kaczynski didn't think so. Uncle Ted points out that most of the Indian nations of New England were monarchies, and many of the cities of the Italian Renaissance were controlled by dictators. But in reading about these societies, one gets the impression that they allowed far more personal freedom than our society does. Nice that the Unabomber formed that impression from books, but survivors of the despotic Soviet bloc regimes and most Iranians today would respectfully disagree. The thing is, a king of America would tear down the cathedral, and an end with that would justify the means. Let's see. An absolute hereditary monarch has no interest in employing a dysfunctional bureaucracy, Yarvin says. Since he wants to see his nation thrive, he is more likely to adopt the economic and social system that seems to make nations thrive. Libertarian capitalism. So we come full circle in a kind of layer cake of libertarianism, then absolute monarchy, then more libertarianism. Here, Yarvin is operating under a false assumption. The historical evidence is overwhelming that absolute monarchs are less interested in seeing their nations thrive than in seeing themselves thrive, whether through bloody conquest, amassment of riches, or decadent hedonism. The annals of imperial Rome are littered with self-absorbed, feckless, ineffectual emperors. For every Marcus Aurelius, there are dozens of Elagabaluses. Yes, there have been exceptional kings, emperors, sultans, but they are just that, exceptions. Most are at best ho-hum, and if their nations prosper, it is in spite of them, not because of them. The Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, and the British Empire owe their longevity to robust bureaucratic systems that were durable enough to withstand the meddling of crap monarchs. In other words, the Roman, Byzantine, and British equivalents of the cathedral. Then there is the matter of how the United States might acquire a hereditary king, by coup d'etat. A president would have to seize power, crumple up the Constitution, dismantle the apparatus of government, and declare himself ruler for life. Joe Biden is not going to do this, just as George Washington didn't, or the Roosevelts, or Eisenhower, or Reagan. The only guy who would do such a thing is the presumptive Republican 2024 presidential nominee, Donald John Trump, which means we wouldn't get the family of the lion or the tribe of the eagle. We'd get the ass of the horse. Beautiful line, Greg. As unlikely as all of this sounds, the threat is real. As the Philadelphia Inquirer's Will Bunch, to my knowledge, the first columnist from a major U.S. newspaper to take this seriously, wrote in a recent column, when a desire to blow it all up is translated by the extreme right's intellectuals into an explicit plea for a dictatorship, you can see that America is poised to cross the Rubicon, a metaphor rooted in the river of northern Italy that Julius Caesar had to cross with his army in 49 BC in order to drive out Rome's democratically elected government and seize power. Heck, Rubicon even sounds like a convention of new right dissidents. Unpopularity alone is not enough to prevent the current Bedford Falls incarnation of the United States from morphing into a Pottersville of Kevin Slack's wildest dreams. As Uncle Ted points out, quote, revolutionaries should not expect to have a majority of people on their side. History is made by active, determined minorities, not by the majority, which seldom has a clear and consistent idea of what it really wants. My guess is a return to monarchy is one of those seldom occasions when the will of the majority would be pretty clear and consistent. But even if the majority of Americans somehow wanted an absolute monarch, why on earth would we opt for King Donald I? The more urgent question is, why do they want to do that? Ooh! I think we waited long enough for part 2. Me. I'm gonna take a minute because I want to catch up with you guys, but I know you're talking about computers. It is sharp. You're right. It is sharp. Can you guys hear me? I hope you can. Oh yeah, you can. I know. Rebooting. Wait, what is this? DeSantis. Jim, I swear to God, I should have checked. You got to come in with a source, my love. I love you so much. Jim does this all the time. Jim has to present facts or sources. He's got to show me a link. Otherwise, we're not doing it. Oh man. Dang it. Oh no, you're fine. On Friday, the FDA wanted to kind of. Oh, that's a good one, Sarah. Oh man, why is my computer doing this? I am so sorry. I imagine my computer freezing is really frustrating, so I just want to apologize while I'm here. Wait, what? You sent me a DM? Okay, hold on. Wait, hold on. What happened? What happened? Hold on, let me check the DMs. I read it. I read it, gal. I read it. I'm sorry. I read it. But I'm going to read part 2 now. I just read it. I read it. I read it. I really, really read it. Hold on. Let me check my DMs. Let me check my DMs. Let me check my DMs. I gotta airdrop this. Hold on just a minute. Oh yeah, I haven't read part 2 either. But you can, yeah, that's right. Oh no, you can roll back when you want to, but you've already read part 1, so you don't really need to. You don't need me to read that to you. But it was really good. Okay. All right, we're going to read part 2 now. How many people were involved in MK Ultra? I don't know. I don't understand that whole thing because I wasn't really on the internet that much. Like I was busy. I could only work. I can't work and do that stuff. You guys are much better than I am. Oh, we can watch the first part. Okay, wait, hold on. Hold on. Let's take a break and do that because I want to do that. Hold on. Let me find this. Where the fuck did it go? Where the frick? Hold on. Send it again. Send it again. There we go. Hold on. Hold, please. We are now processing. Yeah. Okay. Copy. And we will paste. Okay. Am I back? Okay, wait, let me get rid of that. Okay, good. All right, here we go. Joe sent me this. We love Joe. Part 1. I must have accidentally started the Wayback Machine because it took me to 1969 into the living room of a guy talking about communism, Marxism, and something called the John Birch Society. There was a bunch of people there, but unfortunately no snacks. Let me repost this. This is from May 24th, 2023. I'm kidding. I just watched a video on YouTube called This is John Birch Society. You can search it out and follow along if you'd like. This series is an attempt to bring forth the information shared in that video, which attempts to be a recruitment film from 1969. Pay attention. Where you see quotes, that is our John Birch Society film narrator. Where you see someone desperately trying to alert people to the dangers of this belief system and how it is being used at this very moment. That is me. Our narrator tells us what the John Birch Society, JBS, members believe. The rights of the individual must not be obliterated by the desires of the collective or the group. Where have we heard that before? Wait a second. Didn't a group of individuals just obliterate the rights of all women? Am I remembering that correctly? Ah, that's funny. JBS on taking care of oneself. One sure way to spot on who is an individualist and who is a collectivist is the individual wants to be free to do it himself. The collectivist wants the government to do it for him. He's enamored by government. He idolizes government. He has a fixation on government as the ultimate group mechanism to solve all problems. The reason is because the government is one group that can legally force everyone to participate, has the power of taxation backed by jails and force of arms to compel everyone to fall in line. The individualist believes in freedom. The collectivist believes in compulsion. Let me give you a few illustrations. Routinely, we should all set out aside a portion of our current earnings for the inevitability of unemployment through sickness, accident, or retirement. Hey, that's Social Security and Medicare. Right now, Speaker McCarthy, on behalf of the Republicans, individualists, is holding our country hostage over a debt ceiling, which is ours to control because they want to cut Social Security and Medicare. Oops. What happened to Corey Feldman? Is he dead? As an individualist, we also believe we should be free not to do this, pay taxes essentially, if for whatever reason we prefer to act in some other manner. Prefer? What recalcitrant Bartlebyism is this? These people prefer to not be taxed. Who doesn't? They want to keep their wealth and not give any bit of it to you in the form of roads, bridges, or educating your children. They may prefer to act in any manner that avoids paying taxes, but we have laws here. After distancing the JBS from Nazis and fascists and communists and totalitarianism, the narrator went on to tell us of the importance of pointing out the differences between a democracy and a republic. This is Representative Hagerman, also known as George Santos. She represents Wyoming. We're not a democracy, we're a republic. That's pretty much all it is. To illustrate his point about democracy being majority rule, narrator says, quote, a lynch mob has only one dissenting vote, and he's at the end of the rope, end quote. Whoa, JBS is so weird. Take a breath now and recall Senator Mike Lee's tweet. If these are your talking points, you're not in the GOP, you're in the JBS. Senator Mike Butt Dial Boy Lee. Democracy isn't the objective. Liberty, peace, and prosperity. Prosperity. We want the R. We want the human condition. We want the human condition to flourish. Rank democracy can thwart that. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Rights are not pie. A republic is a limited democracy, limited majority rule. Even a minority of one can be protected by the whims and passions of the majority. Now reconcile what you just read about lynchings and Rand Paul's one-man stand against the Emmett Till Act. This is a link to the Chicago Sun-Times article. Yeah, I want to read that later. If all the millionaires were taxed 100%, it would run the government less than 39 hours. That's their quote. We must be a lot better with money now, or we have a lot more millionaires, because according to former House Speaker, Fox board member Paul Ryan, what does he say? Let's see what he says. Hold on. Let me see what this is. I don't know what that is. Okay, we'll come back to that. It's taking a minute to load. Oh, wait, here it is. Even a 100% tax would only fund 4 months of government operations, failing to seriously. In view, a government should limit the subsidies given to the wealthy through Social Security and other entitlement. But the House Budget Chairman is against slapping higher rates, pushing in October. Ryan argues that some small businesses will get hurt. More taxes on the rich don't add up to much. If you took all the income from every millionaire, that's because it's assets. It's not income. Oh my God. Okay. I can't with the dumb. Okay. Few people choose to work unless, this is a quote. Few people choose to work unless they're motivated by some incentive outside the work itself. There are 4 motivations. Fear, motivation of the slave. Hate, motivation of the victim. Altruism, motivation of philosophy. And desire for reward. Yeah, pay and treat your employees well. That's what people want. How about that? By taxing producers, government destroys incentive to continue producing. That's really ridiculous. This language is ambiguous. Do you see how easy it could be to interpret the word producers to mean corporations? You may have assembled the product, but the corporation produced it. Dun, dun, dun. Hi, Don't Go. Social principle beliefs. The JBSers view the family as the basic unit of society. All totalitarian regimes strive to destroy close-knit family in order to remove any loyalties that might be higher than the state itself. Totalitarians would prefer no family units at all. That's their quote. What? The same outcome can be achieved even within matrimony, if only the people involved can be induced to abandon their parental responsibilities to remove the family as alternate guidance or support. What the hell? We've been hearing a lot about parents' rights recently, haven't we? Most vociferously from the school board meetings about school choice, what books should be banned, etc. But when it comes to actual legislation, they're removing parents' rights. This is about HB 22 in Texas. This is from November 15th, 2022. HB 22 also criminalizes any parent that does not consent to the treatment. Let's see here. Here we go. This amendment, we have a bit of a foundation. It makes it illegal to force or coerce a child into marriage. Now, really think about this for a moment and see what the authors of this bill have just done. Here we go. This amendment eradicates trans kids. It simply denies their existence and prolongs their suffering. Parents can't consent to the treatment of their own child. This is the government telling you they know better than you. Real free to me, huh? This also criminalizes any parent that does consent to the treatment, by the way. It also criminalizes the doctors, nurses, and any other health professional if they perform the treatment as well. Oh, so that's HB 22. God, man. It's like a constant attack on humans. I can't. Okay, sorry. I always get like lost. Sorry. The JBSers believe all men are equal in the eyes of their creator. Notice a significant semantic interpretive dance there. Translation, I'm not the creator, so equality is up to the eyes of, well, I guess me. We continue. All men should be treated equally by the law. But we also believe in the freedom of association. That man should be free to select those with whom he chooses to work, to play, or to live. It's entirely natural. People prefer to associate with those who share something in common with them, same religion, same race. That's a quote. They prefer individual determined segregation. Remember all that prefer to act in some other manner nonsense? This guy is saying if they prefer to be racist, well, then we got to let them. No, we do not. Did I use clap hands correctly there? Are people waking up? No. Are you going out of town? Oh, I take gabapen. Please remember, not that anybody needs to know that, but you already know it. You knew it before. Please remember, this is a society, a John Birch society. They prefer if others lived by the principles outlined above. If the above is not enough to send a chill down the spine of anyone who has been paying attention to the news lately, buckle up. Religious principles. We believe in the integrity of government, honesty in the marketplace, and social harmony. All of these must be based on morality. Furthermore, true morality is impossible without a firm religious base. Oh, is that what they think? The collectivists, read Democrat approach, do whatever we want to do and call it morality. Of course, that's nonsense. The so-called new morality is merely the old hedonism with a respectable name. We strongly reject hedonism. Then why do you engage in it and so very frequently? My goodness gracious. If we deny the existence of God in our political institutions, then we must accept the premise that government is a source of our rights. If we accept this, we must also accept if government can grant rights, the government can take them away, and I'm just in the way. They're coming after you, but I'm in the way. All we're doing is proclaiming the importance of religion as the indispensable foundation, not only for our national morality, but also for liberty. We also have a slogan: less government, more responsibility, and with God's help, a better world. If you don't think this belief system is in control of the government, it so wants to limit, explain why Texas just passed SB 1515, which places the 10 Commandments in every classroom while the library sits barren. How long is this meeting anyway? There's another link. Make sure you follow Joe. After a break, our narrator returns. Long after communism has been destroyed and relegated to the dusty pages of history, these same forces will continue to plague future generations as well, but under a different name. Here our host is talking about two forces that are constantly and will forever be. First, collectivism, total government, and the second is amorality. The complete absence of true moral standards of any kind. Never mind all the pedophiles that have been caught under the auspices of Republican politics. It's fine. Just remember who will be setting these moral standards. This dude already told us his society strongly rejects hedonism. So what constitutes hedonism? Is it the LGBTQ community, BIPOC? Again, those determining amorality are writing the laws today. Beep, 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 beep. Now, we think it is important to understand this because otherwise, in our zeal to overcome communism, the American people could be maneuvered into replacing communism with merely another form of the same thing. Something like the John Birch Society, for instance. Folks, I got to be honest with you. This guy lost me quite a long time ago, and I really don't want any more of what he's selling. So I'm going to get some fresh air and some snacks. Joe, you're so cute. As I leave, I hear in the distance, Adolf the paper hanger. Most of the people I never read Mein Kampf. And through the ignorance of the nature of tyranny, they were manipulated into tyranny. It was all done through the democratic process. Girl. This is the current day playbook for all we are seeing. It is the culture war. Ginny Thomas was given $600,000 to wage against the left. Who's she married to again? Why, I believe it is Justice Clarence Thomas, if I'm not mistaken. Remember when the family gathering of Pride in the Park was crashed in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho by a Patriot Front fascist in a U-Haul? Coeur d'Alene is in a county, I'm probably not saying that. Coeur d'Alene is in a county called Kootenai County. This speaks for itself. Resolution supporting the John Burton Society. Oh, wow. What year was this? What year was this? Do we have some dates here? Oh, wait. What? The mission of the John Birch Society is to bring about less government. The Republican Central Committee affirms that John Birch is a valuable organization. Wow. That's crazy. 7/28/2021 is the date of this document. That's crazy. Doop. This is part 1 of a series. Part 2 will be appended. Okay. This film was copyrighted in 1969. These ideas were old over 50 years ago. In fact, they were never great. Look at our democratic process since. Republicans have been gerrymandering their districts to win elections in perpetuity. They are passing laws to eradicate the trans community. They install judges. If you would like to see this for yourself, the film is called This is the John Birch Society. Believe them. They are still here. And they are taking over. The only way to stop them imposing their morality on you is to vote against them in 2024 and defeat them in every election. Joe, you're great. If history repeats, it's only because we allow it. It's up to us to evaluate the present against what has happened and learn from it so we can defend ourselves. In part 2, we begin to see disinformation and manipulation campaigns. History is repeating now. I want to read this too. Wait. I want to read this. Wait, I'm going to do this first. Deep. Name. So everyone can see it. I'm going to go. Should I go back to part 2? I'm going to stay on part 2 with you. And then I'm going to go back to Greg's. I know. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I know I know all about Ginny. Ginny and the Clerks. Oh, what the weird and the wonderful. Oh, Ginny, she's really cool. On March 23rd, 1966, on page 6,586 of the House Congressional Record appears the name Laszlo Szabo. I'm going to not say that right. I'm Laszlo Szabo. Szabo was an officer in the Hungarian Intelligence and Security Service until October 18th, 1965, when he asked the U.S. government for political asylum. Szabo testified in front of Congress. He told them, I really apologize if I mispronounce names. I really apologize. He told them that 2 forged issues of Newsweek magazine were circulated in Africa, Asia, and elsewhere in late 1963. The forgeries attempted to convey a false picture of the civil rights movement in America. Interesting. These forgeries were intended to undermine the prestige and standing of this country, America, among the new nations of Africa and Asia. In other words, Laszlo Szabo told Congress about a disinformation campaign that was waged against us. Think about that for a second. Imagine what it would take to do that. You'd have to create what looks like a Newsweek magazine, take pictures, write stories, come up with ads, print it and deliver it to newsstands all over Africa and Asia. And you'd have to make enough for the right number of people to see it for your false narrative of the civil rights movement in America to take hold. That's a lot of fake Newsweeks. Now think about how easy it is for disinformation to spread today. You may be wondering what I was doing in the 1966 House Congressional Record. I was corroborating a story heard in the This is the John Birch Society film you'll recall from part 1. Again, as in part 1, when you see the quotes below, these are from the narrator of the film. Quote, Chabot testified in hearings before the CIA subcommittee of the Congressional Committee on Armed Services. Now, during his testimony, Chabot explained that the operation of a special department within the secret police is in charge of disinformation. Really, it was the everyday job of this department of disinformation to manufacture and promote lies that could be useful worldwide against America. Wait, what? Operation within the secret police? What secret police? I'm confused. Useful lies indeed. Fox settled with Dominion for $787 million. And we aren't even talking about it anymore. God, Joe. Unbelievable, right? Sucker. Chabot went on to say that a preferred item of disinformation should have some real basis in fact. Truth is not important if the idea is good. Does this sound familiar? Something about some guy's laptop or something? This one film, This is the John Birch Society, is laying the blueprint out for what is currently being done to us, if anyone is interested. Joe, we have to have a show on this. Can we please have a show on this? Please. I know I may drag you down, but I really would like to do a show with you on this and a bunch of people. From over 50 years in the past, the ideology espoused in the film, the tactics, the rhetoric, the distrust of media, it's all right here. If you watch the film, be warned, there is vile language that you can't miss. That you can't miss. But what you may miss and might want to be on the lookout for is each time the narrator is speaking about what we would consider liberals today, the camera zooms in. It's as if the director is drawing you in, giving a sinister sense of foreboding because the screen gets a bit darker as the bookcase in the background frames the narrator. Then, when speaking about the John Birch Society, the camera retreats and the screen lightens up again. The trick is in where the books are placed and what color the spines are. On the close-up shots, we see books with dark spines, and as the angle gets wider, the books get wider. It's a subtle manipulation, but it's a manipulation nonetheless. Quote, what is it going to take to overcome opposition, which is schooled in use of completely amoral and ruthless tactics, willing to use any means at all to conquer our nation from within? Good question, John Birch Society narrator guy. I've been wondering this very thing myself for about 7 years now. I'm going with expose as much of it as possible in the hopes the rest of democracy-loving people will see that a fascist movement is taking hold. You? Quote, the answer is it's going to take a superior ideology and superior organization. Of course, Jesus. I should have guessed you would go with superiority. In part 1, you told me about your preferences for wanting to select the people you work with, play with, and live with. Quote, superior ideology is not enough. The people who have to come together and work together and promote that ideology. Without organization, we Americanists have been truly an unorganized mass of people. All well intentioned, some hardworking, but totally ineffective. Was that 1969 or 2019? Because in May of 2019 at a Council for National Policy meeting, Ginny Thomas said something similar. Quote, you know us, we're siloed. Some of us do politics. We're not taking note of fighting in the faith community. And it's at 23:57. I'm tempted. I'm doing it. I love that you guys are just talking. Wait, is that 23:57?
Notice that. Art noticed that. So we're, except for Mark Meadows and some of our great people, but most of Republicans don't want to offend people. They don't have courage. They're weak or they're confused. We've got to be the force behind them. A lot of them don't know what hill they'd ever die on. We know the hill we'd die on. We're going to go down fighting for this country. And so the left has gone through all these cultural institutions. They're eroding the pillars of our country, and we're not doing enough. We're not saying enough. We're not tying it together for ordinary Americans. And so the idea is, look at this chart. The left is one single line. Daniel Greenfield called it one ecosystem. They hang together. You never hear them criticize, even Antifa, the violent side of their splinter movement. Maybe a few do. I'm just generalizing. But the right, you know us, we're siloed. A few of us do politics, and even those people, we really argue with one another. We could kill each other sometimes. But we don't really take note of what the people are doing fighting in the faith community or on campuses or in arts and entertainment. And so the idea that we came up with, and UIP, United in Purpose, fortunately, blessedly, supported a culture summit in January, and we found
Ginny
35
Thomas.
of the
Sorry,
best
Blue
thinkers
Eyism.
about
Hi,
what
Blue
the left
Eyism.
is doing. And we started putting our heads together, and I think we're starting to build something that will be filling in the gap. So the idea is we're going to look at everything a little differently. We know that they will use any means necessary, and it's escalating. The left's tactics are
the wife of a
escalating.
Supreme Court
So
justice.
we're going to know the enemy better. We're going to create more unity across our movement based on strategic plans and tactics that need to be done.
I know. I think
We're going to lift up our
oppositely.
heroes like Justin Danhoff is just on my radar screen, and David Radno. They're doing great things in the corporate world, and we're losing the corporate world that is working against us now, not just in social media,
I'm
but
fascinated listening
look at
to
the
her.
Equality Act. It was the hard left and the corporate community who was pushing. And we in our movement just view that as, oh, that's a social issue. No, that's a culture issue. When they're redefining the Civil Rights Act, there's something very large, and it affects our families, the way we go to school, the way we do our business. So,
all right. Well, enough of that. Let me just share this. I'm going to repost this. So if you go to my timeline, you should be able to see where I reposted that. These threads are fucking amazing, Joe. Fucking amazing. Fucking amazing. This is the stuff I don't feel like people totally understand, that side of the ecosystem. That's really, Joe, you're very good at what you do. Okay. One other thing to notice from the two tweets above is the introduction of a new term, Americanist. I did notice that. I am 1 hour and 11 minutes into this film. How many who have watched it now consider themselves Americanists when they have never even heard that term before? Without organization, we can only react. We can't take the initiative. We've always allowed our enemies to make the first move. Then we've reacted in an effort to merely stop them. They've always been able to pick the issue, time, battleground that suits them best. Isn't it time to take the initiative for a change? This was 1969, this movie. CRT, replacement theory, school board meetings, anti-maskers, anti-vaxxers, which bathrooms people use. This is what it looks like when a John Birch Society takes the initiative for a change. I'm zoning out a bit at this stage. Our host is talking about how being a monolith is important when it comes to ideology, how the two political parties change and lose their ideology due to democratic changes. Party platforms are no longer statements of the general political ideology, but are compromised and amended mishmash of glittering phrases without meaning. The John Birch Society wants no part of this nonsense. The people who join our organization 100 years from now will be endorsing exactly the same principles for which we strive today. Well, he did say monolith. What's the word I'm looking for here? It's in something, right? It's indoctrination. This is indoctrination. Our narrator talks about infiltration of the movement, Zoom camera 1, but the agent provocateur has pretty slim pickings in the John Birch Society. If a communist agent came into our ranks for the purpose of discovering our secrets, he'd be truly disappointed. Cough, dark money. It's our task not only to help influence public opinion through educational activity, but also to mobilize the expression of that public opinion in such a way as to force politicians to institute the desired changes in government policies. Are you seeing this? Institutes of mass destruction. It's our task not only to help... Oh, wait, whoopsie pops. It's blur, blur, blur. Oh, see, it wasn't me, it was you. It's not me, it's you. We have nothing to hide, therefore no reason to lie. And we wouldn't want to, even if we could. Morality, remember? Truth is a far superior weapon than deceit. Oh, it is, dear. It is. Just wait. Just wait, darlings. And in the end, it will be the decisive weapon that destroys them completely. Oh, truer words were never. Them in this context is you. Yes, well, but them in this context is also them. For his big finale, our narrator says, no matter what we do, no matter what they do, we grow because ours is an idea whose hour has come and there is nothing they can do to stop us. How many more riots and burnings of cities must there be before you join with us? How many more campuses must be turned into communist indoctrination centers? How many more churches converted into leftist political clubs? How much more welfare? How much more drugs and pornography and crime? How much more inflation? That was over 50 years ago. The drumbeat is reverberating today. Listen to their language. Apply it to what you're hearing now. They are a monolith. Some 50 odd years later, it's the same rhetoric. His prediction for 100 years is closer to being right. We mustn't let it. Oh, Joe. Part 3. Okay, I'm not reading part 3. I gotta read part 3. Oh my God. Okay, I have to take a drink. Hold on. I just need a minute because Joe, this shit's good. How many parts are there, Joe? Because I got to steel myself and make sure I got enough coffee. I don't want to leave. And then I promise you, I am going to read Greg's thing. So. Doop. Let's see what you guys are saying. The hard left. Oh my God, I keep freezing. God damn. I keep freezing. I'm so sorry. I think a prison gang would work. Just 3. I love you, Dempsey. I love you. Thank you for letting me do this. I love this. I can't stop reading it. That's the problem. All right, here we go. Part 3. Joe, you're like a national treasure. I'm sorry to make you put you on blast, but I'm going to tell you right now. Thank you to anyone who may have taken this long journey with me. I appreciate your commitment to democracy. This is one you may wish to read without distraction. If any of this information is new to you, it means you are not part of their plan. On June 17th, 1987, a woman named Ursula Meese wrote a letter to Judge R. Allen Edgar in Chattanooga, Tennessee. She was writing for leniency for a friend of hers. Her friend was a congressman from Tennessee who had been convicted of filing a false tax return. Here we go. By Mary Thornton, November 7th, 1987. The White House said yesterday that Ursula Meese, wife of Attorney General Edwin Meese III, I wondered if that's who it was fully within her rights when she wrote a letter to a federal judge asking for leniency for a Tennessee congressman's son who was awaiting sentencing on a tax fraud conviction. White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater said, wow, this brings me back to being a kid. She's a citizen and she's free to express her feelings in any case that she wants to use any name that she wants to. In the letter reported yesterday in the New York Times, Ursula Meese also cited her husband's admiration for Joe S. Duncan, son of Republican John J. Duncan, Republican from Tennessee. Referring to the Attorney General, Fitzwater said, he has a right to personal opinions and she has a right to express them. Okay. The Times said Ursula Meese wrote to Judge R. Allen Edgar of Chattanooga, Tennessee on June 17th, urging, quote, very favorable consideration for Joe Duncan, who is a friend of the Meese's niece. Oh, stop. My husband, Ed, and I consider Mr. Duncan to be an outstanding, conscientious, and sensitive young man, she said in the letter. He is a man who shows a great deal of integrity and a person we personally respect and admire, particularly in his handling of these long, drawn-out court proceedings. Sorry, I have to read it like that. That's what I imagine she talks like. Okay, no big whoop, right? I mean, she was just looking out for a lawmaker who broke the law. Actually, Joe, it was a son's lawmaker. Why? Because if you read the pic above, you notice at the time she sent the letter, she was married to Attorney General Edwin Meese III. As you might have expected, there were questions about ethics. There were questions about her political activities, advocating for a convicted tax offender, and the fact that her husband held a position of high power in the government, in this case, Attorney General. Sound familiar? Mises to pieces. Defending Ursula Mies, Fitzwater said, she's a citizen. Oh, wait, did I read that already? Wait. Justice Department spokesman Terry Eastland said yesterday that the Attorney General did not know anything about his wife's one-page letter, did not know about his wife's one-page letter until after it was sent. Eastland said that Ursula Mies wrote the letter as an individual, not in her capacity as the wife of the Attorney General. He, Mies, didn't know anything about it. As soon as he learned about it, he immediately recused himself. And Deputy Attorney General Stephen S. Trott immediately told the relevant prosecutors just to ignore the letter, Eastland said. Just ignore her. Terrible. Well, that's not very nice. Anyways, what happened was the judge in Tennessee not only ignored Mies's letter, he threw the book at her friend, except, of course, he didn't. He tussled Congressman Scamp's hair, gave him 6 months and a fine. I wasn't writing as the wife of the Attorney General, she told the newspaper. I'm an individual in my own right. I thought what I did was natural, and I didn't give it a second thought. Duncan, who was convicted last May of filing a false tax return, was sentenced by Edgar in August to 3 years in prison, all but 6 months of it suspended, a $3,000 fine, and 400 hours of community service. The Justice Department in court papers last July had recommended a prison sentence of 3 years and a substantial fine of up to a maximum of $100,000. Edgar, who was nominated to the bench in April 1986, told the newspaper through a spokesman that he would not discuss the case. A.G. Mies, naturally, knew nothing about the letter his wife sent. Perhaps they didn't discuss each other's work. I could probably end it here, and that would be enough for one thread. But as voters, we need to understand all of it. On February 21st, 1986, about 8 months prior to Mrs. Mies's letter, President Reagan nominated a judge named Daniel Mannion for the Seventh Circuit Appeals Court. This nomination was not an easy one to get through the Senate. They deadlocked at 49, requiring VP George Bush. To understand why this judge's nomination was controversial, we need to talk about a guy named Clarence. No, not that one. Daniel Mannion's father was a man named Clarence Mannion, and he was on the executive advisory board of, you guessed it, the John Birch Society. This is like a novel. Mannion's nomination was controversial, but his may not have been the only one, because as the AG at the time would put it, there seems to be an unseemly ideological battle being waged against Reagan's judicial nominees. Ideological battle is another term for culture war. Attorney General Edwin Mies III criticized many of the nation's most prominent law school deans today for their opposition to a judicial nominee whose legal background and political views have been fiercely challenged. Law deans from Columbia, Harvard, New York University, and Yale, among others, have been drawn into an unseemly ideological battle being waged against this administration's judicial nominees, Mr. Mies said in a written statement. The Attorney General's comments came as the full Senate opened a debate on the nomination of Daniel A. Mannion, an Indiana lawyer who has been closely tied to the political work of his father, Clarence, a founder of the ultra-conservative John Birch Society. Oh, he's not just a member, he's one of the founders. A vote on Mr. Mannion's nomination to the United States Court of Appeals for the Seventh Circuit in Chicago is not expected until Thursday at the earliest and could be delayed until after the congressional recess. Vote seen as a test for Reagan. He passed. And yeah, according to them. And yes, points for all of you who noticed the Attorney General who had the back of the son of an advisor of the John Birch Society was Edwin Mies III. 44 law school deans found it appropriate to write a letter in opposition of Judge Mannion. Let's see what this says. Mr. Mies said the deans may have allowed themselves to be drawn into, okay, that's it. Qualifications not in doubt. The Attorney General, who has led the administration's effort to place highly conservative judges on the federal bench, also attacked Senate Democrats and others who have sought to block the nominations. Bob Dole. Criticism of Mr. Mannion has centered on a lack of his experience in the federal court, although his political views have also come under attack. At times, he has expressed support for the John Birch Society and for efforts to remove some of the Supreme Court's powers. Oops. He has not served. Okay. Senator Joseph R. Biden, the ranking Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, has said that a series of legal briefs submitted to the committee by Mr. Mannion contained so many spelling and grammatical errors that they would not have been given even a C grade by your average elementary school English teacher, like Dr. Jill. In its report to the Senate, minority members of the Judiciary Committee said that Mr. Mannion's 5 briefs contain numerous blah. Okay, whatever. For example, in one brief, the typographical and spelling errors included comparable, relevant, function. Oh, okay, see. Oh, that's funny. Oh, Mannion. The White House said yesterday that Ursula Meese, wife of Attorney General Edwin Meese III, was fully within her rights when she wrote a letter asking for leniency. Okay, that's it. Yeah, we read that. In that piece, you read that A.G. Meese was leading the administration. Are we back? What the hell? Thanks. Oh my God. I didn't know I was gone. I'm sorry. Hi, everybody. I'm sorry. I did not know I was gone. I don't know how long. Let me see when you started telling me I was gone. I know. Mies is so dumb. 11:24. Oh my God. You guys have been sitting that. Well, you've been probably moving on. All right. I'm back now, right? Okay. Crazy. Okay. All right. Let's refocus. Yikes. Okay. Maybe it's just like well, it's my computer. I don't want to talk about it. Thank you, Siegfried. Thank you, Oomph. Oomph said, where'd you go? I don't know. I don't know what's going on with all of this, but that's okay. I don't know where we left off, but the bottom line is this. Let's pick up. Let's see here. Where was I? I'm gonna have to keep half an eyeball on some things here. Let me do this. There we go. Now I can see you a little bit better. Okay. I can see you guys a little bit better. I'm so sorry. Well, yeah, we need the humor. That's true. We do need the humor, right? Okay. Okay, so Mannion is still on the bench. If you missed it, Mannion's still on the bench. He upheld the women's right to choose in 2018, but he did disagree with some of the parts that he could disagree with because he had to follow the law on the other parts. Lifetime appointed judges can do generational harm. Putting a judge, any judge, on the court for their lifetime, especially if that judge had political views driving them from their past, like, say, the John Birch Society, is gold for partisans. The amount of power wielded by federal appeals court judges is like a lot of power. It's so much, in fact, that some people might dedicate their own life to fighting to ensure those lifetime appointments comport with their beliefs. Attorney General Mies fought for Mannion. And as I said, Judge Mannion is still at it. But do you want to know who else is still at it? Edwin Mies. We're going to go a bit quickly from this point, and I assume if you're reading this, you follow me, so some of this will be familiar. As you may be aware, Senator Whitehouse has been screaming into the abyss about dark money groups and the takeover of the Supreme Court by guys like Leonard Leo from the Federalist Society. Let's see, where am I? Leo was VP of Federalist Society, but took a leave to focus full-time on confirming Neil Gorsuch. From a New Yorker article, Leo has been on leave from the federal. Leo, who is 51? Leonard Leo is in his 50s? Wait a minute. What now? Leonard Leo is in his 50s? Are you kidding me? Because this would have been like a couple of years ago? Brett Kavanaugh was also everybody's a Federalist Society, vetted Supreme Court justice. Here's what the aforementioned Senator Whitehouse had to say in his 7th speech to an empty chamber. Sheldon Whitehouse. I think we all remember the famous list, the Federalist Society list that Donald Trump promised to follow in Supreme Court appointments. The first interesting thing about Brett Kavanaugh is that he was not on the list of candidates that Donald Trump had offered up. This list that bought peace between the House of Trump and the House of Coke. I like to say cock. Sorry. I mean, I don't like to say cock, but in the family, yeah. Trump had promised that he would appoint an off that scheme-approved Federalist Society list. He didn't, and yet no one complained. That is a telltale right there. There was no complaining because Brett Kavanaugh knew this terrain. He knew the central operative at the heart of this scheme, Leonard Leo. He had worked on judicial nominations in the Bush. Fuck, man. In the Bush White House with Leonard Leo, who coordinated big donor support for judicial nominees. I really thought Leonard Leo was... I'm sorry. I really thought Leonard Leo was older, like he was going to be dead sooner. I have described... Okay, well. So Kavanaugh not only auditioned with Leo, he auditioned at the Federalist Society, and no one auditioned harder than Brett Kavanaugh. As a circuit judge, he campaigned through 27 Federalist Society events. I think he set the record for auditioning at Federalist Society events. He knew who and he knew where, and he also knew what the big donors wanted. So he made sure his circuit court opinion signaled his chops. Wow. Our poor country. And just to round things out and to answer your next question, yes, Amy Coney Barrett too. Notice here, this article mentions she went to Notre Dame Law School. I'm sure it's nothing, but the advisor of the John Birch Society and Judge Mannion's dad was once dean of ND Law. Yeah, I don't know how much. Leonard Leo, the chief advisor. I mean, they're all like, they all take care of each other. It doesn't even matter where they are. Leonard Leo, the chief advisor to Donald Trump on Supreme Court nominations, listened as one of those picks he helped secure on the bench, Amy Coney Barrett, who went to high school with Mike's little Johnson. Delivered remarks praising Garvey, her longtime mentor and former law professor at the University of Notre Dame. Leo and Barrett's presence together that night reflects the rising influence of conservative Catholics on the law at a time when the Supreme Court's rightward transformation is reconfiguring American jurisprudence on issues of abortion, voting rights, and religious liberty. Is that Leonard? Is that him? Yeah, he's a real pig. He's a bit of a pig, isn't he? Amy Coathanger Barrett. Terrible. Putting that aside, the Federalist Society came up a few times there. I mean, everybody's a Federalist Society. Merrick Garland's a Federalist Society. But why in a thread about Edwin Meese III? Well, because Meese is listed on the board of directors of the SCOTUS producing juggernaut Federalist Society. Yes, he is. Calabrese, Eugene Meyer, Gary Lawson, the cartoonist? No, I'm just kidding. Don McGahn. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man, why isn't he in jail? Meese is also a board member of the Heritage Foundation. Well, why not? They are in the business of mobilizing conservatives, uniting the conservative movement to work together. That may sound familiar to some of you. Can you place it? Right? Edwin Meese is on the Heritage Foundation. Steve Forbes. Isn't he dead? I have him in the Kissinger column. Dead. Now more than ever, with this gray picture, the American people need a champion to preserve the great American experiment and everything good and just that it represents. Oh yeah, they're all the same. Max, it's interchangeable. That's why the Heritage Foundation exists. We champion policy solutions that benefit all Americans we like. But Heritage is also much more than a think tank. That's my Heritage Society. Yeah, I'm opposed to any religious zealot being part of the judiciary. How about that? That's a disqualifier in my mind. Joe, I'm afraid to even say it, but Federalist Society, Heritage Foundation, if you mention the Council for National Policy, I'm leaving this thread forever. Yeah. Sorry, gang, because of course Edwin Meese served as the CNP president. Yes, he did. The Senate Council for National Policy has its origins in the Southwest, where the socialist agenda of Christian fundamentalists and the economic interests of the oil industry converged. They founded the CNP in 1981 to capitalize on the election of Ronald Reagan. Reagan's former Attorney General Edwin Meese III would serve as the CNP's president from 1993 to 1997. Yep. Maintaining secrecy for its membership and its proceedings. Yes, everybody, anybody you want to know, anybody you hate is probably a member of the Council for National Policy. It's true. The CNP receives updates at their get-togethers. You remember from just 2 tweets ago, mobilizing conservatives. I don't like to do the footnotes out of order, but please indulge me as we understand why number 2 is familiar. Psst, it's because of Ginny Thomas. Educate, unify, mobilize, inform, connect, mobilize. Let's try 3 more. How about connect, inform, activate? Activate, educate. There were 3 words chosen by Ginny Thomas for the frontliners of liberty in 6/17/2022. Holy poop face. I want to look at this. They plan to, okay, so this is when Ginny testified before the committee. Wait, here we go. Oh, John Eastman. I just can't wait. I'm sorry. We've got so much good stuff happening. Can I get an amen? Because frankly, everybody is going to be hanging by their short hairs in about 10 minutes. Congressional investigators said they plan to ask Ginny Thomas to testify before the committee hours after Trump attorney John Eastman on Thursday publicly posted a December 4th, 2020 email from Thomas asking him to speak to a gathering she called Frontliners, which she described as featuring grassroots state leaders. Ginny Thomas is listed as an administrator of a Facebook group that goes by a similar name and description, Frontliners for Liberty. The private group, which listed more than 50 members, was created in August 2020, just 2 months before the November elections, according to the page's description. Now, I don't mind if you are like, want your guy to win. I don't mind that. She has a right to her opinion. She doesn't have a right to be an operative. Yeah, far out. That's fine. A woohoo. The private group, okay, blah, 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 blah. The group, which CNBC reviewed before it was removed from public view, described itself as a new collaborative, liberty-focused, action-oriented group of state leaders representing grassroots armies. Who's on that one? Who is in the frontliners for liberty? Each other weekly to preserve constitutional governance. Are these the phone calls she used to have? These are the phone calls. We know about them. We know about them. We know about them. The bright line? I don't even know what that means, but okay. Wow. Okay. Numerous pictures of Justice Thomas. That was groundswell. Thank you, gal. I knew you'd know. I knew you'd know. Because I remember the frontliners for liberty thing, but I remember even. Of course you do. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Okay. Thank y'all. Below, you'll see a present. Oh wait. Okay. I can't get too off. I can't get too off track because I'm gonna have to eat soon, or my blood sugar is gonna drop. Okay. Wait. Oh man, why does it go to this? Elevated maglev would have been better. What are you guys talking about? Okay, blar, 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 blar. Where'd I get off track? Where'd I get, oh, here we go. That's where I got off track. Now let's do the lightning round because we've been through a lot. Here are some letters signed by both Edwin Meese and Ginny Thomas. What are these? The Senate must confirm all nominees before adjournment. November 14, 2018. So these are letters that she and him both signed. Who else signed it? Just curious. Ginny. Cleta Mitchell. Well, that's right. Cleta Mitchell did. She sure did. She surely did. Matt Schlapp. That's right. Boykin. Yep, that's right. That's right. Who else? Anybody else? All kinds of. All right, I will. Jenna Ellis. Oh, my Lord. Ed Martin. Oh, my Lord. Kelly Shackelford. Oh, my Lord. Who else? All these people hanging out with each other. Who else? Oh, there's a lot of people that signed this letter. Oh, phew. Okay, poor Jerry got stuck on the end. Okay. Let me get rid of that. Okay. Okay. And here is how they feel about the safety of women. Conservatives, oh my God. Yeah. Conservatives oppose economic, social, and gun policy in the Violence Against Women Act. No, conservatives oppose the Violence Against Women Act. That's what it is. That's what it is. Fuck off. Fuck off. Okay. Here's one where they were making some recommendations for a new Secretary of Department of Homeland Security. I mean, it's not like they could recommend a former TV pundit like Ken Cuccinelli to become the next Secretary of Homeland Security, except for fuck's sake, he actually became the Deputy Secretary of Department of Homeland Security. Fucking asshole. This is a long way to go to illustrate a letter, but this thread is one you may want to come back to at some point. This one is about 3 letters, ESG. Oh, wow, my God. Joe, this is so good. I can't. So good. Fine. Okay, hold on. Ah, jeez. Hold on. I gotta find this DM. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. Here we go. A station. Oh, yeah. Oh, I hate. We need more. We need all kinds of public transport. Transport. It needs to be better. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, wait, is this the one? Yes. Okay, I got it. 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 Doot, 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 doot. Okay, here we go. Let me, I want to move through this because then I want to go to, Gal has a video clip for us to watch. All right. This is a long way to go, blah, blah, blah. ESG. On April 15, 2020, something called the Shareholder Equity Alliance sent a letter in response to Larry Fink. To be honest, I didn't see anything controversial about Fink's letter, but the Shareholder Equity Alliance seemed like they got the panic that I talked about earlier. Oh, that's the one where they're making recommendations. Okay, I'm not really sure. I think I might have lost myself here. Lest anyone think I am some militant leftist, I want to be as fair to Edwin Meese. Here are his own thoughts as written for the Christian Post. Okay, well, we'll let people read that on their own. I don't really care what his thoughts are. I don't care what his thoughts are. If it feels like we're spinning our wheels when it comes to judicial ethics, especially in the highest courts, perhaps we need to look at it through the lens of a guy who didn't know what letters his wife wrote to judges or political work she was involved in. History rhymes. You may have heard that SCOTUS has just basically determined the Environmental Protection Agency can't protect water, which last I checked is part of our increasingly wet environment. I wonder if any friends of the court helped them arrive at that determination. So here we go. Joe quotes the Texas v. EPA, West Virginia, and Sackett. Sackett, there is an amicus brief filed on behalf of the SLF. The SLF is the Southern Legal Foundation, and one of the board of trustees is Edwin Meese. Ginny Thomas has her fucking... she's in everything. Oh my God, it does this to me all the time. She's in everything. I mean, she's in fucking everything. It's just terrible. Sorry, I went too far. Okay. I do wonder what happened to SCOTUS. More precisely, Chief Justice Roberts. You see, at one point, he had ethics in mind. He denied a request for a presidential message to be sent on behalf of Ronald Reagan to a real estate developer in Texas. Roberts was rightfully concerned that such a message would be inappropriately endorsing the real estate project, so he denied the request. So what? Well, the guy making the request was Harlan Crow's father and Ed Meese's good friend, Trammell Crow. Holy poop. The John Birch Society featured as a subtext throughout this thread. I know I've asked a lot, and I thank you if you've read this series. If I could just ask for another 2 minutes and 20 seconds of your time, let's do it. This full film called Anarchy USA is also available. Let me bookmark that. I will not post it because it is too grotesque. I mean that. It is not for the faint of heart. The racism, images, and gaslighting are horrific. Understand the above is what our democracy is up against. Well, then I won't show the trailer. That film and those cultural issues were from 1966. This is from 2023. The only way to defeat this once and for all is to shine daylight upon it and vote it out. Thank you for reading. Oh, Joe, you're so good. Joe, you're so good. We can vote. Thank you, Joe. My goodness, thank you. You're amazing. My most talented friends. Now, speaking of talented friends, oops, let me go to another talented friend. And, what happened? What happened? Okay, here we go. Bang. This is another one of our majorly talented friends. Maynard. Why, it's Gal Suburban. Hello, Gal. Let's see what Gal has to say today. This one page says so much. Ann Nelson. Whoop, 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 whoop. Ann Nelson, most amazing. You must be following Ann. I'm sure you all are. Shadow Network. She's an author. She's amazing. She wrote Strongmen. Ginny says Frontliners is related to Groundswell, which has had weekly Zoom meetings since 2011. Oh, X-Ray was hyping some Birchers. Oh, yeah. I have a feeling this John Birch thing is, yeah. Well, I mean, it's, it's never gone away, and now we're going to have to learn about it all over again. Nothing about what Ginny, Frontliners, or Groundswell does is grassroots. It's all AstroTurf. This is okay. So she says, questions. In the documents we'll go through, there are a couple of groups that are mentioned, and so I'd like to get a little background on a couple of those groups. So one is called Frontliners. Can you describe what that group is for us? Sure. Frontliners is a group of state leaders that we created, a number of us helped form, who were part of C4s in the grassroots conservative movement. And through their help, whether it's Heritage Action or Tea Party Patriots or Freedom Works or such, we identified valuable conservative activists in most of the states who would enjoy coming together on a weekly Zoom call to talk about things that were interesting to us. Okay, and you said it was made up of state leaders. So state legislators, state officials, is that right? No, they were more grassroots activists. I don't think we had any state legislators in that group. Okay, how did that group originate? Did you form the group? I was part of it. We all thought it was a good idea, that we were missing the input and connection to state leaders, and as we met weekly since 2011 with national leaders at Groundswell. So it was a bit connected to the Groundswell group. It was Frontliners and Groundswell, but a little bit related. And what was your role within the group? I would say I was an instigator. I was a leader. I was helping them set agendas where I could, helping them connect people, looking for state leaders that were missing that I knew of. Kind of like that. Oh, here we go. I just had to have it make some noise. Wait. No, we're going to give this the proper. Ooh, Jimmy. Just trying to make your research a little funner, gal? Is that what you're doing? Having a little fun? Wow, look at all those fascists. Thanks, Siegfried. Oh boy. Oh my God, there's so many of them. Jesus Christ. Sorry. Oh, I don't know who's knocking. Wow. Wow, this is crazy. I can't even take it. Oh my God. Oh. Oh. Wow. Oh, I hate that guy. Wow. That's great. That was really good. That's really good. John Eastman. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Okay. Let's go back to this. I'm gonna end with this. I'm gonna read part 2 of Greg Olear's sub snacks. Dark Enlightenment, Part 2, The Origins of Anti-Woke and Destruction as Revolution. The second, a two-part series of the Neo-Reactionary Fringe, The Dissidents of the New Right, America's Ascendant Anti-Democratic Political Movement. December 5th, 2023, Greg Olear. Please subscribe. He's great. We read Part 1 earlier, so scroll back for Part 1. We're going to be finishing with Part 2 today. Conservative politics is not just for evangelical Christians, anti-abortion crusaders, tax-averse libertarians, neo-Nazis, Q-crazies, and MAGA cultists. There has emerged a new right, young, smart, edgy, urbane, even hip. Its political philosophy is coherent and compelling. Its religion of choice, if it has one, is Catholicism. It operates in large cities like Washington, Miami, and New York. Its thought leaders are high-minded, well-read intellectuals. Known as the Neo-Reactionary Fringe, NRX for short, its radical anti-democratic ideas have seeped into the Republican mainstream. Welcome to the Dark Enlightenment. I like that introduction, so I wanted to read it again. Part 2, The Origins of Anti-Woke and Destruction as Revolution. Section 5, Dissidents of the NRX. For a loose confederation of would-be monarchists lining up to serve a yet-to-be-crowned Red Caesar, the dissidents of the new right sure are hard to categorize. Like the NRX movement itself, most of its exemplars are iconoclastic, in both the modern and the Dark Age Byzantine Empire sense of the word. Who are these people? My introduction to the NRX came from the intrepid journalist James Pogue, who wrote a long article for Vanity Fair last spring under the somewhat deceptive title Inside the New Right, where Peter Thiel is placing his biggest bets. That remains the single best piece I've read on the subject. He spent time with the neo-reactionaries, spoken with them on and off the record, observed them at first hand, and he too finds some difficulty pinning them down. Quote, chili cheese dog. No, that sounds great. Gal, let me know if I need to go on with that thread, because I'm happy to go back to that thread. Part of why people have trouble describing this new right is because it's a bunch of people who believe that the system that organizes our society and government, which most of us think of as normal, is actually bizarre and insane, which naturally makes them look bizarre and insane to people who think this system is normal. You'll hear these people talk about our globalized consumerist society as clown world. You'll often hear the worldview expressed by our media and intellectual class described as the Matrix or the Ministry of Truth, as Thiel described it in his opening keynote to NatCon. It can be confusing to turn on something like the influential underground podcast Good Old Boys and hear a figure like Michael Anton talk to two autodidactic Southern gamers about the makeup of the regime, if only because most people reading this probably don't think of America as the kind of place that has a regime at all. But that's because, as many people in this world would argue, we've been so effectively propagandized that we can't see how the system of power around us really works. This is not a conspiracy theory like QAnon, which presupposes that there are systems of power at work that normal people don't see. This is an idea that the people who work in our systems of power are so obtuse that they can't even see that they're part of a conspiracy. The NRX are a mass of contradictions, defiant but seeking our authority, libertarian but aiming to impose their rigid system on the rest of us, tech-savvy but willing to roll back industrialization, anti-woke but awakened to the Dark Enlightenment, highly intelligent but lining up behind Trump. They are well-educated and typically have parents who are also well-educated. They tend to be financially successful and to have made a lot of money young. A lot of them defected to the new right after being disillusioned with the far left. While they come from various religious backgrounds, many are Catholic, if the sort of Catholic who doesn't like the Pope, wearing crosses around their necks, as Pogue puts it, as transgressive chic. And unlike, say, the eternally square evangelicals, the NRX movement is now, in some quarters, considered hip. Perhaps the hippest of the bunch are Dasha Nekrasova and Anna Khashian, two millennial NYC-based bohemian layabouts born in Minsk and Moscow, respectively. I would do better if it was written in Cyrillic. Sorry. Who host a cultural commentary podcast called The Red Scare. I think I've heard of that. A sort of dissident gateway drug to the new right. Listening to some of the episodes, which, it must be said, are both interesting and entertaining, I can't tell if they really believe the stuff they're saying or if they're just being ironic. Their voices betray little emotion beyond the disaffected it girl ennui, and both of them supported Bernie Sanders in the 2020 primaries. They seem to take more delight in the dangerousness of their discourse than the discourse itself. My sense is that they like to play with matches. Nekrasova's name might be familiar to viewers of the last 2 seasons of Succession. She played Comfrey Pellets, Kendall Roy's publicist who winds up dating Greg Hirsch, who, now that I think about it, would almost certainly be down with the Dark Enlightenment. Whatever their intentions, they're a sizable audience for their content. The Red Scare brings over 50,000 a month on Patreon. No thanks. Pogue writes that the Red Scare hosts are only the best-known representatives of a fashionable dissident-y subculture centered in, but not exclusive to, downtown Manhattan. Everyone dresses like a duck hunter now, a bewildered friend of mine texted recently. People use the derisive term bugman to describe liberal men who lack tangible life skills like fixing trucks or growing food, guys who could end up spending their lives behind the bug-eyed screen of a VR headset. Women wear clothes from Brandy Melville, which you can hear described ironically as fashion wear for girls with fascist leanings, and which named one of its lines after John Galt, the hero of Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged. People are converting to Catholicism. It's a good thing I have a girlfriend, my friend texted, because casual sex is out. The thought leaders of the new right defy easy characterization. The one thing they seem to have in common is their individuality. Each one is rara avis, a unique snowflake. Amanda Milius, for example, whom Pogue uses as a sort of point of entry character in the piece, she's a second generation filmmaker. Her father wrote Apocalypse Now and Magnum Force and was supposedly the inspiration for Walter Sobchak in The Big Lebowski, and is famously conservative in his politics. She's a Hollywood insider who worked in Hollywood. She went to the New School and thus spent a lot of time in Greenwich Village. She's charming, clever, and hip, and she knows how to move between the woke and the anti-woke worlds. She left the former to work in the latter, doing communications in Trump's White House and State Department, and she directed The Plot Against the President, the most watched documentary of 2020, and per her production company's website, one of the top political documentaries of all time, in which she frames Devin Nunes, of all people, as some sort of unsung American hero. I know, considered hip? I think not. Nothing about her background is typical. There's simply no one else like her. Curtis Yarvin, with his long hair and his Silicon Valley idea of a decentralized internet we discussed in part 1. To that description, I will add that he earnestly writes poetry. Oh, I don't know how to say this. He's sui generis. I don't know how to say that. I will take instruction on how to say that. Michael Anton, the former Trump advisor and finance guy who in 2016 wrote the influential editorial The Flight 93 Election, is something of an aesthete. I'm like, I am clearly not well educated. Known for his impeccable taste in both clothes and cuisine, he wrote a book called The Suit, a Machiavellian approach to men's style, and was a prolific commentator at Style Forum. Vice called him a menswear troll. He's also a wine connoisseur and classically trained chef who once spent an evening working as a line cook in the Trump White House. No one else's jib is cut quite like his. Sui generis. Okay, well that makes a lot more sense. Sui generis. The aforementioned, thank you, Max. The aforementioned are fans of the pseudonym ship poster and author Bronze Age. The aforementioned are fans of the pseudonymous ship poster and author Bronze Age Pervert, or BAP. His self-published book, Bronze Age Mindset, lauded by Yarvin and Anton, is the canon of New Right Lit. As Rosie Gray explains in Politico, bye, Siegfried, see you later. She didn't write that. Written in his signature slang, Wat means gay. Oh, W-A-T means, and then G-H-E-Y instead of gay. Grill for girl. Bronze Age Mindset was BAP's salvo against contemporary society and liberal pieties. BAP joined a chorus of trad voices, short for traditional, gaining traction online, who deplored modern society's emptiness and the replacement of traditional values with progressive ones. Where BAP differs from many trads is in his veneration of values that have nothing to do with Christian concepts of family or morality. In the book, BAP argues that modern society should take after ancient Greece, when beauty, strength, and courage were prized above all else. In particular, BAP prizes the classical conception of masculinity and wants modern men to emulate it. BAP is believed to be Constant Alamariu, who came to the U.S. from Romania when he was 10, went to high school in Massachusetts with B.J. Novak and John Krasinski. Joe Rogan is also an alumnus, and got a master's in philosophy from Columbia and a PhD from Yale. Great quotes a former classmate of his. He's the only person I've ever seen wear a swimsuit and a cravat at the same time. That dude is one of one. Even in the new right, politicians have unusual backgrounds. J.D. Vance is a Marine who served in Iraq, went to Yale Law School, and was encouraged by Tiger Mom Amy Chua to write a memoir about his Appalachian roots, which turned into the bestseller Hillbilly Elegy, which film adaptation starred Glenn Close. Blake Masters is a tall, fit, former college basketball player turned venture capitalist and a close associate of Peter Thiel. What do all these individuals have in common? We may as well ask, who is John Galt? The origins of anti-woke. On the stump, railing against woke comes off as pandering. Florida is where woke goes to die. Would sound badass if Clint Eastwood were muttering it in a Dirty Harry picture, But when given voice by Ron DeSantis, who no one ever confused with Clint Eastwood, the phrase sounds both hollow and ridiculous, not least because what actually goes to Florida to die is not woke, but rather a healthy percentage of his constituency who may not wish to be reminded of this actuarial fact. Seriously, though, what does that even mean? Who are the woke that are being threatened with their lives in the Sunshine State? The answer? Trans people, gays and lesbians, women who want or need abortions, people of color, liberal college professors, elementary school teachers, doctors, journalists who ask hard questions. I'm no James Carville or Steve Schmidt, but issuing a sort of papal bull condemning to death a significant swath of the voting public seems like maybe not the most prudent political strategy. And yet, almost all the Republican politicians do it, even the presumed normies like Nikki Haley. Either they've all come down with the anti-woke mind virus, or the word is valuable currency in that post-truth realm, enough to make it worth the risk of alienating a sizable chunk of registered voters. Even Leonard Leo, right-wing SCOTUS whisperer, co-founder of the Federalist Society, reactionary legal activist, Knight of Malta, and the beneficiary of a $1.6 billion to put to work on his radical Catholic agenda, has adopted the buzzword. In a video promoting one of his many projects, the Teneo Network, an outfit ProPublica describes as a Federalist Society for everything. I have not even fucking heard of that one. Arlington dude presumed dead. Okay, thank you, Oomph. Thanks for the update. I would imagine. Oh, weird. Weird story. I just think it's a weird story. Okay. Are we back? Okay, good. I just want to make sure I was showing the right thing. Okay. Leo says, I spent close to 30 years. Oh, no. Oh, wait. Federal said everything. Leo says, I spent close to 30 years, if not more, helping to build the conservative legal movement. And at some point or another, I just said to myself, if this can work for law, why can't it work for lots of other areas of American culture and American life where things are really messed up right now? You of the exploding house. Got it. Thank you. Phrases. Okay. Well, I hope I hope it gets resolved. Everybody stop blowing yourselves up. It's terrible. Where was I? Shoot. He goes on to explain that these problems in American life and culture involve wokeism in the corporate environment and in the educational environment. Man, they are really hammering this home. Man. The idea behind the network and the enterprise we built is to roll back liberal dominance in many important sectors of American life, Leo continued. I had a couple of decades or more of experience rolling back liberal dominance in the legal culture, and I thought it was time to take the lessons learned from that and see whether there's a way to roll back liberal dominance in other areas of American cultural policy and political life. Well, why don't you just say it? Say it, say it, say it. He's saying it as much as he can, people. He's not mincing words. But how do they plan to decontaminate corporate America and the U.S. public education system of virulent wokeness? Is it even possible in the year of our Lord 2023 to roll back liberal dominance in cultural policy and political life? For this, we turn to another NRX thought leader, 38-year-old Richard Hanania, an intellectual muse of the Silicon Valley right. Ugh. In the phrasing of New York's Zach Cheney Rice, we should actually take back Silicon Valley. That's what we should do. His new book, The Origins of Woke, Civil Rights Law, Corporate America, and the Triumph of Identity Politics, tackles these important questions. Armed with a law degree and PhD in poli-sci, Hanania is a former research fellow at the University of Texas and the founder of the Center for the Study of Partisanship and Ideology. He's also a former blogger who, Cheney Rice explains, between 2008 and 2012, posted pseudonymously on several white supremacist and misogynistic websites, including VDare from West Virginia, neo-Nazi Richard Spencer's Alternative Right. Hanania inveighed against miscegenation, called for the sterilization of Black people with low IQ, and claimed that women didn't evolve to be the decision makers in society. Well, doesn't he sound very interesting? He confesses that he had few friends or romantic successes and no real career prospects at the time and was projecting his personal unhappiness onto the rest of the world. Well, my goodness. This is crazy. Oh, Chris Rufo. Hanania has since cleaned up his public image, if not his hateful politics, garnering praise along the way from such prominent new right admirers as Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, J.D. Vance, Vivek Ramaswamy, David Sachs, and Christopher Rufo, DeSantis' hatchet man at the New College of Florida, and the founder of anti-CRT. The origins of woke is a fleshed out version of a piece Hanania wrote on his newsletter 2.5 years ago. Quote, woke institution is just civil rights law. He begins that piece by offering his own definition of wokeness, which in his mind has 3 components. This is a quote from this asshole. A belief that any disparities in outcomes favoring whites over non-whites or men over women are caused by discrimination. Parenthetically, sometimes wokeness cares about other disparities too, like fat, non-fat, but those are given less attention. I'm putting aside LGBT issues, which seem to be at an earlier stage of wokeness in which the left is still mostly fighting battles regarding explicit differences in treatment rather than disparate outcomes, although the latter does get attention sometimes. Oh my God. I know, right? Thank you, Tom. I'm disliking the media's normalcy of craziness. Fuck, man. The speech of those who would argue against one needs to be restricted in the interest of overcoming such disparities and the safety and emotional well-being of the victimized group in question. Yeah, don't be an asshole. Bureaucracies are needed that reflect the beliefs in 1 and 2, working to overcome disparities and managing speech and social relations. No, just making sure that you can't be an asshole. Each of these things, he says, can be traced to law. He then proceeds to make that case. And as with Yarvin's idea of the cathedral, Hanania is not wrong. The federal government really did take the lead in combating discrimination in the way it should have, but didn't during the Reconstruction period. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 did indeed prohibit discrimination based on race and gender. In Title VII, it establishes protected classes that include race, color, religion, sex, and national origin. Griggs v. Duke Power in 1971 really did bar the use of standardized intelligence tests in hiring. Executive orders by JFK in 1961, LBJ in 1965, and Richard Nixon, of all people, in 1969, really did require that contractors and employers take affirmative action to avoid discrimination. To many conservatives, take affirmative action is a euphemism for discriminate against straight, white, cis men with impunity, except that they would never use the woke term cis. Hanania continues. As Harvard sociologist Frank Dobbin wrote in Inventing Equal Opportunity, it was civil rights law that revolutionized the American workplace. Corporations started to hire full-time staff in order to keep track of government mandates, which were vague and could change at any moment. There was a sense of keeping up with the Joneses in which every company and institution had to be more anti-racist and anti-sexist than the next one, leading to more and more absurd diversity trainings and other programs. Man, people are assholes. Because, oh God, okay. The key word in that paragraph is absurd. Is it absurd to want to establish places of business free of harassment? Is it absurd to not want employees to be denied opportunity because they are Black or Jewish or women or born in Romania? Is it absurd for businesses to establish practices of diversity, equity, and inclusion to make all employees feel like they belong? Corporate America has been swayed by the business case for diversity, which should be obvious. The wider the net, the bigger the talent pool. The bigger the talent pool, the more talented the employees. The more talented the employees, the better the company. Peter Thiel disagrees, as Peter Thiel will. DEI will never DIE on its own, he writes oh so cleverly in the blurb for the book. We need the sticks and stones of the government violence to exorcise the diversity demon. How can we sit by and he says something like this? How can we sit by and he says something like this? And we treat him like he's a normal fucking person. I don't get it. Right after we take the railroads and the power companies. There is a way to perform diversity exorcism. Hanania points out that the anti-woke seem unaware that the things they care about have much to do with policy. They treat every cultural outrage as an isolated event or just another instance of elites deciding to be woke without such decisions being connected to anything government has ever done. If, as Hanania argues, every one of the main pillars of wokeness can be traced to a new standards created by regulators and courts, mostly in the 1960s and 70s, but updated over time, then a coordinated anti-woke movement has simply to undo all of that, deregulate restrictions on societal behavior. He says that an anti-wokeness agenda would involve, at the very least, eliminating disparate impact, making the law require evidence of intentional discrimination, getting rid of the concept of hostile work environment or defining it in extremely narrow and explicit terms, making sure that it does not restrict political or religious speech, repealing the executive orders that created and expanded affirmative action among government contractors and the federal workforce, Well, my goodness, the Supreme Court just struck down affirmative action. So, hey, it's happening. It's not going to happen. It's happening. That, I think, is what all of these anti-woke politicians want to see happen. Ultimately, they want to return to the Mad Men days when white men were able to pat their secretaries on the rear end, bar people of color from management, and shove Jesus in everyone's face, even if it makes their Jewish or Muslim or lapsed Catholic employees uncomfortable. If you ask me, they are all just butthurt that assholes aren't a protected class under Title VII. If Donald Trump pulls a Grover Cleveland and is elected president for a second non-consecutive term, however, the death of DEI will be the least of our problems. Destruction as revolution. Back in 2013 at a book party in his DC townhouse, Stephen K. Bannon explained his political philosophy to the author Ron Radosh. I'm a Leninist, he said. Lenin wanted to destroy the state, and that's my goal too. I want to bring everything crashing down and destroy all of today's establishment. Time did not mellow him. Bannon went on to become Trump's campaign chairman and then his White House chief strategist. His mission, he said in 2017, was nothing less than a deconstruction of the administrative state. This was not just bluster. At the time, you might recall, Trump was busy lining his cabinet with loyalists who hated the existence of the departments they were tasked to head, or else were too inept to do the job properly. Betsy DeVos as Secretary of Education, Rex Tillerson, the former head of Exxon, as state, a climate change denier at the EPA, John Ratcliffe and Rick Gannell as DNI. Fortunately, our institutions were strong enough to withstand their incompetent leadership. When the buildings are made of stone, there's only so much damage an arsonist can do. That won't be the case in a Trump sequel. The moderating forces have been purged. This was a point made yesterday also in an interview that I listened to that was quite good about the moderating or inept forces are being purged. He'll be left with the stronger demagogues will come to help him now that he's got another chance. I'm serious. Whew. Okay, here we go. Trump will appoint loyalists, lackeys, and Leninists, in the Bannon sense of the term, to positions of power. The result will be devastating. First to go, the civil service. Trump will take to heart Curtis Yarvin's rage directive, retire all government employees. They're all talking about it. As Eric Katz explains in Government Executive Trump's plan, Vivek Ramaswamy talks about it. I know. Oh, they don't have GIFs? Oh, that's not good. Trump's plan would bring back Schedule F, a workforce initiative Trump pushed in the 11th hour of his term to politicize the federal bureaucracy. The former officials and current confidants are, through a network of Trump-loyal think tanks and public policy organizations, creating lists of names to supplant existing civil servants. They have identified 50,000 current employees that could be dismissed under the new authority they seek to create, Axios reported, and Government Executive confirmed. Though they hope to only actual fire a fraction of that total and hope the resulting chilling effect will cause the rest to fall in line. Update passport. Trump won't stop there. Aid to Ukraine will end. So will funding for Jack Smith's investigations. I don't know if there is some sinister purpose to the Alabama senator and mediocre football coach Tommy Tuberville's hold on military appointments, as many have suggested, but the result is the same either way. There are now plenty of open jobs in the armed forces for Trump to fill with loyalists. He will weaponize the Justice Department, ordering whatever monster he installs as Attorney General to go after his political rivals. Journalists will be under attack, and scientists and college professors. Yarvin's cathedral, Bannon's establishment, Anton's regime. The criminalization of abortion will expand. He may well order a compliant Congress to expand the Supreme Court, let Leonard Leo pick the newcomers, and he will pardon himself, his family, and every last J6 plotter, forming a private army of faithful mercenaries. Is this really the future the NRX desires? Why would anyone not named Jared or Ivanka want that? Destruction, remember, is revolution. As Ted Kaczynski correctly observes in his manifesto, quote, "It will be objected that the French and Russian revolutions were failures, but most revolutions have two goals. One is to destroy an old form of society, and the other is to set up the new form of society envisioned by the revolutionaries. The French and Russian revolutionaries failed, fortunately, to create the new kind of society of which they dreamed, but they were quite successful in destroying the old society. Maybe the United States turns into a fascist dictatorship. Maybe Leonard Leo coronates King Donald I at the National Cathedral. Maybe another pandemic caused by climate change sweeps through the country, killing off a third of the population, and there are no scientists left to make new vaccines. Maybe the Northeast states and the Pacific Coast states secede from the Union on the grounds that the Constitution does not demand allegiance to a monarch. Maybe there will be an actual second civil war, like the MAGA trolls have been calling for years. The new right doesn't care. They don't care. To the neo-reactionaries, any outcome is preferable to the woke society we live in now, as long as the cathedral, or the deep state, or the regime, or whatever you want to call it, comes tumbling down. It's all good as far as they're concerned. They don't care. Let me reiterate. They don't care. The Unabomber, Uncle Ted to them, expresses the objective unambiguously. Quote, "We have no illusions about the feasibility of creating a new ideal form of society," he writes. "Our goal is only to destroy the existing form of society." Whoa. Whoa. I know Greg's not listening, but I just want to say thank you, Greg Oliar. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's an amazing, throws up. And then unfortunately, we all throw up. Now it's a party. Canada's next. No, Canada's in trouble, I think. Canada's got the same issue we do. This is so good, gal. This is so good. This was such a good series. I would love to have more conversations. I'm so not smart about this stuff, but my goodness. Wow, that was really good. That was really good. I'm going to go on camera to say so long, farewell. Auf Wiedersehen, good night. And Joe Dempsey, so good. Thank you, Joe. Thank you so much. Oh my God. Thank you, everybody. You guys are amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. 5 hours. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I've kept you guys 5 hours. Go get some work done. Go outside and touch some grass. Anyway, and Joe, you're amazing. You're so amazing. I just really love you. I love you so much. Dealing in California court ports. You've seen it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You're so welcome. Thank you, Joe. Thanks for sharing your work. I really appreciate it. So I'm going to be on tomorrow morning, same bat time, same bat channel. We've got another hearing to go through tomorrow. So we have a lot to do. I just want to live my golden years somewhere. I just want to be on a beach or in the mountains. I'll take the mountains. I don't care. Anyway, adore you guys. I will see you tomorrow morning, bright and fucking early. I mean, it's just crazy how fucking bright and early we're going to have to get up tomorrow. But I'm happy. I'm happy you'll be there. Thank you again for coming. I appreciate all of you very much. And I'll see you later. Bye.